It's gonna be all on you.
I'm going to my house. You're rushing. You're in a meeting. Then you. No, like I need like a 10-minute.
What's that?
Never went downstairs.
I know. I need like 10
I
minutes.
walked out the door.
Presentation right after the.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't see why we need to move.
Oh, it's not that way.
Yes, yeah, it's not.
Oh, that was a birthday. Yeah. No,
I wish I would have just had this first.
I mean, Peyton wanted to do chapter 4 discussion before presentations, but I told him that was a bad idea.
they're probably
We should maybe. Then everybody got
Get everybody engaged.
Got it? Okay. And this is, I'm gonna put general on here, okay? Okay.
I don't want to be accused of leaving late next month.
I'll add this to the record, okay? And when you come up with your name and your address. Thank you so much.
I'm still not seeing.
All right, hold on.
Just saying he's here. That's fine.
I'm afraid you're going to still have to show proof of vaccination and your vaccine card. And you can't possibly engage in any kind of about it.
I was going to call you about it, but I found it. I was like,
Right.
You? Okay. I'm good, thank you. Yeah, so you can put that section.
It doesn't say. That's why the language and the so we put my address and
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'll call you up. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. If I could ask everyone to please take a seat. And tonight, before we get started, I'd like to welcome Rabbi Bernstein to lead us in tonight's invocation.
Thank you. As a person who is blessed to be a fire chaplain in the city of Milton, it is always an honor and a privilege to be able to offer a prayer before the convening of the city council. I'm moved today by the loss of Colin Powell, a great civil servant of our country. And one of the things that I feel was most important about him was his ability to look at his own actions and be honest about himself. And my prayer is that we are all capable of learning from different moments in our life, the values that move us, the protection of our fellow citizens, the ways in which we are able to bring the country together, bring the city together, bring all of us closer together so that we can learn from each other. May God give blessing and strength and health to all of those who serve to defend our country, our rights and freedoms that we never take for granted, those who dedicate themselves to public safety, public service, public health, and public good. And at this moment, if we bow our heads and say, Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to call the regular meeting of the Milton City Council for Monday, October 18th, 2021 to order. The city strongly recommends that you review tonight's agenda carefully, and if you wish to speak on any item on the agenda, then please bring your comment cards to our city clerk as soon as possible. While the Milton rules allow a speaker to turn in their comment cards up until the clerk calls the agenda item, once the agenda item is called, no more comment cards can be accepted, and the yellow cards are over on the table to my left. All right, will our city clerk please call a roll and make general announcements?
you, Mayor. Bear with me one moment, Mayor, I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor. I'll be happy to call roll for the October 18th regular meeting. I would like to remind those in attendance to please silence all cell phones at this time. Those attending the meeting who would like to make a public comment, you are required to complete a public comment card prior to speaking on tonight's items. Your comment card must be presented to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. All speakers, please identify yourself by name, address, and organization before beginning your comment. If you are representing an organization, an affidavit is required stating you have the authority to speak on behalf of that organization. Please review tonight's agenda, and if you would like to make a comment, please bring your comment card to me now. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited. Please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, outburst, or dialogue with any person speaking. Anyone in violation will be asked to leave. As I call roll this evening, please confirm your attendance. Mayor Joe Lockwood.
Here.
Councilmember Peyton Jameson.
Here.
Councilmember Paul Moore.
Here.
Councilmember Laura Bentley.
Here.
Councilmember Carol Cookerly.
Here.
Councilmember Joe Longoria.
Here.
And Councilmember Rick Morrig.
Here.
Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, again, want to welcome everybody here tonight. And our first item is the approval of the agenda. One change I would like to make is to take the finance staff report off of this meeting and move until January of next year. Is there anything else on the agenda? Any other changes? If not, I'll open up for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as changed.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval for the agenda as amended by Councilmember Bentley with a second by Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay. Next item is public comment. And next item is general public comment. And public comment is a time for citizens to share information with the mayor and city council and to provide input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its own public hearing during today's meeting. Each citizen who chooses to participate in public comment must complete a comment card and submit it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. Please remember, this is not a time to engage the mayor or members of the city council in conversation. When your name is called, please come forward and speak into the microphone stating your name and address for the record. You'll have 5 minutes for remarks. The city encourages you to review the agenda. And if you wish to speak, bring your comment card to the city clerk now. All right. Do we have any general public comment?
We do, Mayor.
Okay.
I would like to call Kevin Maldani to the podium, please.
Good evening, Mayor Lockwood and City Council members. I'm Kevin Muldowney of 3325 Kentworth Lane in the Crooked Creek subdivision, proud Milton resident. I want to revisit the matter of our city administering their own elections starting in the 2022 election cycle. As we discussed in August, at the August City Council meeting, with the ceasing of the rebate or truing up program, Fulton's pricing of their election services has gotten out of hand. For a small municipal election, if we end up in a runoff, it could cost in excess of $125,000 an election where typically we have less than 10% voter turnout. We can do better and save taxpayers money. Fulton Board of Elections is not at all a tightly run machine, as is evidenced by the recent internal audit that turned up major problems and drew extensive criticism from the mayors of the client cities in a recent Zoom call. The matter of self-administering our elections was voted down in August, mostly due to the fact that we had only 2 months to prepare. We need to further pursue this matter to assure confidence and integrity in our elections and to be sure that Milton's voters are heard. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Tammy, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, I would like to call Linda Garland to the podium, please.
Thank you, council members. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. My name is Linda Garland. I reside at 13015 Morning Park Circle in the Waterside subdivision. I heard in August that the council's direction was to pursue and initiate taking control of our local elections. And I'm here to speak to you tonight to let you know that I am completely 100% in support of continuing this initiative. Running our own elections here in Milton will ensure that every Milton citizen, every vote will count. This is even more important as we all have been exposed to the media, unfortunately, in learning that over 300 absentee ballot requests have been destroyed by Fulton County employees. Some of those 300 votes could have easily included Milton City citizen votes. Administering our own municipal elections could also save residents significant tax dollars over the expense that Fulton County has been and will again charge the city this year to run city elections. If we have a runoff in the elections this year, we could easily be charged in excess of $150,000. In summary, I'm here with you this evening to support you in your work, in your initiatives, and I stand by you in taking control of future elections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I'd next like to call Nia Cortston to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Nia Corsten, and I reside at 550 Owens Farm Road, Milton. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views with the mayor, city councilmen, city councilwomen, and the residents of Milton. Recently, Office of the Auditor in Fulton County completed an audit of the election procedures. In the highlights of their report, they cited gross negligence of use of funds, lack of adherence to SOPs, and a total failure of leadership. Specifically, 9 points of concern were highlighted to the Board of Commissioners. They are as follows. Lack of department standard operating procedures, which led to uncertainty and doubt about the outcomes. Number 2, inconsistent procurement procedures, which led to invoices that were paid before a received purchase order. Number 3, untimely payment of invoices. Number 4, lack of supporting documentation, which led to an almost $2 million price tag against an allocated budget of $450,000. This represents an overage of a 200% expenditure. Number 5, improper payment of services. Number 6, inadequate safeguard of assets. Number 7 and 8, failure to comply with grant requirements in both the return of unused funds and obligations not satisfied. And finally, inadequate departmental accountability and oversight of financial transactions. Because of this derelict of duty by the Fulton County Director of Elections, the Board of Registrations and Elections have recommended Richard Barron's firing. As a citizen of Milton, I believe we should fire Fulton County from running our municipal elections. The direct outcome would be better local elections with trusted results. Furthermore, they will be run much more efficiently and transparently. This is simply being good stewards of our taxpayer dollars. It is time for our citizens to be stakeholders in our own elections. We should not outsource them to a temp agency who has zero skin in the game. These actions will save taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars. It is time to take actions. This isn't a political issue, nor is it a Democrat or Republican issue. This is simply being good stewards of our taxpayer dollars. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to invite Robert Pedro to the podium, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. You might be surprised, but I'm going to talk about the elections. As a proud resident of Milton and legally registered voter.
Excuse me, just if you wouldn't mind, state your name and address just for the record.
Robert Pedro, 330 Majestic Cove. As a Milton resident and legally registered voter, I would like to express my strong support of Milton managing its own elections and taking this out of the hands of either the corrupt or, at a very minimum, incompetent Fulton County Board of Elections. I support the efforts of Milton City Council members to not only manage our own elections, but implement paper balloting as well. Although the county tries to convince us that this would cost us more, we all know that Fulton County has no real concern or care for what things cost. Since they have not trued up the cost of past local elections, I'm sure that Milton can do it both more efficiently and more cost effectively, while also restoring integrity and confidence to the process. Integrity that has been completely decimated by Fulton County's dereliction of duty. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
And Mayor, our final general comment is from Mr. Rick Fossler. Did I say that correctly?
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm the best person to go last because I'll be the shortest, much less prepared than the rest who just came up. But I want to thank you guys for what you do and for living in this great city. I appreciate being here. I appreciate the police officers for what they do. I just want to support what everyone just said, that I'm part of a group of people and continue to grow where we talk about what's going on in this community. And you guys are the folks that we want managing these kinds of processes around elections. So I'd ask to continue to move in that direction. Thank you for your time.
And if you don't mind, just for the record, state your name and address.
Rick Fossier, 14087 Triple Crown Drive in Milton.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, that's all the general public comment.
That's all the general public
Okay,
that I have,
we'll
sir.
move on to the consent agenda. If you'll please send those items.
Thank you, Mayor. Those items are, first, approval of an October 4th, 2021 City Council meeting minutes. It's agenda item number 21308. Our next item is approval of a service agreement between the City of Milton and ClearGov for access to the ClearGov platform for budgeting, digital budget book, and transparency modules. It's agenda item number 21309. Our next item is approval of a professional services agreement with KCI Technologies, Inc. for planning and engineering services to support the completion and implementation of a local road safety plan. It's agenda item number 21310. Our next item is approval of subdivision plats and revisions. The first development is lots 273 and 274 of Phase 2 East 2 of the Manor. It's at 16047 and 16059 Manor Club Drive. It's land lot 368, District 2, Section 2. It is a minor plat to combine lots 273 and 274 into one single residential lot. It's a total of 2.69 acres with a density of 0.74 lots per acre. Our second development is the Meadows Parkside. It's large lot incentives, 14945 Freemanville Road. It's land lot 599 and 600. It's District 2, Section 2, a minor plat to create 5 large lots ranging in size from 3.06 acres to 4.41 acres. It's a total of 16.83 acres with a density of 0.29 lots per acre. Mayor?
Okay. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I'll propose that we approve the consent agenda number 21-311 as read.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Cookerly with a second from Councilmember Morrig. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. So we'll move on to reports and presentation. Tammy, if you'll please sound the first item.
Mayor, that first item is proclamation recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It's presented by Council Members Joe Longoria and Rick Morrig.
Thanks, Tammy. It's our pleasure tonight to actually recognize National Breast Cancer Awareness. And I know we have a number of survivors that are in the audience. We'll ask you to come up. If you join us after we complete the proclamation. Whereas October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and
Whereas breast cancer is the second most common cancer among women after skin cancer and accounting for about 30% of newly diagnosed cancers. And
whereas approximately 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer at some time in their life. And
whereas over 280,000 women in the U.S. will be diagnosed with invasive breast cancer in 2021, with nearly 50,000 more having non-invasive breast cancer. And
whereas the death rate for breast cancer for women in America is higher than any other cancer except for lung cancer, with about 43,600 projected to die from it this year alone. And
whereas early detection can be critical, with those found to have an early localized stage of breast cancer having a 99% 5-year relative survival rate. And
whereas monthly self-exams, including awareness of breast altered appearance, discharge, pain, or cyst, can be telltale signs. And
whereas women should have an annual mammogram and talk to a doctor about breast cancer, whether or not they notice abnormalities or if they have a family history of breast cancer. And
whereas many lives can be saved through widespread awareness, education, and screening programs.
Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of the city of Milton, Georgia, hereby dedicate and proclaim October as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Milton and call this observance to the attention of all our citizens.
Given under our hand and seal of the city of Milton, Georgia, on this 18th day of October, 2021.
So for the last, I can't remember how long, somebody on this podium has made this a proclamation in the month of October. Rick has been on the council for a while and was part of that. We had other members of the council that aren't on council anymore that were part of that. My involvement happened 5 years ago when my wife was diagnosed with breast cancer. And you've heard those stories before. If you've been around, Rick has talked about it. I've talked about it, but I wanted to take a moment and recognize council member
Bentley.
It's all right.
You know, I get old, it happens sometimes. But I wanted to recognize council member Bentley and let her share a story about another survivor from the city of Milton. Laura.
Thank you so much. And Brenda and Rick, your wife is here, so thank you. I just also wanted to include a story that really touched me as well. Leanne Wheeler is here tonight, and she was diagnosed with triple negative breast cancer in 2011. She was 39 years old. Triple negative breast cancer occurs in about 10 to 20% of diagnosed breast cancers. It's an aggressive form of cancer with fewer targeted medicines to treat cancer. Triple negative breast cancer is more likely to spread beyond the breast and more likely to recur after treatment. Triple negative breast cancer is more likely to affect younger people, African Americans, Hispanics, and those with BRCA1. Leanne also carries the BRCA1 genetic mutation, and this increases a person's risk for other cancers. Leanne underwent surgeries, and a year after her breast cancer journey, she was diagnosed with thyroid breast cancer as well. Leanne advocates for funding of research to give a cure for this disease, as she may have passed her BRCA1 genetic mutation on to her 3 daughters. Ms. Wheeler participates in clinical trials in memory of her aunt and cousin, whom she lost to breast cancer. Leanne speaks on being a survivor of breast cancer, prevention of the disease, and the importance of genetic testing. So I wanted to welcome her here and thank her for being an advocate within the community and for speaking on all of the survivors' behalf. Thank you.
And I'd just like to, I've appreciated the years of Joe being up here, being my partner in crime as we actually read the proclamation. And my wife also is a survivor of breast cancer. I had a grandmother who had died from breast cancer. So it's near and been a part of our life. But I'm very thankful for the medicine, the increases and improvements that we have right now. And what we'd like to do at this time is ask any survivors of breast cancer, if you'd like to come to the front, we'll meet, Joe and I will meet you down there, and Laura, you can come down there with us. Or I guess all council could go. And then we'll just give you a proclamation, get a picture too. Thanks.
Stay up. Behind her. Yeah. Shoot down. Why don't you present them first? You can. Or unless you guys want to stand back here, either way. We'll see how many.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can stand up here. I just want to take a second and thank you, Donna and Brenda, for being here. We're glad you're here, Leanne. We're glad you're here. Lisa, glad you're here. And thank you guys for presenting that proclamation. So, okay, if you would please call the next item.
Mayor, our next item is presentation of community development updates. Community Development Director, Mr. Robert Buscemi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I promise to keep this short. I know we got a full house tonight, on a full agenda. I just wanted to give you some quick updates, some stats. Minor plats, we had 19 approved, which is really like a combination of any type of plat. It could be a combo plat, could be a reconfiguration plat. So that's like all the miscellaneous type of plats. The ones I really wanted to concentrate on were the 5 approved plats that we had large lots, which are 3 acres or larger, and a lot of them were larger than 3-acre lots. There was a total of 253 acres, and we had 50 lots. So if you look at that ratio, it's working. It's pretty good, and I just wanted to thank the council again. It was a council initiative, and it's really working. So I wanted to show you that. The other one is just, I thought for sure, after working all summer, that everybody in Milton had a pool, but the numbers show only 155 houses. It felt like everybody was getting a pool. New single-family residents, we had 174 year to date. And residential building is just decks, miscellaneous basements, 410. New commercial with 5 buildings. And then commercial building is just like alterations and whatnot, and that's 43. Just to give you some idea of the numbers. But the main focus of tonight really is I wanted to just touch base with some of the staff. I like to bring the staff up that's responsible for each one of these items and just kind of present to you all some of their initiatives of what they're doing. One will be on code enforcement and how we're handling that. One will be on the arborist, giving an update on trees and enforcement there. And the last one will be on Adopt a Road So we'll start with code enforcement. Chris, Deidre?
Good evening, council. My name is Chris Williams. I'm the code enforcement supervisor with the city of Milton. This is Deirdre Jones. She's our other code enforcement officer. I want to present to you today the initiative we have for Highway 9 corridor. I don't know if it's displayed or not, but we are working every week, every day in Highway 9. We have a actual, when I say corridor, we have divided up into 3 sections, 1, 2, and 3. Corridor 1 consists of Highway 9, Woodward Parkway, Deerfield Parkway, and Morris Road. Corridor 2 is on Tuesdays. That's Deerfield Parkway and Bethany Bend. Corridor 3 is on Wednesday, Bethany Bend, Highway 9 to the city line. To this point, we started this initiative at the end of August, and we've issued 29 notices of violations, which consist of door hangers. Door hangers are what we take manually into each commercial business. We issued 14 of those. To the property owners that we can't get in contact with, we've issued 15 courtesy notices via mail. We've also removed 22 signs from the right-of-ways in those corridors. 4 banners removed from commercial businesses. Our focus points at this point is illegal signs, trash, high grass, and weeds. We've had 2 priorities. Local properties as far as Fry's property. They started the cleanup on their property on the 27th of September. Is ongoing. And El Taco has recently been sold to a new owner, and they will be cleaning it shortly. Questions?
Just a comment, Chris and Deidre, want to thank you and tell you how much we appreciate you guys and love you, because I just have this feeling most of your appointments you go to every day with your customers, they probably don't show you the love.
Some do, some don't.
But you know
We
what?
take care of it.
Everybody else appreciates what you're doing, so thank
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just have a comment too, that I know it's been hard through the pandemic. We relaxed the sign ordinance some, and then we got used to it, and then we want it to be undone. And, I saw a whole new wave of a new business in town that's using our telephone poles as advertising platforms. So anyway, I'll be happy to show you those on the way
Yeah,
here.
we'll take care of it.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to give you a quick update from the Arbors Department. I'm sorry, this thing is like choking my neck. But just want to kind of give you an update of things that have been ongoing and things that are new in some cases. So one of the most recent things you've probably noticed is communication. Hopefully you've been seeing some emails that have been coming from me and Bob about upcoming tree removal permits. And this is just to kind of give everyone a heads up, because I know there's nothing worse, trust me, than being called by a concerned citizen about something that you are not aware of. So we thought this would be a good way to give you a heads up on when tree removal is happening in the main corridor, so that when you do get calls, or if you get calls, that you will at least know about it and be aware of it and can hopefully communicate about it. And if you do not like anything in the format of how the emails have been going out, or if you'd like any more information, just let me know, and I can definitely include that information in future emails. Also, inspections. One of the big things that I started that I talked to you earlier about a few months ago is doing pre-construction inspections. So this includes land development permits, such as grading permits, and LDPs and building permits, and even sometimes pool permits, since you saw we have a lot of those. I am going out ahead of construction with the site inspector, and I am checking to make sure people have their tree save up and it's installed where it's supposed to be installed, and everybody knows what it means. So not only does it have to be up, but you have to stay out of it. So I have been doing a lot more of the pre-construction meetings with a lot of development that's been going on in the city. Also, part of my inspections is dealing with violations and complaints. So when I do get complaints about possible violations, I am going out there and looking at those as well. Recently, we had a pretty big violation of somebody removing trees without a permit. and I actually issued them a total of 46 citations. 45 for trees removed without a permit, and then an additional citation for removing trees in a stream buffer. We took them to court, and they did have to pay a $5,000 fine. And I also charged them with recompense of 24 trees and replanting the stream buffer. So the inspections to catch violations does work. We are able to catch people in that case. And planning, I also do a lot with plan review and doing planning. And as you saw in Bob's presentation, we do get a lot of large lots that have been coming in lately. So I do try to work with them on establishing street trees. And we want it to look like the photo here where you have a nice row of trees and you get all that shade along the streets. So we do work with them on that, getting the spacing and picking out a species that's going to provide us shade and benefits for a long time. We also go to the other spectrum, and in our form-based code areas where we have sidewalks and trees, we're trying to eliminate some of the conflicts that we are seeing now from stuff that was done 15, 20 years ago. We're trying to work with people and get them to think of ways outside of the box and come up with solutions of how to not have the conflict of sidewalk and trees. As you see, we do have to go back in this picture. It's a little hard to see, but you can see we've had to go back and trim down some of the sidewalks and shave them a little bit where they have started upheaving. So we're trying to encourage people to start thinking of things like using root barriers, coming up with new ways of installing sidewalks, like adding gravel or giving additional space when needed and when can be provided. So we don't have these conflicts in the future with our infrastructure. And that's pretty much all I have for tonight. Did anybody have any questions?
Questions? And also, Sandra, the same goes true. We appreciate everything you're doing. In fact, everyone loves the arborist and wants to save and preserve trees
Sometimes.
until they want to cut a tree down in their yard.
Right.
They're the enemy. But no, thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am going to talk to you about the Adopt a Road program. The goals, reducing litter and trash along Milton's roadways. That's a very obvious goal when you see people picking up litter along the roadways. But the underlying and very important goal of Adopt a Road is actually to protect Milton's waterways. And, people don't always connect the fact that all that litter that's along the roadside, if it's not picked up, will wash into our waterways. Our waterways are, they're home to flora and fauna that appreciate it not being polluted, but our waterways also travel downstream to, most of what Milton has to Lake Allatoona, which is a reservoir that provides drinking water for much of the metro area. So it's very important to keep trash out off the roadway so it stays out of the waterways. Our program is patterned after GDOT's Adopt a Highway program. We use it every year as part of our MS4 permit. We do several things where we engage the community in helping with environmental efforts, and we use that with the state. Businesses, churches, service organizations, families, and individuals can participate. They adopt a more or less 1 mile stretch. Some are smaller, some are larger. And they commit to cleaning up at least every quarter. We have some groups that do it much more often than that. But the minimum requirement is 4 times a year. The city provides safety kits. We have vests, gloves, and trash bags that we provide to the participants. And then they leave the trash bags for us to collect, and we measure the volume of trash that we collect from that. Sorry, went too far. In addition to providing cleaner roads and waterways, it promotes civic pride and responsibility, and it creates public awareness of the environmental costs of littering. It saves taxpayer dollars by having our roadsides cleaned by volunteers, and it's a visible reminder that we're all stewards of the land. I think that's brought home for the people that are actually out there picking up trash and aware of of how awful that is to see trash. You know, some of it isn't even always visible from the roadway, but if you walk a stretch, you see it there, you know, down. And, but when you drive by and you see all these orange vests collecting trash along the roadway, it makes you think too. I think it's a wonderful outreach program. The Adopt a Road program started in the beginning of the city, but in 2010, it was reinvigorated by Milton Grows Green. And at that point, the city was making a greater effort to promote the program and bring more roadways in. So in 2010, there were 17 adopted segments. This year, 2021, we have 41 adopted segments. So we've had huge growth. Not every road is appropriate for Adopt a Road. We have state-owned roads in the city of Milton that we don't really adopt out. The state handles that. And there may be some that have other factors where we do not consider it appropriate for the program. But we are, in addition to a handful that we have that are currently available for adoption, we welcome people that want to add a road. We've had some of our gravel roads, just people that walk them every day say, I want to pick up on this road. So we've added new roads to the program. And this last picture is just some of the many volunteers that we have. You can see everybody's smiling, very happy to be outside, doing something for the city, enjoying the weather, feeling like they're part of the solution and no longer part of the problem. So, any questions?
Any questions for Teresa? But again, thank you for everything you're doing too, Teresa. Welcome. Okay. Amy, you want to?
Mayor, our third item is discussion of special event permitting in Milton. It's presented by our special events coordinator, Ms. Anita Jubin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, it's my pleasure to share with you some proposed changes to special events wording within the city's ordinance and to solicit your feedback on these items. I will cover the purpose or the why behind these proposed changes. I will go over the specific recommendations that staff is making, including relocation of this wording from Chapter 64 zoning to Chapter 34 into Parks and Rec, qualifications of what constitutes a special event. I will discuss the removal of existing language and the addition of new relevant definitions. We'll talk about the number of special event permits that each location can receive. And lastly, we will discuss the element of mobile food vending at special events. And I will make sure to pause for your feedback after each of these items. So why are we making these recommendations? What's the purpose? Special events play an important role in our community. Hosting events help revitalize local economies, but the benefit of special events go well beyond what can be measured in economic terms. They provide unique activities, opportunities for volunteerism, and greatly contribute to the quality of life across Milton by strengthening the community and act as a source of community pride. As events are once again flourishing, city staff is often asked the question, do I need a special events permit? This prompted us to review the existing language to provide clarity, support the successful staging of special events while protecting the safety and welfare of the public. Do you guys have any questions before we get right into the definitions? So in order to provide that clarity, staff is recommending the addition of the following definitions. The first two that I will discuss relate to classifying a location. Note that special events are tied to the location itself and not to the applicant. This is done to ensure that we understand the level of activity that we want to see on a particular property and its impact to the surrounding community. So the first definition you'll see here is outdoor auditorium. There is a zoning land use designation for outdoor auditoriums, and we are currently working to clarify this definition further to coincide with zoning, alcohol, and special events. The green would be an example of a location with this land use designation. The Green is a newer addition to the Milton community and has proven to be a wonderful gathering place designed to host special events of all types, including a very successful grand opening event for the newly built stage put on by Aaron Freeman of Orkin and Associates just this past Saturday. The second definition you'll see here is that of a privately owned public space. This is a unique definition that we are recommending to add. It is a space not publicly owned, designated and intended for the unobstructed open use, gathering, and enjoyment of the public. And we'll get more into the number of events in a few minutes, but due to the nature of these spaces, staff is recommending a maximum of 12 special events granted at spaces that qualify under this definition. An example of a privately owned public space would be sort of a courtyard designation, sort of a courtyard location like an Avalon. City staff is recommending the delineation of outdoor auditoriums and privately owned public spaces to promote the recreational use of these unique spaces that are built for the residents of Milton to enjoy. You will see a definition on your screen for substantial impact. We have replaced the definition of public nuisance with that of substantial impact. Substantial impact and substantial public services are meant to coincide with one another. If a planned special event has a substantial impact to the public, it would then likely require substantial public services. If a planned event will require substantial public services, city staff is recommending the event organizer to seek a special event permit. Before I proceed to 3 additional recommendations, I will stop here if there's any questions or comments.
One question. Okay.
Right. These definitions that you see before you are recommended for administrative purposes only. This allows city staff to price applications unique to each type of event that is seeking a permit. So for example, a legacy event is one that takes place consecutively in substantially the same form for a minimum of 5 years. City staff is recommending a relief in application price for events meeting this definition, as the processing time for these types of events would be less relative to that of one-time events. One example of a legacy event would be Old Blind Dog's St. Patrick's Day celebration held annually in Milton. A one-time event would require more processing time from the permit group and therefore would be subject to a standard permit application fee that we determine in Appendix A. A recurring event refers to an event series. The idea behind this definition is that the event organizer would not have to reapply for each event in the series, and it may be processed by city staff at one time if the dates of each of these planned events are provided upon submission of the application. Therefore, events meeting this definition would be subject to a relief and application price as well. Are there any questions on these?
Can you give us an example of that?
So a recurring event example would be a movie series or a concert series or something of that nature. The updates that we are recommending is the relocation of special events wording from Chapter 64 zoning to Chapter 34 Parks and Rec. Municipalities tie special events to their Parks and Rec departments, as there is a lot of overlap in the usage of public space, parks, facility rentals, and public guidelines. Going into the definition of a special event, we are recommending the removal of existing language pertaining to special events under the current definition. Current language references specific types of events such as car shows, arts and crafts shows, and grand openings, and it also refers to specific types of events that would be excluded from this definition. Rather than listing events specifically, staff recommends to define the characteristics of the events to capture them in a broader way. So the definitions that we are proposing, this definition is a 4-part definition, A, B, C, and D. So over the next few slides, you will see it broken down in smaller pieces. In section A, it asks if an event has more than 100 people, will have a substantial impact requiring substantial public services and impact on roads or right-of-ways. Now, it's important to understand that in order to meet the qualifications to be considered a special event, an event will have to meet all of A in its entirety, 1 through 4, all of B in its entirety, C or D. B asks much of the same that A asks as well. If it has more than 100 people with substantial impact requiring substantial public services, and will also charge an admission or generate revenue or gains from commercial sales. So I'll stop here after A and B if there's any questions or comments. Okay. Part C of this definition is recommended in order to address any type of event that requires substantial city services that may not meet criteria in A or B. There's always those events that we want to have the flexibility to be able to review on a one-off basis. And lastly, Part D refers to nonprofit organizations wishing to serve alcohol and are therefore required to obtain a special event permit per the state. Are there any questions on C and D before we move on? Okay. Moving into the number of events, currently the city's ordinance allows for 2 special event permits to be issued per calendar year on the same property. Note again, this is by location and not by applicant. City staff is proposing that we move into a 3-tiered approach. So for traditional locations with no other land use designation, that number will remain the same at 2 per calendar year on the same property. For spaces designated as privately owned public spaces, staff is proposing a maximum of 12 permits issued per calendar year at the same location. City-sponsored events would not be included with this allotment. And for outdoor auditoriums with this special land designation, we would like to solicit council's feedback to determine what the appropriate threshold for number of permitted events should be for spaces such as this.
So I have a question on this. Can you tell me the differentiation or the factors that would keep a traditional location from being considered a subset of a privately owned public space?
So a privately owned public space would be something that's designed, it is privately owned property, designed for gatherings. So that would be a courtyard. A traditional location is more referring to like a residential property or places that have a special event, that it's not what that property was designed to be. It's not its typical use. So privately owned public space would be sort of a gathering at like a Halcyon or an Avalon type of district.
Okay, so there's a certain amount of construction or built for purpose that's embedded in the definition of privately owned public space. Okay.
Are we experiencing a lot of requests for those kinds of uses today?
So our thought process behind privately owned public space is to capture developments that are coming now and that will come in the future. So if there are spaces that don't fall into a traditional category or spaces such as the Green that have a stage built to be an outdoor auditorium, but if there is shopping centers and things like that, like an Avalon that we know we see developments in the pipeline that may come to Milton, that we're already kind of building in that wording to allow for those types of unique spaces to grow.
Laura?
Comment on outdoor auditoriums. So going back, I can't remember the definition of that. Do you,
go back to
do
it.
we have that?
So this definition, we're actually currently working on that together with zoning. Bernadette and Robin and I are trying to make sure that we can all point so that it's consistent as it pertains to special events and as it's designated in zoning.
Okay, so that definition and the number of event adjacent property owners are residences. The impact, we're changing it from nuisance to a significant impact or substantial impact. I'm not sure, I mean, maybe we need to break that apart as far as how much frequency of the special event permit we would allow, because frequency moves from a special event to a special use permit, correct?
Correct. So the idea is if one space has more, I guess, requires more special event permits than we would typically allow, it would change the nature of that space. So for properties like the Green, they are zoned a little bit differently to allow for that. And that is, I think, what we still have the ability to determine, is that's a newly designated use of land. Is that correct, Bernadette? A little bit about, did you want to go?
An outdoor auditorium is not an allowable use in AG1.
Okay, I should ask that.
No worries. And you were doing a great job getting there.
Okay.
So this is T4 open, and in T4 open, it's an allowable use by right for an auditorium, and that's why you have it there. But in AG1, it is not an allowable use.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anita, in keeping with that, so there isn't anything that in the text that I've read so far that you've presented that relinquishes any other responsibilities of these kinds of events to things like preservation of night sky, lighting requirements, cooperation with the city's sound levels. Those kinds of requirements still are subjected to any of these kinds of events.
Right. So right now, it's more just who really needs to be permitted.
Mhm.
And then once you are permitted, it's still subject to all of those noise ordinances, all of the lawful decibels, depending on the zoning of where that event takes place. This simply brings it back to, is it an event that they can have with or without a permit? And how we determine whether they need a permit. So we're trying to build in the parameters of, simply closing down a road, does that require you to have a permit or not? So we're trying to build in, if you need a permit, they would still be subject to all of the different types of noise pollution and other things that are already within city ordinances.
Hey, Anita, I had a question on nonprofits. I was approached and seeing how this would limit them. So if a nonprofit has 5 of these events on a given 12-month cycle, it's really just the location. If the location has been maxed out, then they need to go find another location. Is that correct?
Right. So special events aren't determined by the applicant. So it could be a for-profit applicant or a nonprofit applicant.
Okay.
It's just determined based on that location.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions before we move into mobile food vending? Okay. Currently, mobile food vending is prohibited unless it's the part of a city-sponsored event. We're noticing this coming up a little bit more frequently in the events that are taking place around the city. So I know that this is a question that we receive a lot from event organizers that reach out to us. Staff is recommending that mobile food vending to continue to be permitted if a part of a city-sponsored event or if a part of a permitted event. And that is the new part that we're proposing. So if they are a permitted special event, we're proposing mobile food vending to be introduced in that capacity. But this also opens the door to the conversation of mobile vending, and we would welcome your thoughts on food trucks and whether council would like to allow them beyond permitted special events as well. And I will stop here for your feedback. That's our last item to cover.
I would say probably council would want to be a work in progress, maybe start with, allowable city and then also permitted functions. And then, kind of dip toes into it again. Affect you guys more than me, but would you want to explore that moving forward if that, maybe not a blanket?
I think so.
But
I have no problem with that.
Is it possible to get one here tonight?
What type of mobile food vendor?
Dinner for Rick again.
I'm a quick study. I just thought I'd breeze right through it.
Yeah, I can think of several times just in neighborhood conversations where there's been a discussion of food truck, like a cul-de-sac food
Right.
truck. You know, and then does like the shaved ice guy qualify or not qualify versus a taco truck versus a hot dog truck. So I think we're facing some of these things whether we know it or not, and some of those kinds of things are probably happening, and we probably should take serious consideration as to whether we've got the right measure for that.
Right, and I think the neighborhood is exactly
Staff
right.
input on that would be helpful. You know, if in fact they can be at city parks, if in fact they can be in this area, and if it's, you know, anything needs to be by schedule, right? Can't be random, but your input would be very helpful. More guidance would be great.
Okay, I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to put something together and
Thank
we'll
you.
get it back in front of you. Thank you all.
Paul
I
had
appreciate
one
it.
more.
And yeah,
One more.
just a touch of history. If I think back to when we've been involved in this for a long time, there was a point in time when we were relatively new as a city that we were concerned about the introduction of food trucks that could be mobile without as much potential overhead as a fixed brick and mortar facility. And the idea at the time was to measure the competitive environment. If you've got a new city coming up out of the ground as we were back then, and you had a small corner deli trying to make it in Crabapple, for example, and all the construction was coming up out of the ground, and the deli was the first one on the corner. Could you suddenly destroy the opportunity for that deli to have a footing, who's made significant investment in brick and mortar, to a food truck that could just roll in and out and meet the needs of the workers that were there, but compromise the long-term investment that small business has made? So I just look forward to maybe an updated perspective on that to see if it's time for us to reconsider that or
Right.
not.
I think that's a great point. It's a symbiotic relationship. We need enough to make it make sense for the mobile food trucks, maybe to partner together, to cluster together, to bring that foot traffic so that the brick and mortar succeeds as well too. So I think that's a balance.
Great, thanks.
I appreciate all of the input and suggestions and the thought-provoking questions. And thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Okay, we have no items tonight under our first presentation, public hearing or zoning agenda. So if our city clerk, please call the first unfinished business item.
Mayor, that item is consideration of an ordinance to amend Chapter 4 and Appendix A of the Milton Code of Ordinances, alcoholic beverages, to update various sections to clarify intent. It is agenda item number 21301. Assistant City Manager, Ms. Bernadette Harville.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we are here to discuss the proposed updates and edits to Chapter 4 based on the discussion we had at the September 20th City Council meeting. I know we went into great detail at that meeting, so I'm going to try to just hit the highlights of what edits made it to the agenda or tonight. I will go over the license types again to remind you what licenses are allowed in the City of Milton. Then I will address the administrative updates and edits, followed by the updated edits to the definitions section of Chapter 4. And finally, the updates and edits as they relate to specific license types as outlined throughout the ordinance. Please feel free to stop me at any point for any questions you may have or any clarifications that you'd like me to make.
Let me go ahead and stop just one point. This tonight, it could get a little confusing, but if everybody will bear with all of us and staff, and because this is in general on Chapter 4, but then we've also got some specific businesses that may be affected. So we'll kind of have to break it up and discuss it. But Ken, I may need your help, and Steve and staff and council and all that to work together on that. So and I'll let you go ahead and present, and then I'm sure we've got some public comment. So then I'll allow public comment before we get into any more discussion.
Absolutely. I've also asked the city manager to take some notes throughout, so if we come back and have any needs specific for the motion, that we can address them at the end so no one will forget anything we've spoken about. So here again are the license types that are allowed in Chapter 4. Throughout these edits, the only one that has been removed is the courtyard market license. You will recall that we have removed that, as well as some of the qualifying types for the standard on-premise license, including the city food market and the food halls, to be addressed at a later date should we get any infrastructure related to that type of use. Anything highlighted in blue here tonight, you'll see is under a current moratorium. So any discussion we have regarding those types of establishments, they are still under a moratorium until about February. Just wanted to remind everybody of that. Current businesses license will be able to renew.
and any current businesses that had an application in prior to the moratorium will be able to continue through the process. As far as our administrative updates, the first one we've implemented is advertising for new licenses. So any new licenses that come before finance staff, before they get to city council, will have to advertise in the newspaper for 2 weeks prior to that public hearing, as well as have a posting outside their property. And our code enforcement team you saw earlier helps us out going out and taking a picture, making sure that they are in compliance with the rules according to the ordinance as set. That'll give everyone a chance to know when the public hearing is and be able to come speak should they have any feedback to give you. And that will be for all license types across all zoning jurisdictions that are new licenses. We had some conversations about liquor selling establishments. Currently in Chapter 64, it requires a warrant in Deerfield and Crabapple. It did not clearly define if that meant for on-premise or off-premise. We got feedback from council saying they'd like it to mean both, so we will work with zoning to get that clarified before we implement that on new establishments. Additionally, we talked about adding some language to prohibit sales of the following products within these liquor selling establishments to include tobacco, CBD, vape products, lottery tickets, games of chance, and video games. I would like to point out this evening, a request from Councilmember Longoria, we did send out code enforcement, and all of our current packaged retail stores for liquor do sell tobacco products, and one of them also sells lottery tickets and scratch-offs. So should you like to not impact those businesses at this time, we can make a motion at the end to strike this if you would choose to do that. In the next two sections from the administrative updates, we have alcohol consumption near retail package stores. It was causing a little bit of confusion for our police department to enforce a rule that was contradictory to another section. So we just clearly identified that in the open container districts, that you could have those plastic cups with the 16 ounces within the proximity to those stores. It couldn't be something that you bought at that store or bought somewhere else, but the open container district, you are allowed to drink near the package stores, as we see kind of this mixed use or kind of in those close proximities. The second one, the open container area, or sorry, the open areas and patio sales, we just struck the need for a separate written application. We felt that through the way zoning goes through and they're approving those properties, as well as in the main application that they could apply for sales on their patio, especially that the majority of them are in those open container districts already. Just removal of a little bit of administrative need for the applicants. One of the larger changes that we've had in this evening's agenda is the change of the hours of sales for certain types of uses. We have our limited food service restaurants. Under the prior iteration, it was Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. of the following day. This was changed to Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Again, should you want to change that, we would do so in the motion this evening. They are not eligible for Sunday sales according to state law, so they're also not eligible for Sunday sales at the City of Milton. We have the bring your own beverage.
Bernadette, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could we do this one by one? It's going to be way too much for us to go back to.
Absolutely.
Would that be all right with the council?
Yeah.
So let me back up to the first one we thought may have some feedback.
Please.
And I can go back further if anyone had feedback they'd like to give prior to that.
Well,
Oh, that's a good point.
yeah, we got to figure out how we.
He just said what you're about to
Public
say,
comment,
Tim.
okay.
How would the council like to manage that piece?
I'm going to suggest, but I'm open to any other suggestions. Maybe you go through, maybe on a little bit higher level, and then as we discuss, we go, then we'll get public comment, and then we'll go back and then discuss each item, if that works. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we'll continue with the hours of sales. On the bring your own beverage or BYOB, we just clarified the sales that Sunday sales would only be allowed at 50/50 establishments, and then no later than 10 p.m. on Sundays at those establishments. The manufacturing license holders was Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. of the following day, and changed that to Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. to be consistent with the other license types that don't have food sales. And finally, the farm winery hours were Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday, 12:30 p.m. until 10 p.m. Those were changed to Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Sunday, 12:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. Appendix A only had a few changes. I just wanted to outline them to be clear. I don't think we went into detail on this on the 20th. We reintroduced the fees associated with that advertising. The applicant would pay the sign creator directly for any signage outside the property, and $200 to cover the newspaper articles that we would put through app and newspaper. The removal of the courtyard market license was stricken. We also went back and saw that
applicants would have to pay an additional $25 for Sunday sales if they sold crowlers and growlers, but primarily crowlers and growlers were included in some of the license types. So just to clarify that, we just removed it. They already pay $250 as part of the retail package license Sunday sales, and we removed the extra $25. And finally, adjustments to the special event alcohol permit fee structure that Anita was going over this evening to align with the fees for catered event permits. So your resident caterers would pay for their annual license, but pay nothing per permit for any events that they cater at. Our non-resident caterers from outside jurisdictions would be licensed by their home jurisdiction and pay the city of Milton $50 for each event that they cater at. And then the nonprofits who only can do special events would pay $100 per permit for the special events, and they would have no other license requirements from any jurisdiction. So here are some of the definition updates. Again, these are primarily the same as what we went over on the 20th. We have our alcohol beverage caterers. The change just bring this alignment throughout the ordinance to show that this would allow both on-premise consumption retailers as well as off-premise consumption retailers who are properly licensed to be able to apply for the alcohol beverage catering license to the council to allow them to sell their, buy the drink at events off their premise. The ancillary tasting license, just clarifying again to be in alignment with the rest of the ordinance, that this type of license would be allowed at retail package stores, hybrid license holders, and manufacturing license holders. Later tonight, we'll go over the specifications that we've made for those individual establishment types, so to clarify those. And then the bring your own beverage, just again clarifying once more throughout the entire ordinance that this is allowed for two different types of establishments, your standard on-premise consumption license holders, as well as those establishments that have no alcohol beverage license whatsoever. So again, to give you examples, you would have a restaurant that might want to let you bring in your own bottle of wine. That would be your standard consumption license holder allowing you to do a BYOB. Or you'd have a paint and sip place maybe that would have a painting lesson that you can bring in a bottle of wine there to drink. They have no other alcohol allowed on site. In our events facility, we talked about adding the definition for festival or events indoor-outdoor that primarily existed before the creation of that special use permit for rural or agricultural events. Checked with zoning, there's one property in the city that has that designation. So just to not exclude them from the type of designation that wasn't around when they got theirs and not make them come back in for another use permit, including that. We have the farm winery. We just added one clarification that they must be in compliance with all provisions of Chapter 64, as we've gotten some feedback from council. Defining flight tastings. It is in line similarly with what is allowed for the other tastings, but just saying that that's a flight of them allowed at your breweries and distilleries. We have our freestanding vendors. Just reducing the allowance for freestanding vendors to only be permitted caterers that sell from those types of carts and establishments and temporary structures only at catered events, special events, or city-sponsored events permitted by the city. I have highlighted here the senior living facility. As we went through different definition types, staff really came to the conclusion that we may be authorizing things that we're not fully expecting to with the current definition. So later again, when we revisit the recommendations, we're asking you to just strike the senior living facility for now and give us a little more time to go back and clarify that we are only permitting those which we intend to and not allowing in other facilities that may qualify under some of the definition options that we currently have before us. And the tasting room and tap room, just clarifying so everyone can understand more clearly that a tasting room would only correspond to a winery and a tap room would correspond to a brewery or distillery. So we created definitions that clarified that and then removed the language from each to separate those. And lastly, we removed completely those definitions I mentioned earlier, city food market, courtyard market, and food hall cafe. So we can address them later as we get establishments that are falling into those types of categories from a land use perspective. So that's our administrative and definition updates. I'm about to go into some of the updates that are in the current revisions before you by license type. We kind of looked to clean up the standard consumption on premises definition. And instead of having a catch-all that said in other establishments that aren't prohibited, we just wanted to clearly identify what is permitted. Again, looking to just remove the senior living facility for right now. This type of license would be eligible for restaurants, including eating establishments and limited food service restaurants, golf courses, hotels, private clubs, sports clubs, and special event facilities, as we said, were just defined by Chapter 64.
Two of these license types do require an additional add-on license. The limited food service restaurant and the special event facility pay an additional $250 to operate under this license with the food restrictions that they have. Moving on to our alcohol beverage caterers. Again, we just created some conformity between the price that a business would pay as a caterer at a catered event versus a special event. Also in the past, any Milton business could pay the $250 special event permit fee to pour at a special event. We're just trying to clean it up and make sure that they have been before you and have a license to serve outside of their establishment. So now they must be a resident caterer if they wish to do so. And should you pass this tonight, we will contact the businesses in their renewal process to let them know that they would need to come before council and get that license to do so moving forward. We currently only have 3 establishments licensed to do that in the city. And I do want to make one more mention that these events aren't limited by a number at this time. So as Anita pointed out, the special events are limited. Catered events do not have a limit. We also spoke in the last meeting about what would constitute anytime you hired an outside caterer to serve at your event. So if you were to serve your own alcohol at your own home function, we're not really getting to this level. This is talking about hiring a caterer to come in, a third party to serve that alcohol. Again, bring your own beverage. We were just clarifying where this was allowed in those 2 different establishments and clarifying the hours, which we've already gone over this evening. So I just wanted to highlight that as license type changes. We also struck from the ordinance, this license type had several sections mentioning different parts of it, and we kind of cleaned it up and moved it into one section, just referred to it, so people didn't have to go to 5 places to find all the rules. Ancillary tasting licenses. We updated the language to allow liquor tastings only at distilleries and micro distilleries. And the ancillary tasting license fee will be included with the cost of a hybrid license, but it is still an understanding that it is a separate license. So I hope that would clarify the concerns we had at the last meeting. And then again, we changed the quantities, and that should be it for the ancillary tasting license. Under the farm wineries, the edits include hours and definition clarifications that we already went over earlier. In addition to the approved tasting room items in the definition, having that size limit, we also look to have the on-premise consumption not to extend beyond 20 feet from that approved structure in any way. So think of it as kind of a circumference around the building, and there could be a patio that went around it, and you can have outdoor on-site consumption with that license type anywhere on that patio. We also remove language referencing multiple farm winery licenses. Any farm winery that wants to be licensed will have to come in before council and get a license. This doesn't prohibit the current authorization under state law to have the tasting rooms off premise, as the state does allow that. This is just striking that multiple farm winery language. The restaurant package sale license, legal is still looking into this further for us at this time, but we just want to make clear at this time that any restaurant looking to have these types of sales would need to get a off-premise consumption retail package license. So we just added a statement that clarifies that you would need that to do more than this one bottle or one package, should legal tell us that's allowed moving forward under a restaurant license. Those are the major changes tonight under the ordinance as it lives before you. And then after we go through all the public hearing and conversation, I'll be happy to go back over anything specifically so we can get those motions correct.
Okay, what I think I'd like to do now is allow public comment, and then we can have questions and more feedback from staff. So, Tammy?
Thank you, Mayor. But the very first one that I will read for the item 21301 is an email that was sent in. It's from Lily Positek at 700 Richmond Glen Drive. I would like to extend my support for events or for Billy Allen's Piano Bar and other establishments in Milton that would like to serve alcohol and be open for Milton residents past 10 p.m. I support the idea of allowing a midnight or 1 a.m. closing for such businesses. They will not be able to survive if we can't get to them after the restaurants close. Our citizens are the ones that will be able to enjoy these venues without having to drive to Atlanta, Roswell, and Alpharetta. On the same token, residents from those areas have their own venues and will not be coming all the way to Milton for a few locations. However, if we cut facilities like Billy Allen and others off at the knees with an early closing and tight restrictions, we are dooming this possibility charming and fun crabapple area to what has failed in their past. overpriced real estate that isn't affordable to local shops, and a lackluster feel that will not keep our citizens eating and socializing locally. Let's keep Milton citizens spending time and money in Milton. I would like to call next or invite to the podium Mr. Charles Morgan.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. I promise to be brief. My name is Charles R. Morgan. I'm a registered voter of Milton, and I'm a resident. I live at 595 Arbor North Way, less than a mile from where we're sitting right now. I'm here to speak on behalf of Billy Allen and Billy Allen's Piano Bar. I've known Billy Allen for many years. I've also been a patron of his establishments that he has operated in the past. I can tell you honestly that my experience is that the establishments are uniformly well operated, well run, well lit, and I didn't see any sort of negative aspects of it. And nothing like sort of the nightclub aspect of some parts of Buckhead or Bourbon Street or whatever. Nothing like that at all. I've known Billy for a number of years, as I say. I've known Billy's wife and son, both of whom are here tonight. I recently attended the funeral services for Billy's dad, who I also knew. I should say I'm a lawyer, semi-retired, I was general counsel of Bell South Corporation. And currently I'm also serving as a ordained Stephen minister at my church, Peachtree Church in Buckhead. So you might be a little confused how one gets to be a lawyer and a minister at the same time. And I share that, but nevertheless. And just as a general closing remark, I think it's fair to say that I am typical of most citizens of Milton in the sense that we don't want to have a wild, crazy, out of control sort of atmosphere here. And I am very confident with that, what I know of Billy Allen, his family, and his past history, that there's no way that's going to happen. I also feel that to cut back on the hours that he has already been approved for would, I agree, deal a serious blow. If you think about it for just a moment, if you've taken your wife to the movies or you've gone to a restaurant at Avalon or whatever, you live in Milton, it's a very nice place to come to a piano bar, bring your wife or your date and enjoy some time before going home. And I think we want to encourage that. Obviously, we want to keep that under control and tightly under control. And I support that. But in closing, I would just tell you one thing that I was a little bit concerned about. I'm not going to really speak about the substance of the proposed change with the exception of one comment. And that is, I noticed in the agenda, it said it was to update the ordinance to clarify intent. And as a lawyer, I can tell you that struck me because if you're changing the hours that are already given to somebody to operate and you're cutting it back by 3 hours, that's a lot different than clarifying intent. That's changing substantively the rights that were previously provided and upon which the individual decided to invest money and come. But I'll leave the legal points for others. Any questions that I should answer?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ask respectfully if folks can hold their applause. Okay, Tammy.
I'd like to next invite Mr. Billy Allen to the podium, please.
That's a tough act to follow. I am Billy Allen once again here for the third time to say I appreciate your time and being here, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and all the public who have come to support us.
Mr. Allen, excuse me, do you mind just stating the address of your location.
Yes, sir. I am Billy Allen, and I am 3000 Heritage Walk, second building, Suite 200. And again, with all that's been said, I think the most important things to realize are, number one, that my intention to come here was initially by invitation. And it was brought here by the people of Foley Group, the commercial broker, several supporting people who live here, like Mr. Morgan. And I was brought here to entertain, to enlighten the density, the population of Milton. Whatever happens after that happens. But my initial target were all of you people, and to bring something to you that I have done all of my life, whether I sing from a stage or whether I bus your table or whether I greet you at the door, your birthdays, your special events, your families. Those things are most important to me as I currently look to relocate myself from Riverside Drive to Milton. My lease is 20 years, not 5 or 8 or 9, it's 20. And I would never, ever have signed that and agreed to do that without the intention of doing within the provisions that have been allowed me what I consider perfect. When I speak to other people about coming to Market District Crabapple, the one stipulation that I mention to them, as I am only a part of that in interviewing 5, 6, 7, 9-star restaurants to come here, is that they be perfect. And when you are perfect, that means you abide by rules. When you are perfect, that means you are rewarded for abiding by those rules. I could sit here and tell you of all of the wonderful plans that I have, but I've already done that 2 times. And I don't say that with any attitude or remorse or anything of that nature. I'm used to fighting uphill. You mentioned breast cancer. My mother-in-law suffered from it. My brother-in-law passed away from a cancer recently. My wife, as she sits here, has an incurable, non-treatable leukemia. But we are fighters, but we only abide by rules and we do what's right. My son is here with me, very accomplished in what he does as a producer, an entertainer, an engineer. I've been invited by the Orkin people to help host and see over your concert series this spring to bring just the right element to you, which I stand here before you and consider myself without any hesitation. Provisions, I just wanted to go and be able to do what I was chosen to do unanimously. And I assure you, we don't know each other yet, but we will, because I'm not leaving for 20 years or more. I hope I remain here for the rest of my life. I love it here. What I've seen here, the people I've met here are fabulous. And I just want to upgrade. I want to come up to a community and also help protect it with some ideas going forward about hospitality on every level. One thing about the late night, it does exist, but it exists for people on their way home from the airport. It exists for people that work till 11 o'clock and want to get off and have a bite to eat. You know, it's not about making noise or keeping lights on late or any of those things. And it also is a very critical part of this business plan. As I came in requesting an amended sale of food to alcohol, which not to make me special or better, it's just to provide the level of entertainment and to recuperate what's, $750,000 to come here and do these things. I ask you with all due respect to please consider those things and allow me to do what I came here to do. And if it means a certain provision, if it means grandfathered, if it means any of those terms, I am more than willing and completely invested to do just those things. And I'll spend the next 20 years to prove it. And that's really all I can tell you tonight. I sang and danced for you last time. My feet are still hurting. But I thank you for your time generously, and I thank you for the unanimous vote that I've already been given. I also just wanted to turn and thank the people that have come here to support me because they believe in Milton. They also believe that within the confines of what I am allowed to do, that I will do just that and nothing more. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. If I could ask you to please limit this. Certainly respect and understand it, but ask you to, in fairness to everybody else.
I'd
Okay.
like to invite Roy Parker to the podium, please. Or Ray Parker, I'm sorry.
A little under the weather, I apologize. So my feedback is a little bit different. My name is Ray Parker. I'm not a resident of Milton. I own Big Door Wineries over in Cherokee County. And there's a few things
Mr.
I
Parker,
think
do
I
you
can.
mind, just for the record, just an address?
125 Clearwater Trail, and that's White, Georgia.
Mr. Parker, my apologies. Are you wanting to speak on the moratorium?
I can speak, well,
If you can give, because this is what's on here, but if you would like to, I can wait until that item is called.
there's a couple of items here that may. The couple of the things I want to talk on is the hours that was restricted to, just like Billy.
This is on the alcohol ordinance. So.
Okay.
Proceed.
So there's a couple of terms that they didn't want to use, but I don't live here. So one of them is called vested rights. And Billy came into this town the same way the winery has 3 years ago and has been operating. 3 years, that's vested rights. That's your constitutional right. You can't come in after that and take that away. And that's called sovereignty now. But you guys had sovereignty until the last election. So that's kind of been taken away from you guys, from making a mistake of having people here doing business and then taking away everything that they need to do business. And that's kind of what's happening to Ms. Jackson. So I want to mention two things. One is cutting back on the hours. When she comes to you and has a business plan, and that business plan is approved, that business plan at that time didn't include being closed at 8. You know, she comes in, the state says 11. But now it's down to 8, which is really going to hurt her. And another thing that I saw up there that is probably just something on the radar, but y'all are limiting her, and it's in clear writing there, to Georgia wines only. She's going to be the only winery in the state of Georgia limited to that. Nobody can produce, so the state law says 40% comes from the state of Georgia. We can't really produce Merlots and Cabs here. Not really. So we bring them in from California and other places. So you're fixing to limit her to something that no other winery in the state of Georgia is going to have to do. And the other thing that really stuck out to me was the 20-foot rule. So we're in a pandemic right now. We're still under it. So what you're doing, you're making her do something that's really, to start with, unsafe. You're putting her in a room on a patio, and she's got a huge farm. Well, she has a farm winery license, farm winery, not a tasting room commercial. She's a farm winery. So when people come to a farm winery, they want to walk the property. They want to see how things are made. They want to get out and get away, because when they come to my place, when they come to a farm winery, they're getting away from sitting on a patio. They want to go sit by a fire, or they want to get out and walk around. So you're adding some restrictions, and I always want to say, you know, why are we doing this? Why are we making them sit on the patio? Is somebody angry at her that they want people to sit on the patio? Why? She's got all this beautiful property. And so those little things like that, they're little to you, but they're death blows to her. Death blows. So she's been operating. She's been here for 3 years. She's done a wonderful job. And I'd like for you to really seriously consider those things, because you're going to put her in a situation where she can't survive. And that, the other term is sovereign immunity. And that's another thing that she can use in the long run. You'll have to get that from the attorney. Ray Parker out. Thank you.
With the applause. Okay, Tammy?
Mayor, I'd
please
like
call
to
the next
invite
person.
Ms. Pamela Jackson to the podium, please.
Pamela Jackson, 2105 Bethany Way. I cannot believe that I am standing here again. I thought we had come to a place of maybe peace and understanding, and yet it continues. I know that some of this, for some, it is very personal. This has nothing to do with the issues at hand. It is a personal issue. It is a vendetta that's being taken out on me. That's wrong. I know that some of you are very supportive, and I appreciate that very much. As Ray said, one of the biggest things that's going to be an issue for me is that 20-foot thing. We do education classes in our vineyard where we teach about the grapes. We show how to plant the grapes. We taste the wine from the grapes that are made there. If you do this 20-foot thing, I'm eliminated from being able to do my education classes in my vineyard. I am limited to this very, very small space. You all have done everything you can to squeeze me as tight as you can, to make it as difficult as you possibly can. I'm not even sure what to say anymore, because it just is unbelievable to me. And I would appeal to both you, Joe Longoria, and Rick Morrig, to please, you have not been to my place yet. How can you make a decision on something that you have not been to it, to see what it is, to see the space? So I would appeal to you to please vote this down. Come and see what it is, and then make a decision based on what you see. I have been treated very, very badly in all of this. And one of the things that I would like to address, I'd like to go back, and the issue with the deferral. When that first deferral happened and I became disingenuous, manipulative, and a liar. I don't know if you all know what happened and how that happened, but Ken Gerard called my attorney and requested the deferral. My attorney called me and said, Ken Gerard has requested a deferral. Is that okay with you? And I said, yes, that is fine. The way it happens is we have to send an email requesting the deferral. That's what Ken said. So we did that. We sent it in requesting the deferral. We were told that it was deferred at that point, and we were also asked to please call off the 500 plus people we had showing up that night to support us, which we did. How else do we do that but on social media? We thought it was deferred. We had no idea it had to be voted on. And Ken, I know that you told Ellen that if it ever got out that you said that you would deny it. Well, it's out, and here's your opportunity to deny it. I trusted you, Ken, and you threw me under the bus, and I became disingenuous. I became a liar. I became manipulative. No, I'm not. I'm not any of those, and I am also a very good citizen. I would ask that you please turn this down and give me a chance to make it. Thank you.
The applause. Ken, can I make a statement?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I just, one comment, going back to the deferral and any discussion that you may have had with the other attorney, I sincerely believe that you had direction for a deferral or whatnot, so I don't think there was any deception from your side at all. So, Tammy, if you please call next.
I'd like to invite Mary Cronk to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name is Mary Crunk, and I live at 600 Hickory Mill Lane. Thank you for the amount of time and consideration that you as council and staff are putting into the revisions to Chapter 4. The decisions you're making will impact Milton's future. My husband and I are not against alcohol. We enjoy having a beer or a drink at a local restaurant, and we have no axe to grind in this regard. But we have lived in a city that had family restaurants that were replaced by entertainment establishments that served alcohol and by sports bars. It wasn't immediate, but after a few years, we noticed that there was more traffic, more public safety issues, more noise, and people started moving away. They couldn't sell their homes, so they were renting them out, and that led to decreased home values. We've lived through this, and we don't want to see something like this happen to our wonderful city, and that's why I'm here again speaking with you. Over the weekend, I had the opportunity to, and this will be a mouthful, to look at the alcoholic beverage chapter, the definitions from the municipal codes from our city, Alpharetta, Cumming, Johns Creek, Roswell, Sandy Springs, and Atlanta. I compiled that information into a chart, which I sent to you all on Sunday evening. I hope you had a chance to look at it. What really jumped out at me is that there's a perception that the surrounding communities allow a higher percentage of alcohol to food than they actually do. What I found was that Cumming, Johns Creek, Roswell, Sandy Springs, all allow a 50-50 ratio alcohol to food, and that would be for eating establishments and brew pubs. Alpharetta has a ratio of 60-40, and that's for a wine bar. It really surprised me when I looked at what our ratio would be with a limited food service restaurant. It would be a 70-30. Atlanta is the only other surrounding city of that group that allows a ratio higher than 60-40. And that's why I sent you all that information. Milton Council has been adamant about not allowing bars here, and our code states that we prohibit them. Last year, an additional definition was added to our code, the limited food service restaurant, that permitted that 70-30 ratio. Considering that our code defines a bar as having a 75 alcohol to 25 food ratio, feels a little bit like sleight of hand and a way to slip kind of a near bar into the back door while still being able to say that we prohibit bars in Milton. This is particularly concerning when you consider that a number of these limited food service restaurants will be located extremely close to where families live in Crabapple. Our city council and city have tried very hard to be transparent through excellent communication with our residents and updated financial and project information available on our ClearGov site. Allowing an establishment to have an alcohol to food ratio so close to that of a bar does not seem to be in keeping with our city's values. I ask you to please reconsider those ratios and lower it to something that's closer to what our neighboring cities have. And also carefully consider the hours of operations for these establishments. One additional comment I have is in our municipal code, the last two sentences of our definition of bar state that bars are specifically prohibited in the city. This provision does not preclude a business that otherwise qualifies as an eating establishment or a restaurant from including the word bar in its name. So you can include the word bar. Here's the important part. Provided that the name must also be indicative of food service, such as Joe's Sports Bar and Grill. Just down the street from us, right across from our Starbucks.
1 minute.
There are two banners that are hanging from the posts up there that say Billy Allen's Piano Bar. The banner on the street side along Heritage Walk says at the bottom, Piano Bar, cocktails, live shows, late night. There is no mention in the name or on the banners of any type of food service. That to me is a violation of our code. In addition to it being a violation of our code, I also am concerned and have serious concerns about our ability to enforce any proposed new codes. And also am concerned that there is no mention of any type of enforcement of those codes. Who will be responsible for monitoring and how will we do it? So I know and appreciate that you all have a very tough decision to make. And I want to thank you for making and considering making the correct decision for the future of our beautiful and unique city. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Tammy, if you please.
I'd like,
Please hold the applause or comments.
I'd like to invite Tony Rich to the podium, please.
Good evening. Tony Rich, 1960 Bethany Way in Milton. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you. We've been here before, and we appreciate the attention that each of you has given to the topic of alcohol licensing in our city. Tonight, I'm here specifically to address farm wineries. We recognize that there is a lot to this process, and after trying to read some of the materials that have been put out in advance of this meeting, I really don't understand everything. So I appreciate you listening to my thoughts. My comments are focused on two key issues: volume of alcohol served and hours of operation. As you consider how to modify and structure Chapter 4 of our city code, I would encourage each of you to determine how to delineate a true farm winery from what looks and smells like a wine bar. A farm winery can and should operate in a rural area where it can grow grapes and make wine and sell wine. And I think most citizens in our city would agree with that. This type of business would not be a good fit for a commercial downtown area. And I think most of us would agree with that. Whereas a wine bar would not do well in a rural area, but would probably do quite well in a downtown area. The alcohol license that is issued to each different type of business should be very carefully written to specify what is and what is not allowed in that particular type of business. I believe that a farm winery is just that. It's a farm. It's an agricultural property that grows grapes, makes wine, and sells wine. Customers can purchase wine by the bottle to take home. Customers can purchase wine for consumption on premise. However, the consumption on premise should be specifically limited to wine tastings in a tasting facility. Wine tastings are samples of the wines that that winery offers. Samples are typically 1 to 2 ounce pours, and most wineries will offer a flight of 3 to 4 different selections. Even if a business legally qualifies as an eating establishment, when wine gets sold by the full glass for consumption on premise with no specific defined volume limit per person or per day, the winery can very quickly, in essence, become a bar. And that seems to have happened in our city. That is a place where people go to drink, to listen to music, and to enjoy a night out. It's not a place where they go to tour a winery and to have a tasting of wine. Another key issue is obviously the hours of operation. And we are very much in support of the city controlling the hours of operation for farm wineries. Most wineries are not open at night. Most are only open during the day. They are open for agricultural operations, winemaking operations, winery tours, limited tastings, and if the tastings go well, for selling the wine by the bottle and by the case. My favorite winery is Silver Oak in California, and I looked them up on the internet. They are open for tastings Monday through Sunday from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. They are only open for appointments for their tastings, and each tasting only lasts 1 hour. They are not open in the evenings, and they don't serve wine by the glass. Again, once the line is crossed and you start selling wine by the glass into the evening hours, the winery becomes more like a bar and less like a true farm winery. That type of business belongs downtown and not in our quiet residential neighborhood.
1 minute.
We hope our city will demonstrate its understanding of these two very different business models as you finalize Chapter 4 and how these decisions could impact our neighborhood. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. You please call the next speaker, Tim.
Mr. Eric Richards, we invite you to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Eric Richards. I have property at 12455 Broadwell Road in Milton.
I'm also a developer of the townhome project right behind you, Crossroads Brayburn, which I'll bring into tonight's discussion as well. So you've had a lot of discussion already on this ordinance proposition, so I'll try to keep this relatively short. You know, I'm part of the development that is actually Market District Crabapple as well. And Billy's been such a good value to this city since he's been involved. I'd say that Milton, if I look at what has happened in downtown Crabapple over the last 5 to 7 years, there are a few really strong performers in the restaurant world. There are quite a few that have failed to do so. I think Campagna is the first one to hold that space for any duration. Indigo, followed by Duke's, was one that would have been nice to see stay, but could not be held. And I think there's been underperformers in the area, you know, throughout those years. There's a significant risk to restaurants coming into this town right now, and it's that after family hour, there's nothing to hold the market. There's nothing to continue the desire to be in this town. I live in downtown Woodstock. After midnight, it's quiet. There's opportunity to be open beyond that, but it gets quiet. It's busy, though, in the hours leading up to that time. It's not quiet, it's busy, because there's something that's an opportunity for people to do after that time. I think the risk to those restaurants to come into this space without having an establishment like a Billy Allen's or a sports bar where I could go watch my Buffalo Bills that's going to start in a few minutes and I could actually not get kicked out at halftime, that would be nice. That's something that's a value. It's a value, and it's not just a value to that rare person. The listed townhomes at $1.1 to $1.25 million right here. The people who come and ask us about our townhomes who want to buy one say, hey, I'm so excited for that place down the street. I'm so excited for this brewery that I hear about opening up in the Orkin development. They want to have access. Those are people like us. I mean, who else is coming in to buy that townhome at that price point? So I think the risk to not having it, it's like Buckhead right now, losing the third table turn on their high-end restaurants out of public fear. Those restaurants are now talking to us because of a Billy Allen who's been telling them, you should see Milton. I think there's just too much at risk for the health of the commercial market here in Crabapple to not have that opportunity. Thanks.
Please limit your applause.
I'd like to invite Judy Birds to the podium, please.
Judy Birds, 1165 Bream Drive here in Milton. In the past 2 years, as this council undertook a rewrite of the alcohol ordinance, I watched, I spoke, and I provided input that was later added on as an amendment. I also watched as this council further modified the city code to further accommodate craft breweries and farm wineries, expressing your desire to be broader in what they were allowed. Based on these updates, a business would reasonably expect to make their plans, their investments, enter into leases on this recently updated code, as well as whether this would attract complementary businesses to the area. Council has frequently expressed a vision of vibrant commercial areas and a desire to preserve farmland. I oppose many of these proposed changes as they are not in alignment with the established expectations. On a separate note, on the nonprofit clause, I recently had to help a nonprofit apply because they were required because of the event conditions to obtain a state alcohol license, which required a local alcohol license. So I'd ask you to also pay careful attention to the revisions as they impact nonprofits.
Thank you. Tammy, could you please
Mayor, that
comment?
concludes the public comment for item 21301.
Okay. All right, then I will close the public hearing and then open back up to council discussion and questions of staff or anyone else. Okay, are there any? Laura?
Bernadette, for the tasting room in a farm winery, the alcohol license is considered a hybrid. Is that correct?
That's correct. The tasting room is part of the license types that are allowed for a farm winery.
Okay.
So they have a wholesale, retail package, retail consumption, and which would include those, and those tastings.
So when the part that I want to get clarification on is we are in section 4-85 on farm wineries, and then ancillary uses are 4-93. Is that right?
Ancillary tasting permits under 493, that's correct.
Yeah, so what I want to understand is when it talks about the sampling and tasting is permitted within an enclosed portion of the premises, and that's under the ancillary section 4-93.
So we further clarified the tasting allowances under 485 specific to the farm wineries.
So that's where the 20 feet is, and that's what we're specifying. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the language that's in 4-93, the sampling and tasting may be allowed in open areas, sidewalks, decks, et cetera, that doesn't apply?
Going back to make sure we're saying the same thing. Give me one moment.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that when you apply for the hybrid license, so tasting room is a hybrid license, is that correct?
Correct.
So then we go back, and I just want to make sure that we're not creating some ambiguity there.
So the way that it's currently written under 493 is that it's allowed in the enclosed portion of the property at a designated space that takes up no more than 10% of the enclosed area to have the tastings at that counter. You can apply to the city manager to allow open areas, sidewalks, and decks. That's not inherently permitted. You would have to get special permission for those types of tasting events. The state law outlined under 3-15-2 really is set forth specific to package stores. So this is kind of merging them. We can remove the language regarding and just have it be the farm winery specific to 485.
That's what I'm trying to get at, because we do have a package store there. There's sales going on. And so I wanted to be sure that there was no reference back to this 4-93 over and above what we specify in 4-85.
Wouldn't 485 cover the
But-
ancillary tasting? I may be confused by the question.
She's asking because there's allowances in 4-93. If the
For?
4-80 for ancillary tasting, if 485 specifications to a farm winery override those allowances in 493.
Because it's a hybrid license?
Yes. That's my question.
Well, my general thought would be the more specific controls are the more general. Extent the farm winery license is the more specific applicable license as opposed to tasting requirements, then that would still, you're talking about the limitations on premise, are you not?
Yes.
I think they would still control.
The 20 feet immediately adjacent. So I just want to discuss this ancillary language because I think it does also impact our concern with the tastings that could occur in package stores, liquor stores. I would like them to, the whole section of outside the building, I don't know why we would want to do that. I don't know why it's in there. I think that's problematic to me, to allow tastings to occur in a liquor store, but then also outside. So I would like to strike the sampling and tasting may be allowed in open areas, et cetera, on the ancillary part. That was one comment. And then also on the winery hours, we have put winery, we have suggested those, and I support those. I would also like to see, though, the current farmer winery, the one that is operating is, their set hours are Sunday 1 to 5, and I think that's great. And I'd like to just adopt those into our ordinance as well. Those are my comments.
All right. I'd like to make a couple comments first, just more in general, and you know, with this whole chapter 4, really from what we've heard, we've got really 2 different businesses that are affected that have spoken here tonight. And you know, we'll just start with the limited service restaurant, the 7030, and Billy Allen's. Right, wrong, or indifferent, the city of Milton, we want it to be better, different. And so we did explore different things. We've got, you know, less than 15% of our area is commercial. It's concentrated here in Crab Apple and a couple of other areas. So we wanted to be attract new and maybe better things, a little bit different than just everybody else. So again, right, wrong, or indifferent, we all adopted those rules. And so in this case, we had someone that went by those rules and was approved and set their business plan and put their money where their mouth is, and is hopefully, I think, getting ready to open, or I'm sure they're hoping to get ready to open. You know, I just feel strongly that you know, we don't want to be a government. I've been here 15 years and haven't been a part of, and I don't think any of us want to be a government that you know, says one thing and then turns around and pulls the rug real quick and changes the rules when it affects, you know, residents or business owners or whatever. So I feel very strongly that when it comes to that situation, and I'll get some feedback with Ken and Steve and staff, that, you know, we need to have options, or I certainly am in favor of options, to where even if we do change 70-30 or the rules, that we need to protect those that came in under the existing rules and were approved. So I certainly would like to look at any options we can do if, you know, if the council decides to change the 70-30 and that designation. So I think that's the right thing to do. Also, I want to talk a little bit about the farm winery. And, you know, I was supportive early on, and as well as the council. And, you know, I've said many a times, there's there's wineries in North Georgia I've gone to and sit out there and enjoy it. Beautiful, beautiful property, nice experience. Might be 30, 50 people sitting out there enjoying wine, tasting. You know, the ones I've been to, you can buy by the glass and then purchase. And so that's, I want to make sure that we remember that as we're talking about the farm winery stuff. Because really, I think I get lots of people that are very supportive of having that type of facility, that have enjoyed being a customer to the Painted Horse Winery. And from my feedback and what I hear, even the neighbors are okay with it, until we know we've had some problems with, you know, some concerts and music and very large number of patrons. Now, I think that's stuff that we've all been going back and forth on and trying to take care of and make sure that doesn't happen again. But I don't want to lose sight of at least having what we envisioned and what the applicant gave us as the vision of having a winery where people can go and enjoy the land and whatnot. And, just using the 20-foot, for example, to me, that kind of limits you from having a nice wine experience or a winery on a farm winery. So I think we need to be open-minded and reasonable to at least figure out a way to allow what initially was intended and what we thought to have a workable, not just for a business perspective, but also for citizens and visitors to enjoy. So those are just two comments I have as we're talking through these, and I would like for folks to keep in mind. Joe?
Bernadette, and Joe sort of stole some of my thunder, so I'm not just piling onto a question he was asking. I think we're thinking sort of along the same lines. In section 485, what was the input that you received, or what was the inspiration for adding this 20-foot boundary around the tasting room, and why was that limit put in there?
It was contained within the original language. I know I sound a lot like me and not like Bernadette.
I noticed.
So the original language included the term adjacency, which is a definition in our, well, it's actually not defined in our code. So we turned to legal, said, okay, what is adjacency in relation to how it's explained in our code? And adjacency is it's a fairly subjective measure, but we landed originally somewhere in the area of 15 feet within the adjacent to the footprint of a building. We measured out 15 feet when we were putting this together. A little difficult to really put anything together in 15 feet. I'm not sure 20 feet accomplishes much more than 5 more feet, but that is how we landed on that. It existed within our original code, and we sought to have something more quantifiable in it.
Right, but I guess I'm getting to the nature of why we thought that was important, because a farm winery, I mean, you look at it, it's going to be a property that obviously has to encompass something more than just the tasting room. So the 20-foot limit sounds strange to me, because I've been at a lot of, farm wineries, and, the tasting rooms, sure, that's where you get your taste, but it's not unusual for you to be able to sample or take your taste someplace else on the property. So I'm a little bit confused there. I'm also confused because we've enacted specific ordinances that allow for carry of alcoholic beverages between business establishments in all of our major business areas. I mean, you can go to Crab Apple and take a drink from one place to another. You can go to Highway 9 overlay. You can go to the Crossroads area. That's perfectly legal to do in to some extent, right? And it goes way beyond the bounds of some 20-foot limit. And those aren't even the same property. So we're allowing that to happen between properties. And so it just seemed sort of out of place, I guess.
So if I'm to discern the question out of that, and I mean that in a
Sorry.
in the nicest possible way, you're looking for why this is included in an ordinance that y'all passed 8-9 years ago, which included the term adjacency in it.
No. I'm okay with adjacent because you're right. It's ambiguous. What does adjacent mean? Adjacent could be, 150 feet.
So it's funny you say that, because that's how I originally interpreted adjacency, which is why up front, there was much more movement around the property. But once digging deeper into this with our legal counsel, it was determined that adjacency was less than what we originally interpreted. And for me to be able to charge my staff with being able to enforce something, I've got to give them something a little less ambiguous.
Okay, all right.
And that's where we are.
That's the answer I was
Let me
looking
stop
for.
real quick, though. It's not ambiguous, and it's actually, the phrase is immediately adjacent. And the way the courts have construed it is basically, it means basically touching. That's what it means. So to the point that staff want to add some numerical feet to that, that's great. But I do not believe immediately adjacent is necessarily legally ambiguous. But I do believe that having a numerical foot associated with it is easier to enforce. I do agree with that.
Okay. But the answer to my original question is we were trying to tighten up language that already existed. And while maybe it's not ambiguous to the unskilled person reading the ordinance, it might have a certain level of, I don't know what immediately adjacent could mean. So we were actually just tightening up the language.
Exactly what it was.
Okay. So if we wanted to make things simpler and just eliminate that as an issue, in other words, the limits would be bound by the property that the tasting room exists on. That's just as valid because it gives as much specificity as 20 feet around the tasting room does, right?
From a staff perspective, yes. I don't know if legal feels different.
No, you know, you went through a couple of examples, Councilmember Longoria, and you said that we have establishments where you can take your alcohol and you can walk outdoors and you can walk to a different commercial vendor or whatever. Sure. And if the council wants to modify its code to do that, that's perfectly fine. But what staff are rebounding off of is the interpretation of the existing code.
No,
and the limitations in the existing code. And that's what I've been attempting to interpret as well as we've attempted to, you know, vindicate our regulatory interests.
Understood. Thank you.
Carol?
Bernadette, state code on, or state advisory or language on tasting room, what is that again, please?
So our prior definition, I'm going to go back to the definition section for full transparency if we will be able to show the screen. The current definition in black there, text, currently reads almost verbatim from the state law. There was some request to include some language regarding where on the property could be located. As we started talking about properties that were adjacent to, and the state law has language about adjacency as well. It has contiguous. It has the conversation about whether or not it's only the addressed parcel, but neighboring 0 parcels that we know about that are part of the property, but may not have that same address. So in addition, we had some conversations in some of the prior meetings about how large that tasting room would be. So through that guidance, staff came up with this recommendation. And again, I just want to be transparent while we're talking about the tasting room and all the things on the property to look at that red text, which would be what is in there to be amended. The black text, again, almost verbatim from state law.
Rick's gonna.
Thank you.
Okay. Rick?
Brenda, could you clarify, we heard in one of the speakers what I wasn't aware of as far as the state law as it pertains to Georgia state wineries. Can you explain to council what are the parameters when it comes to the 40%? Does that mean 40% of the sales, or does that mean 40% of the wines that are of the wine that is produced has to be made from Georgia fruit? The rest can be imported. Could you just kind of take us through what the state requirements are so we're aware of how that works?
Sure, and it's been a minute, so I'm hopeful Ken's pulling that up to back me up on it.
Right now as well.
But it's 40% of the wine has to be produced from Georgia grapes. And we did allow for other Georgia farm wineries and other wines to be allowed to be sold at our farm wineries. So in a prior iteration, we had already loosened that restriction. And I will go back to ensure that there wasn't a section that maybe didn't completely cross those Ts and dot those Is, but we looked to, from council guidance, and looked to allow Georgia wines, the wineries wines, and other wines.
And Councilmember Morag, just to follow up, in the definitional section of the code, farm winery means a winery which makes at least 40% of its annual production from agricultural produce grown in the state where the winery is located. And I do think that given that that is a state law definition, I think we would have to honor that, obviously, because it's sort of a binary license. It's both the state.
So that doesn't have to do with the percentage within a bottle of wine having to be fruit. Is that what does that actually mean? I guess is what I'm trying to.
I don't think the
think
definition
40% of
be nearly
the
that
bottles
range.
of wine have some.
40% of the bottles of
Georgia
wine that are sold have to be from fruit that's produced within Georgia.
And I will go back to the definition of farm winery.
as we have it. And it says in our definition, the Georgia wines, let me see where. In 485A, maybe that's not right there, but it says, as well as wines produced or shipped from out of state as permitted under state law in an approved tasting room. So we do have that permissibility for out of state wines.
Okay, and we did make that accommodation then where people don't have to just sell wine produced in Georgia at a Georgia winery. They can actually, a farm winery we've allowed them to be able to sell wines from out of state.
Says it a couple of times, wine produced or shipped from out of state permitted under state law for consumption on premises.
Can I, go ahead, Stacy, you have,
I was just going to mention, I believe that the original definition of farm winery had Georgia wines only, and we changed that.
Modified it for ours. And I think we did that specifically for the one existing farm winery that we have to give additional flexibility so they're not dependent just on Georgia farm wines. So that is the way the current license reads, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we do allow that.
okay, I'm going to step in here for a second. This is obviously rather complicated and important. It's almost like, and Ken, your help, and Steve and staff, it's almost like we have 6 different agenda items. It'd be really nice if we could break them down and discuss and vote on each. I don't know that you can do that.
Absolutely.
So I'm almost going to suggest maybe we start from the beginning of the presentation and discuss them. And if we can get your legal guidance, Ken, on just how to do that, if that makes more sense to the council. So rather than get
Absolutely.
confused and talking about this and trying to make a motion here on that.
That'd be good.
So,
Well, what I would recommend, Mr. Mayor and Bernadette, is that it just be divided up into a series of bites that make the most sense. I mean, the purpose of dividing it up into multiple motions and multiple subject areas is to create a good record that best manifests the will of the council. And so, Mr. Mayor, I think your intervention is appropriate here because we're going to end up having something so unwieldy that we're going to create a record that's going to be hard to follow. So I'll have to turn to you, Bernadette, and just say we need to make it into manageable areas where the council can then debate it, make your motion.
yeah, and almost let's just start with the first part and we'll discuss that. And council wants to vote on that and then we'll.
There were some other minor changes that aren't directly called out in this presentation, but are called out in the staff memo. So I will also try to round out those to bring them back into the conversation as well as we go through.
Okay.
The simplest place to start would be the advertising. If council's in favor of reintroducing advertising for all new licenses. So that would be an actual license as required under the law.
Fine.
And what is that? And then really that just allows the transparency and, the public, everybody to know. It's not necessarily putting a burden on the existing license holders. It's just communicating that.
It would be new licenses, so renewals would not be included. So
Okay,
existing
we'll make
license
sure
holders won't
renewals
be
are not.
impacted.
Okay.
Anyone coming in new after this evening would be required. I went back here to the license types that we have. These are the actual license types you receive, and so they would be required.
So that this would be similar to what we used to see where you'd have a posting. If anybody's applying for a new alcohol license, whether it's liquor, wine, beer, whatever for sales, it would be posted so that anybody in that passes by or the public are aware of it. So if they had a concern or they wanted to voice, they would be able to see it and then it would be posted on the meeting agenda for approval or
Correct,
review.
as well as the newspaper. So if they
Right,
aren't
okay,
driving by,
that's
they
it.
see it in the newspaper
So
as well.
this will just do a visual on the property, which is what we did not have.
Yes.
Correct?
We used to have both. This is
Right.
exactly, I took the language and just changed treasurer to city manager, trying to be in configuration with the way the new ordinance was written, and everything was how we used to have it, and we're looking to bring it back. It is no longer required by the state, is why it was removed, to be consistent with some of the other surrounding jurisdictions that started removing it. And it's been quite a few years, and so we're just looking for guidance to say if we'd like to see it back.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Just a clarification on, for example, wineries. If they applied in addition to their wine, if they wanted to come back and apply for beer and liquor, that would significantly change the license and that would have to be advertised, correct?
Yes, would they be allowed to have that? They currently cannot do that, but should you allow a license type such as consumption on premise of beer at a farm winery, that establishment, any establishment would have to come back and apply for that. They couldn't just renew and add in a new license type. Just as any of the businesses that want to do Sunday sales or want to do the ancillary tasting or the catering can't just add that on, tack it onto a renewal. They'd have to come back before you to get those licenses.
So under this new, because that didn't happen before, but it didn't happen before because we did away with our notification.
Correct.
So under this notification, which thank you very much for reinstating it, because I think the community and the adjacent property owners, anytime a license is applied for, especially in a neighborhood type setting, they are at least owed the courtesy of being made aware. So I support this as it reads with that understanding that new licenses would be applied for and notification would be set.
Okay, so Ken, so basically in general, we just take this screen with the Chapter 4 type licenses and discuss this item and make a decision on this?
That's correct. I think that would be appropriate. And again, the key is going to be to make sure the clerk and Bernadette understands exactly what ground we're covering in each motion.
Okay.
Make sure that we can modify the code appropriately when we.
This was pretty simple because this page, right, of the presentation.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, Peyton.
I said I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, anybody else? If not, I'll open up for a motion.
You okay, Joe?
Anybody else
Well,
have- somebody else comment first. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't know if it's my job just to be on the other side of things, but the way I remember this, we didn't get a lot of participation when we were sending out notifications. There would be the occasional, somebody would want to know about something, but our rules and regulations behind who can get an alcohol license of any sort are pretty steadfast. And one of the things that I take a lot of comfort in is when you make your presentations about these things, Bernadette, you always say the applicant abides by all of the rules and regulations associated with such a license. So to me, the work that we're doing as a city to make sure that we only give licenses to places that have the option to have the license and it makes sense and it follows all the guidelines that we've got set up both at a city and, whatever level, I always feel really good about that. And even though I'm all for transparency, I mean, let's let everybody at the city that lives in the city know this is happening. We do that at the meeting when these things come up. So the only thing we're really missing is sort of the advanced warning where we weren't getting a lot of people engaged in those discussions. And so to me, this was sort of a save money, save time kind of a measure to not have that notice. So it's not that I'm trying to be less transparent. I'm just trying to be more expeditious, let's say. So that would be my only input. But I'm if the rest of the council doesn't see it that way, I'm okay.
Anybody else?
No, I was actually going to go to your point because we actually do this exact same thing with the planning commission with the plats, where it's almost just like a courtesy notice to the neighbors. Say, hey, if you got any issues, just call city staff. And so, but I understand your point exactly. I think over the last 15 years, we've had some things change, I guess. So I'm okay with the public notice.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, no harm to have the notice and let people have a little more awareness of it. Okay, I'll open up for a motion.
Wait, I just want to make sure I understand what the motion is. Can you go back to?
Can you put the screen? Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we should just look that screen up. So it would, sorry, Councilmember Bentley, go ahead and ask your question.
I thought it was.
Go back.
I thought it was the.
One
all the
more.
Oh, back to the
licenses.
license types. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, that's what I want to make
Yeah,
sure.
that's what we're discussing.
Okay, so we're making a motion on section 4-70, is that correct? And so these.
Well, can I step in for one moment? It's section 4-36 would be the newly added section regarding advertising required for the license types under 470.
These are just the types here. and
Okay,
then-
that's what I want to make sure of.
It's
So
4-36.
4-36 is the newly added section number
Can you
if you're
go
in
to
the
that?
actual redlined ordinance
Okay,
that didn't exist before that we put back in.
okay.
And so these license types would now require a advertisement
Okay.
before they came before you.
So the motion is to approve section 4-36 as amended. Is that right? I mean,
Yeah, as added, yep.
for,
Can you
wait,
put that up?
Read what it-
You slide back to the 4
Let's not do that.
You want me to pull up the redlined ordinance?
Yeah,
We need it, yeah.
that's where I'm going.
Absolutely.
I thought you had a slide that had that on there.
I do, but I'll probably just prefer to pull up the actual red line so we don't have any interpretation.
It'll give you the clear motion.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
On a little bit of a delay here. Okay. So 4-36, notice requirements
24.
would be the section that we were talking about currently, which is to include posting on the premises as well as publication and the associated fees in Appendix A, I would say.
okay. I'm comfortable with that. I can,
Ken, are you good with?
I am, and
First
the
step.
city manager and I were just talking about it. I mean, a motion to approve section 436 as displayed would be in order.
Okay, I'll open up for that motion if desired.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. And Ken, just feel free to correct me if I'm going in the wrong direction. So I would like to make a motion to approve 4-36 as displayed and amended regarding the posting and publication, including Appendix A.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion as read by Councilmember Jameson for approval with a second from Councilmember Morag. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Bernadette, if you want to go to the next section, we'll try to identify that.
And I recommend, Bern, that we toggle back and forth between the slide where you have it, and then we'll get into the code.
Certainly, so I will start with a slide. Need like a partner up here. It's a very complicated dance. Okay. So the next section would be those liquor selling establishments. We have language added talking about requirement of a warrant, again clarifying that that warrant would be more closely defined in Chapter 64 to explain that it would be both consumption on premises as well as off premises. So that will come with the edits to Chapter 64 and would apply to establishments after that was finished, as well as adding the prohibition of sales inside liquor selling establishments to include tobacco, CBD, vape products, lottery tickets, games of chance, and video games. 1 second, I'm going to get that exact code section up on the red line.
Are those the same code section?
Nope, every one of them has a different code section.
Then let's split those up if we could.
I absolutely will. I'm pulling it up in Word so then I can. It's going to be 4-102. So let me find 4-102. Excellent. Glad that worked. So here we have 4-102. Again, the exact red lines, liquor selling establishments must be in compliance with Chapter 64, including the requirement of a warrant. Again, that would be defined in Chapter 64 as off-premise and on-premise, and may not sell or offer to sell those following products.
Just a question, what precipitated us wanting to make the change of these specific things? And then can you tell us existing, I think we have 3 liquor stores within our city? What actually of these items do they currently sell?
Absolutely. So we had started seeing this language in some other ordinances as we were doing comparisons. So when we came before you, and we were also adding this language in some of the warrants as community development was going through each warrant process. When we came before you, we said, hey, would you rather see a blanket statement? And we received feedback from council that that would be of interest. And then Councilmember Longoria asked us, do any current establishments currently do this? And my immediate response was, I don't think so. But then we had code enforcement go out and check. I may have even said no. Council to go check and make sure before we had impacted them. And we currently have 5 liquor selling package stores, liquor by Milton's definition, meaning distilled spirits.
Okay.
And in those, all 5 do currently sell tobacco products, and 1 also sells lottery tickets and scratch-off tickets.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Bernadette, in the future definition of liquor selling establishments, that will be any establishment that sells distilled spirits, not just package establishments.
Right, so that would be when Chapter 64 goes through CCIM, Planning Commission, back before council, that change would be made, and we can't apply that until we have that guidance on that item. So right now, it's just package stores as has been interpreted through the past 15 years.
So Ken, what happens to these, if we were to pass this, what happens to the 5 liquor stores that we have today that are already selling these products?
They'll need to stop next year.
Okay, so their capability to continue business as usual elapses with the renewal of their license?
Their license, their expectation to have that license is an annual basis.
Right.
And every time the city modifies its alcohol code, if you want to get a license for the next year, you've got to comply with the new requirements. Period.
Ken, I have a follow-up to that. So if it's allowed by warrant.
That's a zoning concept, but yes, I understand your point.
Okay, so if it's allowed by warrant, any new businesses that want to open a liquor store, can we then prohibit it in that warrant?
Prohibit what, Councilmember Jameson?
Do what?
Prohibit what?
Prohibit these products for any new business that comes up.
Need to.
Oh, so you're saying okay, that's what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to get at is I know the reason why we have it in here.
Right.
And I don't think we should, make these establishments that have probably been in Milton for X number of years, been doing it. And, because I think we have it in here because there was that liquor store that was going to come into Crabapple.
Right.
And they sold us a high-end liquor store. And we're like, oh, we love a high-end liquor store, but please don't sell vape products and lotto tickets and stuff like that, I think. So.
Right. Well, my follow-up question
I
is going to
understand.
be, what is it about these products? Now, I get this CBD thing because that's still, in my mind, not quite ready for prime time. And the vape products, we've already gone on record to say that we don't want that kind of sales in Milton. But the other things, the video games, the tobacco, those don't seem to be, on our hit list anywhere else. So why at liquor stores?
This is just the common language we had seen in some of the other ordinances.
So if we wanted to
And-
whittle that down to just CBD or vape products, we could do that.
You can do that. I would like when Ken comes back to clarify what I believe Councilmember Jameson was saying was if you struck this from 4 and allowed it to continue in the existing, but removed it via warrants moving forward. Could you do that? Is that kind of what you were
Yeah,
saying?
I think the question was moving forward for any new establishment, can you restrict it within the warrant?
I'm going to rephrase that to kind
Yeah.
of make sure we get that clarification.
And just keep in mind, warrants are specific to form-based code, so administrative variances.
So if
Okay.
we were to include in Chapter 64 and in this section, requirement of a warrant or administrative variance, so that would cover all of our commercial areas that a liquor selling establishment could be in, strike B today. So the current establishments could continue to allow that, but then prohibit it through the warrant or administrative variance moving forward for all new establishments. Is that what I understood?
There'd be no math this evening. Yeah, we could do it that way as well. I mean, you're talking about 2 regulatory schemes. You're talking about your zoning code, you're talking about your alcohol code. So if you want to take off the 1, 2, 3, and 4 by way of the warrant, as opposed to in the alcohol code, yes, you could do that, which would, of course, then allow those existing liquor stores to continue with these product lines.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what or at least that's what my intent is, because, when someone comes to us that wants to do this, high-end package store, and we're all fine with, we just don't want to turn over, change hands, and all of a sudden it turns into selling vape products and stuff.
It would just be, it's going to be a little discordant because you're going to have then 2 different liquor stores in the city of Milton. One, you understand that?
Yeah, and and maybe it's something that we look at in the future, and maybe we just talk about it in our form-based code areas or something. I don't know. Just thinking.
So let me make sure I understand what you're trying to do. The existing businesses that are selling some of these, but not necessarily all of these things.
Right.
You want to allow them to continue indefinitely?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then anything new coming in, though, won't be able to have.
No, I was saying that we could allow it by warrant, maybe. It was just a thought. I'm not going to die on that cross. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, well, first of all, we already established, Bernadette, that the existing businesses are not selling all of these things. They're selling some of these things.
The feedback I got from code enforcement is as such.
So if it's our intent to not compromise the existing businesses, we could abbreviate the list and still accommodate our initial intent, where you accommodate the business that is in business today.
Right.
And you leave it at, you don't make any other changes. We still strike, if it's video games or in games of chance, is that the same as lottery tickets, games of chance?
And I don't, video games sounds like.
No,
something
that's
different.
game, those are typically the electronic
Oh, the
amusements.
electronic, okay.
Yeah.
So we don't have any of those things today. You put those in here, but you, as prohibited, and the other things that are existing today, you let those businesses continue with that.
Yeah, so I guess was it to,
Yeah.
Lottery tickets.
no?
I mean, again, if we add this language in our code, then any entity that comes in for a renewal that meets the definition of a liquor selling establishment will have to comply with this new requirement.
So to go to Councilmember Longoria's point is maybe you just strike what is not being done anyway and make it clean, so.
Right. I guess, I don't understand how we got tobacco on there. I know some people don't like tobacco. It seems like that's a common product that you would buy, cigars or whatever, within a liquor store. Lottery tickets, we have at gas stations and all different places. The others, games of chance, where you could gamble at the place, or video games, I'm okay with taking that and taking CBD and vape products. Because we have talked about vape products at length and said that because of the impact potentially to health and youth, that was one of the reasons we said this isn't the type of product that we want in our stores.
So to make it clean, maybe that's exactly what we do. We just get rid of vape, video games, games of chance.
And CBD.
CBD. Good with CBD.
Not get rid of it, actually list it.
I was just going to say, let's
Actually
leave
keep it
on
in.
CBD and
What?
vape products
Actually keep
as
those
as
things in, you
prohibited.
don't get rid of them.
I guess, yeah. So to keep it clean, you keep tobacco in lottery tickets. Because that's
As
what's current-
allowed.
Yeah, as allowed.
But this is to say may not sell.
Keep-
So you actually are
keep it in.
striking,
Correct.
you're striking the things that you want to keep.
Correct.
You're listing the
Correct,
things you
exactly.
don't want to have.
And again, if we a year from now see, oh, we've made great strides in CBD and it's controlled, and we want to consider that, we can always add that back at that time. Is
Because
that
it's not
correct,
affecting
Ken?
any business
Yes, sir.
now, I guess.
You could add any of these back at some future time, or up to you.
Take some out.
Okay, so council,
All right.
comments on that, or clear on the direction you're looking at that? Okay. Do we
You're
want
making that motion.
Yeah, Jim.
Yeah. So I would make a motion that we approve, or that we adopt the changes to section 4-102 liquor selling establishments, but edit the prohibited list of products to include CBD products or vape products only.
Games of chance. and
Well,
video.
I think those are already in place today. That was my understanding, that there are already places that have those.
I think we have lottery tickets. I don't
Lottery
believe we found any.
tickets.
Okay, I
Scratch
misunderstood then.
We're thinking, when we're talking about games of chance, talking about kind of those, and that kind of dovetails with video games. It's where people are sitting down playing poker. and-
We got to be careful, can't let anybody play Zelda, if, you
I
know.
don't think they're talking
Yeah.
about that.
That's what they're talking about.
So we just.
I know, it was being funny.
I'm attempting to do what I think you're saying, so if I'm not right. let
Right,
me
so,
know on this.
so I want section B to list the following: CBD or vape products, games of chance, and video games.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so have a motion from Councilmember Longoria with a second by Councilmember Morick. Any discussion?
Can I make a clarification to
Yes.
just say warrants or administrative variances, as we talked about, if you would like to see this also in the Birmingham Crossroads area?
Correct.
Yeah, to see this application of prohibited things.
Correct.
We just trying to
You don't
keep
wanna
this
see
simple
these
and just
things.
say
You
any
wanna
liquor
prohibit
stores,
these
we don't
things.
We want to make
these
sure
things.
that,
Yeah.
so which
We want to make sure
we
that
want
it's
to
a,
make
that it's
sure
a
that all areas
universal
of the city
application.
are treated the same.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes.
So that includes,
That makes
that
sense.
requires one more addition to the language that suggests administrative variance.
Because it's not
With this
form-based
warrants.
code.
Correct, because it's not form-based code everywhere.
And make them consistent.
Correct?
Okay.
Administrative variance is because it's not form-based code in Birmingham Crossroads.
Correct. You've got the rural Milton overlay and the Birmingham Crossroads
Yep.
overlay there.
So
both
we
of which would
added-
require at
do we
least
need-
an administrative variance.
We don't need to add any more language. That's why those two things are in there in the first place, right?
I think that Bernadette was just making mention of, in addition to the warrant, include the language of administrative variance that were covered in the Crossroads as well. Is that fair?
Support that.
Yes.
We just talked about it in the essence of a warrant. They're very specific to only 2 districts, and if you wanted to include it in all, you would have to say as well as administrative variances.
And there are other sporadic commercially zoned parcels throughout the city.
Okay, so
Right, and others under consideration for the future that we want to make sure.
Wouldn't it be fair, Mr. Mayor, to interpret 4102 as amended, A must be in compliance? The way I read A is you just got to have your zoning in order.
right.
That's the way I read A. You got to have your zoning in order. If there's a warrant required, you got to have that. If it's not required, you don't have to have one. And then there's the list of exemptions for
Right.
product lines.
So do we
Right.
exclude the term warrant as well?
Strike the including to.
I think the warrant requirement is infused within 64. I think it's redundant. We want your zoning in order, and then you can't sell these product lines. And that's it.
Okay. Rick, you're going to have to withdraw your second.
Okay, I withdraw so you can amend.
Okay, so I move that we adopt section 4-102 liquor selling establishments as displayed on the screen right now.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Longoria as read, along with the screen that's in front of us right now with the CBD or vape products, with a second from Councilmember Morag. Everyone clear on that?
Mhm.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Yeah. These 2 sections are in reference to, and they are specifically redlined right here, but I can go back to the red lines just to confirm, that alcohol consumption near a retail package store. It's very specific to talking about not being able to drink alcohol within 100 feet of any retail store where alcohol beverages are sold by the package. That seemed a little bit in conflict with the spirit of the open container district. So we added this clarification, especially for our enforcement side, to understand that there is an exception for those areas as outlined in 4-108, the open container areas in the city's special districts. I'll go to the patio sales as well, and then we'll jump back over to the ordinance. 4-153, again, it had this caveat making the establishment have to write a separate application approved by city manager to get patio sales. We are making the clarification that the patios would be approved by zoning, clearly for the use, and they're also within the open container districts. So as long as they're still the conditions, we have the right under the conditions by the city manager to deem them appropriate, but we don't need to make them have separate application for it. That's just removing the application language. Does that make sense to everybody?
Mhm.
Yep.
It's a single application.
That first one was 4-
152.
helping me, Tammy, and I don't hear. 152, thank you.
152.
Okay. Of course, it won't work that way right now. I'm trying, guys, I promise. So 4-152. They're right near each other. So there's, again, clearly one red line as we had before, just adding that exception for the open container restrictions, and clearly that one strikeout. Yep. So if you want to vote for those together as 4-152 and 4-153 as amended, if you would like to see that happen.
That a motion would be in order to approve as displayed 4152, 4153.
Mayor, I move that we adopt section 4-152 and section 4-153 as prepared.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion as read by Councilmember Longoria with a second from Councilmember Jameson. Staff clear on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
So the next section should be the section of hours of sales. I'm going to go back to the red line. I think it'll be easier to see than just going by this slide here.
Agreed.
That's 4-125. All right, here we are. So I'm going to go through them and show where the changes occur. We just struck restaurants from C to clarify that eating establishments and limited service restaurants would have different hours should you approve them. And those hours for the limited service restaurant as they are currently written would be Monday through Saturday, 9 to 11. Clarified that BYOB and ancillary are two different license types, so we just gave them their own hour section. Again, I'll go right through it. For bring your own beverage would be Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. until 1 hour before close, and Sundays 11 a.m. to 1 hour before close, but no later than 10, if the establishment qualifies as an eating establishment. So you could bring your bottle of wine into those establishments, wine or beer, not distilled spirits, in those hours. And we're just stating again, and may be redundant, that if the establishment does not qualify as an eating establishment, alcoholic beverages may not be brought into the premise of the establishment by patrons on Sundays. Under new section E, adding manufacturer's license, as it was not clarified anywhere else in the ordinance at the time.
Brenda, before you go on, can I ask a question about the BYOB?
Absolutely.
Is the intent here is to allow that, should either of those establishments choose to allow that? You as a patron don't get the choice.
That's
It's up to
correct.
the establishment to determine whether or not they will allow you to bring in your own alcohol.
This is a license type that the establishment would have to permit this to occur.
It's not by consumer
Yep.
choice, it's by establishment choice. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And as manufacturers' licenses did not have a section before, when we heard some feedback about no food, we would just clarify that any activities of that manufacturing license would fall under these hours that are with the other establishments that don't have food. And then finally, we pointed to 485 Farm Winery section for those hours as they were already listed there cleanly. I can go back to 485 now if everyone's comfortable with this section, so you can see those hours again before we vote.
I have a question, Bernadette.
Absolutely.
So what were the hours on limited service restaurants prior? Oh, right there.
They would have been under restaurant, which would have been the same as eating establishments, 9 a.m. to 2 a.m., Monday through Saturday. They would not have qualified under state law for the Sunday license, so I won't bother you with those hours.
Okay.
The question I would have, Ken, how would we, with an existing application, whether you want to call it sunsetting or whatever, how would we handle that? I mean, I guess, one, the council could vote, just change the hours back to the way they were, but not sure if the council's interested in that, or have some discussion on that, or if we should separate that out somehow.
I'm comfortable with going C and D, having the same time parameters like the way we had it before. I don't know why we would differentiate between those two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'd like to hear what legal has to say about an existing license. Rather than offering it to open, why are we inviting more if there's only one application that falls under that at this point?
Why is it a bad thing?
Can
Because
I
I'm not
just-
sure that that's what the community is interested in.
Can I
Let's
just
one at a
interject?
time.
I think we have two components of this. One is the time, the
Mhm.
other is the percent
Exactly.
of food or alcohol to food.
Yep.
So I think we need, if we want to try to take it at the same time, we're going to be jumping back and forth.
Yep.
I understand your concern. You're saying, do we want to continue to have more 70-30, which is close to a bar? Do we make an exception for the one applicant who we in fact already had offered that or talked to them about coming in? And And I could say I could probably even be potentially comfortable with that. But I don't think you want to necessarily limit this to have them closed at 11 and not be able to be open on Sunday.
Yeah.
Similar to restaurants. I don't know why we would restrict that.
Well, let me ask you a simple way to do that. Ken, if I'm reading the comments, and we change the hours back to the way they were, and then, but then make, change the code to where after, I know right now we've got a moratorium, so after 2022, anything in 22 would have a different, whether it's or throw a review or change, or have the lower hours or whatever, something out in the future, so people would have what they expect when they, they'd know what they expect.
Yeah, you've got all kinds of options. So if the council's objective is to honor a business that is licensed this year with the more elongated hours, right, of 2 a.m., but then shut it down so that no new businesses can get that same accommodation in 2022, you can do that. General Assembly does it all the time. Shuts the door and only allows a certain sort of activity to continue to be renewed. If you want that, I've just jotted down some language while we're talking. If you want to do that, we can do that.
Carol and Joe have,
Ken, may I ask the applicant a question? Is that appropriate?
It's perfectly appropriate if the council has a question during deliberations to ask an individual to come up, answer the discrete question, sit back down. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay with that?
I just want to make sure that we're asking, I think for clarification, if there's something really important, we absolutely should do that.
Okay.
But I also want to put a caution on that, is that we're not legislating this evening for a single establishment, we're legislating for the good of Milton. And we need to be reminding ourselves of that when you don't legislate for the good of one, you legislate for the good of all. And so we need to be careful when we make that measure, that we're measuring for the good of all.
Well, I think I'm very mindful of that, but I also think we have a situation where a business was led by us under a set of circumstances.
Yep.
So I think it
You bet.
warrants a conversation with the business applicant to explore a few things. So could I ask you to come up, please, for a moment? Thank you.
My address, it's Billy Allen, 3000 Heritage Way. Before you ask the questions, I want to add something.
let me, Ken, just
Oh, I
real
can't.
quick.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I don't know that this is.
It is only a time for question. It is only a time
Yeah,
for a question
yeah.
from the council and then an answer from the individual if they would like to
Right,
answer.
and
You're not under compulsion to answer anything, of course.
Yes, sir, thank you. Yes, sir, thank
So,
you.
Mr. Allen, here's my question. I'll
Yes,
be
ma'am.
very succinct. Is there a reason why you picked the 70-30, and is that immovable? Could you be a 50-50?
Not and survive with the business footprint of live entertainment. I'm not planning not to sell food. If anyone has noticed or seen my next door application, I just posted 2 very extensive menus that are powerfully chef driven. You don't have beef Wellington here. You don't have grilled Caesar spears. You don't have, so in answer to your question, I do intend to sell food the entire time I'm open.
No, I understand that,
Okay,
but is there a
if I
reason?
don't, if I have to go back to 50-50, or if I have to go back to limited time, I simply can't afford the entertainment. It won't work.
Okay, I'm trying to take the time off the table.
Okay,
Okay, and say 2
did I
a.m.
not answer you
But
correctly?
then
I'm
my
sorry.
question is could you, do you have particular history in your industry that 50-50 would not be viable? Food
Do I
to
have
beverage.
particular history in my industry that 50-50 would not be viable? Yes. As I stated when I came here originally, again, in trying to sell food, I need the guarantee of being able to sell more alcohol than food simply because it's less labor intense.
Yeah, I understand
The
that.
profit margin is there for it. and it fits the equation of everything that I am trying to do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much.
Could I ask one more question, Mr. Allen?
Yes, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay, just, I guess, looking at a different percentage, you definitely said you can't do a 50-50. In this industry, is 60-40 doable, or does it have to be 70-30 from your experience?
70-30 is my experience, and it's my knowledge. It's 37 years of doing this 17 times successfully on different levels. I know exactly what I need to do and how to do it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a question. Can I ask this of, I'm sorry, wouldn't be for you, it'd be for Bob Buscemi. Could I ask him a question?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you
very
again
much.
for your
Thank
time.
you.
I appreciate it.
So my question relates to surrounding areas and our newly adopted alcohol ordinance that has gone from 70 to 30. We are now the only city in the area that has that percentage. And so, as I recall, we got several applications in that fell into the limited service restaurant category. And so at that point, we instituted the moratorium, and that is for all across Milton, correct?
That is correct.
Yep.
There's a 60-40 now.
Pardon?
Moratorium was 60-40.
The license applications we were getting in were 60-40
Yes.
type. The only 70-30 we've currently experienced is Mr. Allen.
Okay, so when when the applicant comes in, they state their ratio?
Or, I'm sorry, Bob.
Go ahead. We do. Yes.
We'll tag team this
No,
together.
that's how-
So in the alcohol application, we specifically ask about ratios to see where they fall for an alcohol license. We also coordinate with community development regarding any establishments that have liquor and other breweries, things like that that require warrants under form-based code.
So can they fluctuate since the bar is 70-30? Or when they apply at 60-40, is that what they have to abide by?
So the way it works is your average over the course of a year. So any given day to day or hour to hour, they can't do. So we're asking your average intent of sales and what your average response would be if should we audit your books on what your sales ratio would be. So for example, we talked about this, you couldn't just meet 50-50 on Sunday to get Sunday sales. You'd have to be a 50-50 across the year to qualify for Sunday sales.
Okay. So, okay, that's helpful. I didn't know this, and so it's great to understand it. Here are my thoughts on this. I was uncomfortable when we adopted Chapter 4 with this ratio. I asked specifically the consultant what other cities had that ratio. I think we got Atlanta and Savannah. And so from that time, I was concerned, but then the reality hasn't really come to us until we see these applications that have come in. And while we say that bars aren't allowed in Milton, we're getting really close to having bar-like establishments. So I'm fine with 2 a.m., but that is with the 50-50 because I know what that looks like. That's all around us in cities that are thriving. And I think that's something that I would support. So 2 a.m. And I know that we're talking about times here, but I can't separate the two. So.
Paul?
Bernadette, the application that is before us with the 70-30, is that for 7 nights a week to 2 a.m.?
So a 70-30 can only be Monday through Saturday for alcohol sales. He could open his establishment on Sundays for food and live entertainment without alcohol and consumption on site.
Yeah, where I'm struggling is one of our citizens put together a terrific chart showing us what the surrounding communities have. And 99% of it is 50-50. I also took it upon myself to look at a lot of establishments in the surrounding areas for Milton and Crabapple, Alpharetta, Avalon, and Roswell. I looked at 36 different locations, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4 that are open at midnight, either up to midnight or until 2. 100% of the others, so 32 are typically closing at 10 or 11. So I know that the community there's been a vocal community, and I'm not sure how much of the community it represents, is vocal about trying to establish a later night opportunity here. I don't know if we're opening a door too wide to how many when there are so few that exists in 1, 2, 3, 4 different business areas, or 5 if you count Milton as a whole: Crabapple, Alpharetta, Avalon, and Roswell. So it's troubling to me that we're looking at that late with a 70-30. And I get the fact, Mr. Allen, that it's a unusual or different, not unusual, but different concept. And we have to have that consideration. So I'm just stating concerns. I don't have a conclusion at the moment.
Let me, I see concerns, and I have that, again, we had an existing ordinance, and I feel like we need to honor that, at least for those who came before us. And I also, and council may or may not agree with me on that, but then also I see a concern moving forward, open up Pandora's box and having 10 more applications like this. Is there a way to limit it in the future? I mean, number one, you could scratch the 70-30, I think, all together. Or you could, is there a legal way to have a warrant or somewhere it's a special, it could be brought up to council. And again, I'm not going to be here, but the future council, the existing and future council can relook at something if they felt that there was a good need and it fit the community was happy with it. Is that an option?
Yes. I mean, again, I'll go back to what I stated with respect to, the temporal authorization of the alcohol license. It is a year-to-year license. There is no expectation that will have necessarily the right to get it again, because the council reserves the right, as every council and board of commissioners in the state of Georgia does, to modify the terms and conditions upon which alcohol will be authorized for sale in the jurisdiction. So really, from my perspective, Milton is right now hitting upon two things. One is your regulatory muscle. You have a lot of it in this area. The second, of course, is just basic concepts of fairness. That is another issue altogether. But my point simply is, this is one of those things where if you wanted to try something on for size, you would have the right to do that, see how it works, see if there's a problem, and then you could restrain it in 2022, should you want to.
But I'm not sure I'm not sure if that's hitting the point. My point is, there's the option to take the whole limited service, establishment 70-30 off the books totally.
Yes.
Or if council wanted to leave it on there, but have it to where it's not by right, it's got an extra step where it has to go through a warrant or vetting process or whatever. If there's any desire for that. I don't know if that gets more complicated or not.
Yeah, once we start talking about, though, if I may, because I want to answer that. Once we start talking about, though, establishing a particular use from a land use perspective in a particular area, and you start talking about things like best interests of the citizens and things, that's the language of zoning. That's the language of Chapter 64. My position is, though, with respect to alcohol regs, you come up with a set of criteria, and that if individuals meet those criteria, they're going to get that license. And so if we need to look out to the warrant process to give the council, for instance, more teeth that, the limited use restaurant in the zoning context is only available in certain zoning codes with a warrant, that's fine. We could do that. But then when that same business trots in to get their alcohol license, it's a box checking exercise. They check the boxes, they're going to get to engage in that activity. I think Councilmember Jameson, you mentioned it was not unlike the plat process that sometimes seems like a rubber stamp. I'm not going to say a complete rubber stamp. It's not quite that limited, but it's close. And the law is fairly clear in this sort of a regulatory scheme. They want some finality and some certainty.
But I think you were saying in the zoning process, it would have to get a warrant, but that may not cover it.
No, it would, because obviously if you don't give them the warrant, they're not doing the use at all. So you've sort of, you've preempted the whole reason to even talk about alcohol.
Okay, Carol, Joe, and then
So
maybe
just to be very clear, okay? Hypothetically speaking, if we had an applicant who was far down the path with a bar, which I very much would prefer not to have in the city of Milton, but if we did have said applicant, could that be if we granted that exemption because of what the applicant did based on the city's so-called word, could that be the end of it?
I believe that you could. I believe that you could basically draft this limited service restaurant regulation such that you would basically shut it down for 2022, but you would indicate that anyone that had received one prior to December 31st of 2021 could continue to get a renewal.
Okay.
Again, statutes do this all the time where they sort of lock the door.
Council in 2022 to bring this back up to add to I'm not saying they'd want to, but just in case council, city saw a need somewhere else, they could relook at it, correct? If they took that out. So, to me, that may, well, I'll go ahead, you guys.
Mayor, I guess the thing that, to me, we seem to be missing in this equation it's what makes up a 70-30 scenario. We seem to be scared of it as if it's a place where all you do is drink, right? And somehow that's got to be bad. In reality, it has to do what the experience is or what the product is that the establishment is selling. The establishment isn't selling dinner. They're selling something more than dinner, okay? And if I'm going to engage a customer for 3 hours or 4 hours, which is a lot longer than the average restaurant customer stays at a restaurant, I've got to give them something else. I can't just expect them to continue eating chips or rolls or something like that, right? That's not going to do it. So we're trying to provide some level of establishment where if we don't have that ability, then this is just not going to happen. It won't work. We've already heard, a person who's very familiar with this business say, hey, if you don't give that to us, then it's going to be difficult for us to make that happen. Now, are we the ones that should be telling our citizens what kind of establishment they have available to them? Or should we be letting our citizens tell us what works and what doesn't? Because I guarantee you, if we open this up and offer it and the citizens don't want it, then it's not going to go anywhere. They're going to close down. They're not going to succeed. Now, if we do give them the chance and they do succeed, what have we done? Have we done something that was bad for the city? I don't think so. The thing that I've always been amazed at is that our citizens make good decisions when given the opportunity to make those decisions, and they give us good feedback. And this is the kind of thing that, we all learned in college. It's the market dynamic, right? It's letting the customer decide where they want to spend their money and how they want to spend their money. So I don't see this as being particularly problematic. I see this as, we need to remind ourselves that 70-30 doesn't represent just this overconsumption of alcohol. It represents a much more protracted engagement between a customer and a restaurant vendor.
And I think that's why we looked at it originally when we had this ordinance.
Right, and we had the faith to go ahead and say 70-30 made sense, so why not stick to it?
Right.
Yeah, well, I think part of it is the fear of the unknown. This hasn't happened yet. This is the first time This is the first establishment. That's why I think we're deliberating over this. It's not, and I think we do need to take a hard look at the hours of operation. I guess I'm okay with making it a little bit, going back to what we had before. I'll give you an example. I saw a lot of social media posts talking about Old Blind Dog and what they had, what hours they had. They've been around for a while. They've been pretty successful. Everybody's hurt in the restaurant industry, been hurt with COVID and the shutdown and trying to get workers to work. So that's a challenge. But I talked to the owner of the Old Blind Dog and I said, what are your hours? His current hours, he's closed on Monday. They are open Tuesday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. They're open Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. They're open Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. They're open Friday, 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. They're open Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. And they're open Sunday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Nowhere are they saying that they want to stay open, because for them, and I used to frequent that area. I knew I would be there sometimes working on things late. They never stayed open till 2. That established did not, even though they're allowed to. The market drove that they didn't have the customers there so for them, they made the decision of what makes sense for their business. Even though they still, under our ordinance, can stay open till 2 a.m., they choose to close at an hour that makes sense for their business. So I guess I'm open to allowing, at least when we're starting right now, allow the hours that we originally quoted to the applicant and see, you can always look if there's a problem or if it's not working for this establishment, then we can come back and we can say, hold it, this has been problematic. Now, if we want to look at the limited service restaurant, what we want for the future, what type of percentage of food and alcohol, then that to me is a separate topic, because we actually sort of courted to bring someone in. So I think it's a good idea to at least let's see how this goes. And again, I'm comfortable going back to what the original hours were. And then I'm sure Mr. Allen will decide if it's not working, staying out till 2 a.m., he's probably going to change his hours to say, okay, I'm open till midnight, but give him the flexibility. And then we will have the chance to observe, is it problematic? Because we still, I guess that's my view on this. I still understand the concern about the percent of alcohol in food compared to all our neighbors. This is, as Joe had said, this is a little bit different type of an establishment, because we're talking about entertainment as well as fine food. I am not interested in having a lot of bars where there's limited food and that's the main focus. But I think this is a little bit different concept, because in fact, it does involve entertainment as well as food and alcohol.
And I'll just add one thing. I think then, Paul, you had a comment, but and just from a layman's term, I understand that you need the 70-30 versus 50-50, because a regular restaurant, you're selling food and alcohol, but then you've got your overhead costs. If you're having entertainment, you're paying thousands of dollars for entertainment, but you're maybe not getting a direct return on that. You've got to sell more profitable, which is alcohol or whatever, to care of that. But Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, I think that we're dealing with, at the moment, an anomaly that is unfamiliar to any of us here in Milton. Doesn't mean it's not going to work here. It's just different than what we have been comfortable with historically. And we've got a chart that shows this mix, and this type of establishment doesn't exist here or anywhere near here. We were pitched a couple of weeks ago by a member of the business community here that in order to compete, we had to consider 2 o'clock, because in order for Crabapple to compete, we had to be open until 2. Well, I've got a chart that shows otherwise. There are only 5 establishments in all of our greater community that stay open that late, and the majority of them close much earlier. So again, it's a comfort zone thing for me about what is the unfamiliar going to do versus where in our wheelhouse, it's easier to say yes. I'd like to explore the concept. I think that the applicant came to us in good faith, either by invitation or whatever the circumstances were, and is willing to pioneer something here that I think might bring great value to the environment that's here. However, I'm only willing to dip my toe in the water and maybe explore it as a one-off until we see if it works here. And if it meets the parameters of what the Milton community is expecting, and it's as Mr. Allen has proposed, he's been at this for a long time and has not had violations. As a good citizen of the business community here, we embrace it then. We heard him say in his last presentation to us that there is a food component that is of interest to his later night community that starts with, I think you called it like a breakfast at 11 or something like that. It's 11 p.m. So, I mean, he's talking about the importance of food. We heard him talk again tonight about the importance of something really different in terms of his food concept that he's put out there. So I'm torn with staying with the established versus exploring something new, but knowing that we have a chance to revisit it every year per legal counsel's confirmation. I sure would be more comfortable if it was 50-50, but I understand Mr. Allen's concept won't work under that parameter. And so I'm leaning toward, let's explore this with the understanding that it's a one-off and we can legally do that. And that we, and other than the one-off, we take the 70-30 off the table.
Let me ask a question. And if sorry, Ken, to break this up, I'll just kind of poll and tell me, share, is the council okay with the existing application that was based on our ordinance?
Yes.
And
Trying to find a way to
with
accommodate
that, if, making sure that, or allowing them to go forward, that's one question. Is the majority of council okay with that in some form or fashion?
I am.
And then the next question is, what do you want to do with the 70-30? Do you want to leave it on there?
Yeah.
Do you want to leave it on there and add some warrants or some restrictions on it? Or do you want to take it totally off? And I'll open up to Peyton.
No, just to make my few comments quick. We made a commitment, Mr. Allen. We approved it 7-0 based on those codes and regs. So we should approve him. But I think we really do need to take a hard look at 70-30. When you look at the charts in these vibrant downtown cities,
Right.
No one has it. I mean, we're the only one that has it. But I do like, for a concept, for a one-off to come in, I would like to have it if we can have the brakes on it, kind of I think where the most of council is. So that's just my 2 cents. Yeah.
Mine too. But so, Paul, I think you.
Yeah, I would echo what Peyton has said. I'm in favor of serious consideration for the applicant who's had good faith in coming forward with that. However, I would add one caveat to that. So I think 70-30 comes off the table for everything else. But I would also point out, I don't recall who said it tonight, but there's a requirement that the advertising consider a statement of food consumption. It's a entertainment, bar and restaurant.
I would
That's
think
what you imply that there's food there.
I would think staff would have to go back and look and confirm that if it's in our
So
ordinances.
in the advertisement, you have to list the type of license you're applying for. What you approved earlier this evening does not have any additional language about ratios. It would say the type of license, which in this case would be a limited food service restaurant, which would then go back to the ordinance.
So he
know
does
that.
not have to meet the requirement then of the statement of food in his establishment title?
Establishment.
So
in the name of his
currently the sign, are you talking about the signage?
No, well,
Yeah.
Outside-
Yeah, we can't, no.
Now we're
We,
into.
we really, it's going to be difficult for us to get into the content of how.
Okay, so they still have to meet all the requirements of code.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
yeah, so if it's in the code, it's in the code.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Bar and bacon.
Laura?
Yeah, I just have a comment. So all fine with the 2 a.m., but it is anchored in the 50-50. So it's not that I don't support new businesses to this town. I'm concerned about the inconsistency. Basically, my concern is that we will draw folks here for the late night hours. I just don't know what this business is. If you applied to Alpharetta, you have a full service kitchen. It's 20% more in food. That's where I am. I'm not anti-business. I'm just trying to protect the community from something that's unknown that I had some reservations about it when we approved Chapter 4. So my
And go to the
mistake.
definition of restaurant if that's helpful.
All right, Rick, and then
Just one final comment is we're dealing with someone who has been successful. It is different than what we ever had here. It's different than probably a lot of other surrounding cities. But we actually, I'm in favor of allowing this, as you said, a one-off. Let it run. Let's see how it works. But let the applicant run their business. I'm comfortable if we want to step back on all our others and change the percentage for what we allow. But this is going to tell us different. But I understand the concern is, okay, we have someone who's going to have entertainment and good food, and that's the concept. But there's nothing that limits with 70/30, say that's what you have to have. So someone could come in with a totally different concept. We like this concept and it makes sense. We don't want to just open it up to say anybody can just come in and let's do 70/30. It's real close to a bar and they've got a little bit of bar food, but most of it is alcohol. I think that's what the council is concerned about.
Right.
Not that Mr. Allen's establishment is going to be a problem. So
I think we've
Yeah,
kind of established.
nobody
Mr.
wants
Allen's
70/30.
is okay. It's really moving past that.
Yeah, Kim, so I would ask, what's the construct that we
do
take
that.
70/30 off the table as we,
Let's-
what?
Can we,
I want 70/30.
Yeah,
I thought you said you didn't.
No, I said, why are we scared of it? It fits. It makes sense.
I will just argue, I mean, I'm cool with the current one. All I will say was, when you see the chart and the two only cities that have it is Atlanta and Savannah, Milton's not Atlanta and Savannah.
What makes sense
Well,
about it?
That's it.
All right.
Okay.
That's it.
I'm reading the room here. Let's kind of start to button this up. I think I see where we're going. Now, where can we, moving forward tonight, can we make a decision? And, maybe we change it 60/40, or maybe we take it out altogether. But I feel like I said earlier, it ought to be available if a future council and, if they want to bring it up for something else, maybe they can. But what would be the construct of that?
well, is
Or
mainly
limitation.
the objective of the council to allow the current license holder to continue, but not to allow any more. Okay, well, then,
Or the concern is if you get a flood of, 10
Future
more.
council can always.
if you get a,
That's what I'm saying.
but I thought the intention was to lock it down. In other words, to allow this one operator to continue, but not to make this available for new applicants in 2022.
That's the question we're trying to decide. And
Happen to have
I
some
believe
language.
the majority would prefer to lock that down to where it's not.
My eyesight.
No, you'll get we'll be glad to let you say, but I'm trying to get some.
No, I was talking to Carol. She was.
Right.
Ken, answer the
Say what I
question
would
first.
recommend, if that's what you want to do, the thing I just said that seemed to fly for a few milliseconds. Limited service restaurants. Okay, I'm at D, right? So follow along. Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. until 11 p.m., except that a limited service restaurant that received a limited service restaurant permit from the city of Milton prior to December 31st, 2021 shall be authorized to renew that permit upon the same hours of operation as were authorized in its 2021 permit. It.
And then
But
where does that leave the future?
That means the future is anybody coming in for a limited service restaurant except one license holder will be limited to 9 a.m. until 11 p.m.
Okay.
No Sunday.
Okay. Yeah, or you can change the percentage or something, but I would be okay. Either one.
Well, so we're talking about limited service restaurants, and we know that there are some other examples that Bernadette gave earlier. Can you remind us of what those are?
So we only have one limited service establishment currently licensed or that has ever applied to us at this time. We have 60/40s, which we have been seeing more and more often. It is also under the moratorium
Right.
to be discussed through if we want to warrant or administrative variance and those kinds of items, which will come before you in another work
Right.
session.
And we'll discuss that though.
And,
But what's the 70/30 today?
Just Mr. Allen's, Billy Allen's.
I thought there was one more.
No,
Limited service
just the
restaurant.
one.
Okay.
And the official name, I believe, is just Billy Allen's, right? Let me get it right. So we've gone through the signage with community development. I know the temporary sign makes it something different, but it will say Billy Allen's.
I hear Joe saying he'd like to still have the availability so we can consider this in the future. My concern is if we write it where it's just by right and anybody can come in and we can't stop it, that's the concern I'd have if we're going to leave that in there. If we have the authority to, someone can apply and we can review it and we can decide, yes, this fits the concept, we're comfortable, or it's an exception. I just don't think.
So we're introducing a concept that doesn't exist.
It's in that grouping with the administrative variances and warrants for 70/30s, 60/40s, and limited tap, which is the one currently at the bike shop. So we have a couple of them under that moratorium that we were planning to go with the warrant variance route for future establishments.
So why can't we extract limited service establishment tonight? Because we're going to get the benefit of further discussion for the other cases that are coming under consideration. Well, with the 60/40. So we're introducing a concept right now that we don't need. Doesn't exist today. We've got an applicant before us that we seem to be in a majority to support. Let's support that. And let's extract the other until we know what we're dealing with. Why introduce a concept that we don't have, that we don't necessarily need, that at this point has created nothing but contention? Let's extract it for the time being.
We do need it because that's what needs to be granted in order for the current licensee to do what they need to do.
I think he's good.
Ken said he could.
He's grandfathered in, could be grandfathered in.
No, he can get his license this year, but come January 1st, it's the new code that's going to control
I
it.
thought you said that each year when he renews, it's under the
Grandfather.
grandfathered in.
No. I've never said that.
Could
Each
you-
year that he renews is under the code as exists at the time the renewal comes in.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what I have been saying.
Then
So we need to have this support moving forward.
With the intention is to only accommodate the one concept at this
But
point.
why?
Until we understand what it looks like.
Well, you guys,
So Ken, hold on. I mean,
are you scared or something?
Yeah,
I'm
I am.
confused.
Yeah, I am.
We don't want bars.
Yeah, Ken, I'm sorry.
It's not a
I
bar.
was reading that
I know this isn't.
this would be
But
approved
what
now
about
and every year,
the other
because again, that would be unfair.
what we got
if
here?
changed,
We're doing
But so how would you
But
handle that
Look,
legally?
members of the council, alcohol is not zoning. Alcohol is a year-to-year permit.
Right.
And the council retains plenary, within constitutional grounds, but plenary authority to modify its alcohol code. And when people come up to apply for renewal, they're subject to the new rules for the new calendar year for which they're seeking the permit. And
So,
forgive me,
so
if
then
I
the
have not been
question
clear
is,
on that.
if we if we did away with the 70/30, then what happens next year? If we approved Mr. Allen this year, then what happens next year when he comes back to renew his license?
It depends what you modify it to. Are you going to have an accommodation for limited service restaurant? If it's closed at 11 p.m., then to get that license, that's what he's going to have to agree with. I mean, council members, I think that's why he has been here arguing so emphatically that you need to work with me on the changes is for that realization.
I thought that's what we were doing. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right.
I was always under the impression, yeah.
So, okay.
Now this
Well, I'll
becomes.
rephrase the question again then. How can this council approve this, I take that back. I believe this applicant's already been approved currently,
Right?
but how can the council support and approve this applicant moving forward in his business year after year if it's successful?
By the language that I just drafted that we could append to
Can you
the
read
end.
that again? Because I read it totally, or heard it different.
All right, so if you would, Bernadette, okay, so D. Okay, so if you were to adopt D right now for every, future applicants coming to the city of Milton would be bound by D. Limited service restaurants, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Except the language I've drafted, that a limited service restaurant that received a limited service restaurant permit from the city of Milton prior to December 31st of 2021, which our one individual here would have, shall be authorized to renew that permit upon the same hours of operation as were authorized in its 2021 permit.
That's what I heard earlier. You're saying that he would be allowed to renew his license.
So there's two parts.
Exactly one. The holder of the single
Yeah,
permit.
yeah.
Make
Right.
hours.
That's correct.
Well, there's two parts to what we're looking to do. One,
That's not vested or grandfathered. That is a function of the express language of the
Right.
code.
I understand that. So I think you've accommodated what we're talking about doing, which is to allow the establishment that has applied and been approved prior to December 31st of this. Maybe it's October 18th, 2021.
Right. The date doesn't matter as long as it accomplishes what you're after. Right.
Well, I'm suggesting that it's October 18th because you don't want a whole bunch coming in tomorrow between now and December 31st. So if our intention is to accommodate one, maybe we think about the language being October 18th. So the hours of operation you just accommodated. But the other part that is up for consideration is the percentage of alcohol.
Well, I mean, to me, the
Where does
percentage
that
of
reside?
alcohol is based upon the definition of a limited service restaurant in the code.
But can we make the same accommodation for the existing applicant that his mix is different and any future applicants coming after October 18th are bound by a different mix?
Yeah, well, you could do that because what you change, where I have hours of operation, it would be upon the same terms, conditions, and hours of operation as were authorized in the 2021 permit. Because if you're talking about modifying the ratios of the limited service restaurant in this code change, then yeah, that would be applicable too for him in 2022.
Okay, so that's the answer, Joe.
Well, that's what I was hearing, but
Yeah.
then when you said it
Well,
wasn't.
it was important clarification because he was saying one thing and we were all hearing something different. Now that we've clarified, we can accommodate what we all thought we heard.
What? No, okay. I thought I had heard it right, but then I thought, whatever, it doesn't matter. But the other issue then, what do we do moving forward with future applications with this limited service? So one option would be I guess we could strike it. One option would be you could change the number 60/40, 50/50. You could keep the times that staff would recommend or whatever. So that's what's on the table now too to decide. So, do you want to nix it totally? Do you want to have it in there with limited hours or change the percentage or?
I think when you look at what is all around us, why not go with the tried and true, which is anything coming after October 18th, 2021 is 50/50.
I mean, that certainly could be put in there. And then, like I say, the future council, if they saw a need or the citizens saw a need,
then they can make a
I don't know.
change.
Anybody have any comments on that?
Well, we're going to look like we're giving favored nation status to one person, one establishment, which is going to be extremely unfair to every other establishment.
There's no other establishment that's applied.
How many restaurants exist in the city of Milton? Every single one of them is going to be looking at this as some favor that we granted to one person and not them.
Not their concept. They're a restaurant, which is
Oh,
50/50.
Okay, so.
May I add the one other option that would be, since it's under the moratorium, to address the ratios through the process of the zoning warrant or administrative variance?
It's a good question, something we've bandied around. I mean, again, where I struggle though, is I just don't know how far we can go in our zoning code, set up criterias about our alcohol code, because at the end of the day, it's going to take both. You're going to have to get your land use in order, but then you still have to come in to get this alcohol permit. So it's a great point. I'd have to think about it more, but if we're going to do something that's a more complicated, and maybe it's a better option, but we're here tonight about the alcohol code. And so if we're looking to fashion a consensus among the alcohol code, this is where we're going to have to camp out,
Well,
at least tonight.
But I'm hearing a consensus for this, at least one application, and as your language work that in, Ken.
And Mr. Mayor, Bernadette, can you confirm the date? Councilmember Moore keeps mentioning that date. Is that the date that the limited service permit was issued for this one
It's
establishment?
back in
No,
June or July.
that's today's date.
Today's date.
Okay, just trying
Yeah,
to make
instead of
sure
end of
there's
the
nothing
year.
else after today.
And to Councilmember Longoria, I totally understand. I have heartburn with just, again, to me, the best case scenario, if legally we could do, is have some kind of warrant where it wasn't just open-ended, but it could be explored. But I think I'm in the minority on that, so.
And the council, businesses adopt to rules and regs. And if everyone's 50-50 and we're 70-30, we're going to get a lot of 70-30, I think. And I think we are cool with this establishment. And like you said, we're playing favoritism. They applied under those rules. It was open to everybody else. They were the ones that did it. And we're going to support them. And I think we need to be cautious moving forward. That's all. And I don't know how we do it. We're going in circles here. So.
Yeah.
Well, the council loses no more power in 2022.
Right.
I mean, whatever ditch we go into, we're only in that ditch for a year. Right?
But
So,
the current establishment's good. He's good for.
no. See, that's what y'all have to understand. I mean, even if we add this language in here, the code next year, the council next year can change the code.
Well, discretion is discretion. We never lose discretion.
God can't make a boulder, God can't move. I mean, yes, the council.
Just to clarify that, because there is you have to renew alcohol license. The council could change it, but that's like, you brought up Old Blind Dog, Rick. I mean, the council could next year say, well, we're going to drop everything to 9 o'clock, but the reality is they probably would.
That's when you get into the notion of, well, yeah, you can vindicate that interest and you'll have no restaurants in Milton, right? So.
Okay. I have no idea how to make that motion.
So to not complicate it any further, I've just left this section that has the red hot.
Put it
I
back.
think we should just leave it up here. That has the red outlines. I've added a note to incorporate the language as Mr. George has spoken about and sent to me, should you choose to adopt that into it. But we will, just for the purposes of farm wineries, to not extend this section, just understand all you're approving about the farm winery at this time is that we will abide by the hours as they will be read later in 485, and we can have this conversation in 485 about their hours.
Yeah.
Was everybody clear on that?
No.
No. Can we
Where-
separate
can-
these two out?
where are
I don't know
you
that we've even
reading?
talked about.
If it would serve the council's interest, y'all can go definition by definition
Well,
and provision by provision to make a motion.
So instead of
Perfectly
doing it-
appropriate.
Yeah, I think we need to do, because if not, it's, okay, so motion, from what I see, is going to be to approve Mr. Allen's application, or it's already approved, but to allow that one to continue on. And then the council has to decide whether they want to totally nix the 70-30, change the times, or change the percentages. So I think I'm in a minority on that, but I'll open up for a motion and then any discussion.
Well, I think we
Ma'am,
need
ask
the
one for you.
language.
Nope, go ahead. Go ahead, Ken. Well, you might help.
Well, Bernadette, with respect to changing the ratio for the limited service restaurants, is that something that has been a part of these changes at all?
No, it's under the moratorium to be discussed in phase 2, what I like to refer to as phase 2.
So just something to think about. I mean, that's really not been advertised as far as changing that definitional section of the ratio.
Okay.
So just.
All right, so how can that work? What would we decide on tonight? And then that comes back before us and we have an opportunity to.
Right
Under
now, the
moratorium
thing
right
that's being done with limited service restaurants is you're pulling it out of C, which had the more, sort of the more flexible hours. You're putting it into a standalone D and you're locking down the hours. You can do that tonight. That's been advertised, it's been vetted, first appearance, the whole thing.
Right. But to accommodate if you're concerned about the 70-30 mix now being addressed tonight, if you're worried that that's outside of our ability to address that tonight, it isn't necessarily outside of it, Ken. What do you think? Let me say it differently. Would it be within our jurisdiction to render a decision on it tonight if we were to extract limited service restaurants tonight, then you're extracting it as a definition, and therefore there goes the percentage.
Well, right. So you're talking about striking it all together. And if you can do that, why could you not change the ratio, I think is the point you're making.
Well, the point I'm saying is to accommodate your concern that we haven't advertised for a 70-30 decision as a part of this.
Right.
We are considering the definition of limited service restaurant. That's been advertised. So if we extract limited service restaurant as the definition, we've accommodated what has been advertised.
All right, well, maybe I missed that. Bernadette, is limited service restaurants definition part of these amendments?
The definition itself is not, just the license type and the requirements for the hours.
And if I may, one more question, Councilmember Moore. When was phase two? Phase two was supposed to address this issue head on?
So phase two, our understanding was from staff's perspective that we were going to look at anything that didn't qualify as a 50-50 that are currently under the moratorium and try to address them through both the dual process of land use and what it needed to be to get land use, and then additional edits to 4 that would correspond to that regarding council's vision.
Would
At
it,
some point in the future.
but it would probably would not apply to renewal applicants for 2022? Would not be done that quickly?
We're renewing tomorrow. They're supposed to go out.
It's close, Councilmember Moore. My caution says, let's don't.
The moratorium's
It
through
wasn't
February.
advertised.
The moratorium is through February.
Right, so if it goes through February,
Right.
But
all of it, you are then accommodating 70-30 through 2022.
But may I ask a question? Why are we accommodating anything?
That's why,
Because-
that was my point.
No, but I know, no. If it stays as is, if we approve this and it stays 70-30, not to tinker with it just because of the unknowns, we're not accommodating anything because it would have to be approved by us in the future on a case by case, and we can deal with it. No?
Is that a true statement?
So under the moratorium, nobody can apply right now for this license type unless it was lifted by the council
Right.
through February.
And we just leave the
And we could
moratorium
extend
in
that.
place.
On that,
I mean, that is the
Which we thought was
protective
going to give us enough time to address.
bring this back up, if, you know. the
And we
concern is
could
that-
bring it back up and get, and
Absolutely, because as Bernadette said, no one can apply for it anyway. So
but in the future, for Mr. Allen to be able to renew under 70-30, does 70-30 have to be on the books? Or is he just able to renew and we can get rid of 70-30 because it is technically pretty much a bar?
well,
So
he has a limited service restaurant permit right now.
Yes.
Under the language that we're talking about adding in there, if you stick with what I've added, he would be entitled to at least apply for a renewal. The moratorium only affects new applicants, does it not?
That's correct.
So again, you're going to have a renewal that looks back to 2021 performance criteria, and you're not going to have anybody else applying for limited service restaurant until you've got it perfectly where you want it.
How can it be worded to where that sticks for this existing applicant, since he's already been approved and renewal, but then the council's concern on the 70-30 when it comes back in February? Do we have to make a decision on the 70-30 tonight? Do we have, how do we address this?
Not have to make that.
How do we address this, though, so this applicant, what decision do we have to make if the council's willing to approve him moving forward?
Yeah, you'd need to add that language that I indicated, but to Councilmember Moore's point, it would have to be expanded beyond hours. It would need to say that this license holder will be able to renew their limited service restaurant license permit upon the same terms, conditions, hours, and alcohol ratios. If you even wanted to add that additional level of protection that existed for their 2021 permit.
So if we approve this with that language,
Yes, sir.
then does the council have time to address the concerns about the 70-30 and as to whether they want to have that on there or not, as I'm hearing?
So we could
If we were to
properly
get rid of that.
advertise and include that type of language for the definition, the ratios, and all the other things outside of the hours within the time that the moratorium is still in place, absolutely.
Bernadette, it is in the definition for limited service restaurant, it does say 30/70. So it is in here in the
So-
definitions.
Absolutely. So if we were to just say, look at what's before us tonight, which is the hours, and allowing Mr. Allen with this exception that his hours could stay the same for any establishments that issued a license prior to 10/18/21 for tonight, then we as staff could go back and re-advertise properly to do the first read regarding those same types of exceptions to the definition, as well as the other license code sections to lock that down and not allow future ones. Should that be the guidance?
And of course, should you not be ready by February 2022, extend the moratorium.
Right. Then it-
Right.
Right. Okay. Is council good with that?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so just to clarify.
Yes, sir.
So what can we have before us that, again,
So
your language so that the existing application is covered, future, existing, and some future council members will discuss in February,
Right.
how they handle this.
Right.
And I'm not trying
Future
to,
council members, I like
well,
that.
not trying
It
to
might make
pass the
sense
buck,
for us to take a look at this one at D only and see if we want to make a motion on D only, because it,
Okay.
Yeah, so right now, would you just, if we wanted to change the hours back to the old, what we had before, just change the hours back to them and then vote on that?
So in my mind, it's better for us to leave D in because it makes something specific about limited service restaurants. And limited service restaurants is the definition that's elsewhere in the code.
right.
And that's the thing that we really need to change. What is a limited service restaurant? Because if it's not going to be 70/30, is it going to be 50/50? Whatever it's going to be, we got control over that in the definitions. If we go ahead and say limited service restaurants can operate the same hours as regular restaurants, all we have to do then is change the definition of what a limited service restaurant is, and we can do that before the moratorium expires.
Okay.
Change the hour.
But you still, your motion still has to include Ken's language to accommodate.
Yeah, the future, because depending on what the change is
Exactly.
in February or
What's there
after.
tonight would be like a fictitious, could in the round that we re-advertise, address this again to allow the current establishment to renew.
Yeah, because even if in 2022, you guys change the ratio of limited service restaurant, I agree with Councilmember Longoria, leave it in there. If you change the definition of limited service restaurant, that'll be great, but my language still locks in this one applicant to have the same ratios, hours, terms, and conditions as existed for their 2021 license.
Okay,
I think
that's fine.
that's the council's direction. So let's open up for a motion with Ken's language and we'll clarify it.
We're only voting on D.
Oh, yeah,
We got to add the language.
Okay.
I'm just making myself a note to copy exactly what's said.
Yeah, do y'all want me to read my language? All right. So it may be that you need to make, whoever's going to make the motion on this one, make your motion, and then right when you get to my language, like, look at me and I'll read my language, and then you can say, that's my motion.
Who's right?
Well, it's going to be simple. The front end's going to be simple. It's the hard part is Ken's language.
Paul, you want to make a motion?
Sure. I need there you go. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the language in D
Section
for,
one
I'm
dash
sorry,
25.
section 4-125, hours and days of operation. D, to accommodate limited service restaurants Monday through Saturday from 9 to 11 as stated, with the additional language generated by Ken Gerard, city attorney.
Except that a limited service restaurant that received a limited service restaurant permit from the city of Milton prior to October 18th, 2021, shall be authorized to renew that permit upon the same terms, conditions, alcohol to food ratio, and hours of operation as were authorized in its 2021 permit.
Second?
I have a motion as read with Ken's language from Councilmember Moore with a second from Councilmember Jameson. And just to clarify, Ken's words or Ken's language in there was going back to I guess just want to make sure in the documentation that it is the old hours, which were, what were the, just clarify the
Yes,
old hours?
Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. of the following day.
Okay, just as long as that's some clarification I'm wondering for. Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Hey.
Opposed.
Okay, so we've got all in favor,
5-2.
and then you got Councilmember Longoria and Bentley as opposed. Okay, and I apologize to the audience and everybody here. I know this is taking a long time.
Onto the definitions?
Yep.
With hours? Okay.
We're gonna need a late night establishment so we can get dinner after this.
So to make it easy, I'm going to try to break it up to what we can see on a given page. I will close this up. Okay. I have the following edits for alcoholic beverage caterer, consistent with other areas of the code to include both off-premises and on-premises retailers properly licensed by the city to serve by the glass at events that are considered private functions on private property, public functions on private property, city-sponsored events, special events, and at special event facilities. Also, ancillary tasting license, to clarify that that license would include package retail licenses, hybrid licenses, and manufacturing licenses. Just by definition, we can talk about the intent of what they can do at each establishment when we get into those sections.
Do you want a motion on
I'm
these?
going to go by letter. Letter A,
Okay,
definitions.
all right.
I thought it might be a little easier than skipping pages so you could see it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I mean,
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the definitions for alcohol beverage caterer and ancillary tasting license.
Second.
I mean, should I add the as redlined or as amended?
As amended. Yes.
As amended, sorry. I'd like to make amended motion to
that's,
approve.
wait, let Councilmember Moore
I withdraw my
withdraw,
second.
and then go ahead.
I
Laura.
withdraw my second.
Make a motion to approve alcohol beverage caterer as amended and ancillary tasting license as amended.
Second.
I have a motion as read by Councilmember. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, onto the letter B definitions. Brew pub, just clarifying that that should say any brewer that also qualifies as an eating establishment, not any restaurant that also qualifies as an eating establishment, to remove that redundancy and clarify. And then the bring your own beverage license definition to clarify that a BYOB license may be issued to one of those two types of establishments, either a standard consumption on premise license holder or an establishment that currently holds no other alcoholic beverage license issued by the city of Milton. That is consistency with how it represents itself in other sections of the ordinance. Letter B, definitions.
Commission?
Yep.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve brew pub, the definition of brew pub and bring your own beverage as amended.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion, Councilmember Bentley as read, excuse me, with a second from Councilmember Longoria. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Okay. Letter C, definitions, moving to strike city food markets as well as courtyard markets until staff or council sees applications for these types of uses and addresses them at a later time. So completely striking these definitions, and later on we'll talk about striking them from the actual license type qualifications.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to strike the definition of city food market and courtyard market.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Cookerly. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Letter E, I will do separately. Events facility, just clarifying that that also includes special event facilities, that is mentioned in that way throughout the ordinance, just clarifying that they're the same thing. And also including those festival or events, outdoor, indoor facility, conditional use permits that were issued prior to the creation of the rural or agricultural event facility use permits under Chapter 64. Letter E.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to events facility as amended, the definition of events facility as amended.
Second.
All right, I have a motion as read from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Morrig. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Letter F has a few. So starting with farm winery, just the definition, not any of the applicable uses, including that they will be in compliance with all provisions of Chapter 64. So should council in the future do anything different with Chapter 64, future farm wineries would be abiding by that. Flight tasting, creating a definition to clarify that flight tastings are allowed in the breweries and that they would include the same ounce requirements as what is currently allowed under the ancillary tasting license. And striking food halls and food hall cafes. And then just going down a little bit further to that freestanding vendor and clarifying that they are only allowed if they are an alcohol beverage license holder that is permitted under a special event or a city-sponsored event.
One question under the flight tasting. Talks about just the wine that's manufactured. So we're excluding other wines that they sell that are not manufactured.
Yes,
Remember,
this should be from
we've
this should be
extended-
from what is manufactured on the premise. It says available from the manufacturer, correct? If you'd like us to look at that differently,
Well, I guess I'm asking council, you want to we've allowed the, at least in the current applicant, the current winery to sell other wines. Do we want to restrict the ability to actually do tasting on it?
Didn't Ken mention there's
State law.
some state law that supersedes that, or?
Forgive me, on what issue, Councilmember Moore?
When it comes to wine tasting, can they only serve the wine and doing flights? Can they only serve the wine that they produce and produced in Georgia? Because that's the way I'm reading this.
That's the way this reads right now.
I think we had something else where.
yeah, we should.
I'm just
The
wondering if
intent
we
was supposed to be for
intentionally
the
have limited
breweries.
what can be consumed or sampled.
Bernadette, can you say that again?
Yeah. I can't hear you.
I think the flight tastings mention only comes up under the breweries and distilleries in that terminology for flight tasting. I know this is very technical.
Right.
Tastings themselves are associated with the winery. If that's not clear enough, we can strike this and come back with a clear definition.
We
but-
intentionally split those up in that manner.
Yes, and I just want to make sure, we can,
Wine tastings were only applicable to distilleries and breweries. And then when you get to
Okay.
farm wineries, it's specifically called tasting.
and if in their
Okay,
motion, they
got it.
just say that, I can clarify that, right?
Even though you can do flights.
Right. But this is really intended for,
This is distilleries and breweries, okay,
Moving forward.
got it.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the definition for farm winery as amended, light tasting as amended, strike food hall, the definition of food hall cafe,
striking it.
to strike it, and the definition of freestanding vendor as amended.
Second.
Good.
Do you want to add grocery store?
That's a G.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley as read with a second from Councilmember Cookerly. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Grocery store lives elsewhere in the ordinance, and I was just moving it up to the definition, so someone would not have to seek out that section to figure out what that is. This is from state code, as far as I can tell, and it already existed in our ordinance. So just adding a definition in the definition section.
So do we have to approve it? All right,
May-
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve grocery store or grocery as amended.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly with a second from Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Under
So we're-
microbrewery,
So removing in microbrewery, micro distillery, the words tasting room and replacing it with the tap room. Again, our intent was to clarify these differences between a brewery and a farm winery, allowing tasting rooms to live only with the winery and tap rooms to live with the breweries and distilleries. And again, I'll clarify in the motion and I'll make sure the language reads exactly that way when we do the final version, like we did with the flight tastings.
all right.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we adopt the definition of microbrewery and micro distillery as amended.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion was read from Councilmember Cookerly with a second by Councilmember Bentley. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
And there are throughout the section,
Yes.
Councilmember Cookerly and a second from Bentley and a third from Moore.
this is where we're asking to remove the senior living facility, and I'm going to add one caveat here. There was some misspellings of the word Marshall, so if you could include the correction of the spelling of the word Marshall throughout the definitions section as you strike senior living facility, it would be very appreciated.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like
We're
to,
adding it.
Well, I'm asking you to not accept that change.
Strike it.
Because we would like a little more time to ensure that this isn't opening a box that we didn't
Or we
intend to
can
open.
just skip it.
I'd just like to say remove, just to be clear, is that okay,
Yeah.
Ken, to just say that we're not accepting it or just skip over is accepted?
Skip over it.
Okay,
Skip over.
skipping.
Okay.
Okay, so add the Ls, the extra Ls in fire marshal in this one. Special district pointing to the correct chapter in this ordinance for special district and removing the additional L in the word marshal throughout the definitions.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we adopt the definition, I'm sorry, special district reference to where it is located in the chapter at 107, and to add a letter L to the word Marshall throughout the
Remove.
section,
Remove the L, remove the extra L.
or remove the extra L from the.
second.
Thank you.
Okay. I have who did I get the motion from?
That was for me.
Councilmember Moore, and a second from, I think, Councilmember Longoria.
Bentley.
No, sorry. I have a motion from Councilmember Moore, second from Councilmember Bentley. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
These are the final definitions. Again, creating a definition for tap room, clarifying that it is a place on the premise of the establishment with a manufacturer's license where beverages manufactured on-site are offered for sale or consumption on premise, or flight tastings. So that's where the flight tastings try to tie back into this definition of tap room, which all correspond to the brewery. And then the tasting room, again, clarifying that that's as it lived before, as only for a Georgia farm winery. Now, this is where you want to maybe have some discussion about the additional red line saying the tasting room must be located 100 yards from any adjacent residential property lines and no larger than 2,500 square feet in size.
Yeah, I have a question.
All right, go ahead, Peyton.
So Bernadette or Steve, where is the current tasting room and where is the proposed tasting room as far as adjacency to property lines?
I'm going to let city manager answer that.
I can't tell you exactly. I believe the proposed tasting room is, it might even be within 100 foot of a residential property line. The current one, which is within the residence, is further away. I just don't know the exact measurement of that.
So if it's within the 100 yards and we pass this, that means she can't have the tasting room there? Is that what that means?
Can't do that.
Just like everything else in chapter 4, it's a year to
Okay.
year.
How did we come up with 100 yards? That's a football field.
That came from council.
But again, I think, going back to the same point on Billy Allen's, I want to be careful we don't get mixed up too much with, an existing one versus future, and be reasonable with what we approved at some point in the past. But so how we could address that, Ken?
Well, you're right. I mean, this language is going to be applicable to every tasting room in the city. I agree with the city manager. I think some of these numerical requirements, I think, came from the council and some concerns the council had.
Well, I'm
So,
just asking the question.
I
Go ahead,
don't remember 100 yards.
100 yards seems excessive.
May I add one just clarification that this is also under a moratorium and the CZIM that's already been advertised includes future farm wineries to have a conditional use permit issued by council, where some of those things could be addressed. Should you not want to have this language here, we could do the exceptions and.
Yeah, and again, that gets to the point that has sort of permeated some of this discussion, which is the confluence between zoning and alcohol licensure. Now, with respect to the location of different buildings on a piece of property, I mean, I don't have to tell you all, that sort of sounds a little bit like zoning to me.
Right.
Well, it does or doesn't. I mean, when we talk about where a package store can go, it has to be within a certain distance from a school or a church or whatever, right?
I just said it sort of sounds that way. I guess you could sort of say it, it sounds a little different.
So
but
there's a couple of instances where it might be appropriate to have a distance.
I'm not going to push back too hard on that. I just, I do get it and certainly understand it, but I do think that here's my point. If you've in the future in the city of Milton have a cup application and have to go through the zoning protocol for a farm winery, you're going to be able to deal with a lot of these, particularly these proximity issues in your conditions. So just something to think about. I'm not saying it's a panacea, but it's something to think about.
So if we left that alone and didn't approve that tonight, it doesn't really matter because we're under a moratorium. So there's not like there's going to be any new farm wineries pop up that we don't already know about.
It's before you this evening to extend it expires tomorrow, just to be transparent.
Right.
Yeah.
That's next on the list. The tap room definition makes sense to me. So
I just have a question. Ken, there are distance requirements in Chapter 4, though.
Absolutely. All
Yeah,
kinds of
so
distance requirements.
I don't think that 100 feet from a property line where you have package sales and alcohol consumption is acceptable.
No, the only thing I would say though is that a cup is uniquely tethered to a single piece of property where you're going to be able to have a site plan in front of you. And I guess my point is we just finished about an hour discussion where the council was looking for unique areas of flexibility to address this issue. And I'm saying on the farm winery issue, if you're making it a cup, that means everyone's going to have to come to you for a specific review. It's not going to be an as of right. And you're going to be able to sort of dictate this by way of your conditions as opposed to the more ephemeral year-to-year alcohol license. Just something to think about. I'm not saying that you can't address it here, but if you address it here, it's very indiscriminate. It's going to apply to everybody. And there may be areas where this makes less sense. It's up to you all.
So if
Get in your way either way.
if it's indiscriminate here, then when it comes to the actual process, would the cup still apply? Would they be able to go for variances and things like that?
It's going to be more challenging. They're going to enter you with the cup. They're going to come before you with the cup with this looming in the back of your mind because you've got another regulatory code that puts this in there. So in fact, candidly, staff will be working with them on their concept plan saying, if you expect to get an alcohol license for this piece of property, you got to move your tasting rooms to the interior of the property, as opposed to you making that determination during the cup process, if you get my meaning. That makes sense?
It does.
Because they're going to be locked. They're going to be locked into that.
I'd like to see a distance requirement of some sort to protect.
And I don't mean to get in the way of that, and it's not improper. It's not at all.
I just got to ask the question, how does this affect our existing farm winery?
This would impact them as of 1/1/2022. And just to clarify, yards can be changed to feet, should you want to, or that number can be changed?
It would impact the current farm winery significantly.
Because
So Bob's back. He may not be able to answer the question that we originally posed. And that is with the farm winery, or existing farm winery that has proposed a new tasting room location? Where is it with regard to the property lines? Where is the new proposed tasting room?
I don't have that dimension
He and I had this discussion
offhand.
today.
We looked for it, but
I could tell you that
100 yards,
based on
it
GIS, it's
wouldn't
about
make it.
78 feet from the property line, based on the current retrofitting. If they're gonna, if the one, they're gonna retrofit that barn, it's about 78 feet from the nearest residential property line.
Yeah, and so 78, to be very frank, 78 feet is not going to be acceptable to me personally, regardless.
And it's a commercial use. I mean, we have package sales and alcohol.
Wait a second. If we're talking about the same barn, is that possible? Because I think there's a
Property on
shed,
the corner, I think is probably where it's close to.
I think there's a barn behind it though. I don't-
Yeah, the way it's designed right now, the way it was submitted is it's attached to the back of an existing barn.
Right.
That's
I've
where it's
seen it.
located.
Yeah.
Roughly, it was around 75, 78 feet or so from GIS. I don't have the exact
That's
dimension.
right. It's clo- I mean,
Because the fire marshal took the plan and didn't have the plan. But it's roughly in that range, 75 feet from the nearest residential property.
So what's our code now?
There is no code in relation to the location of the tasting room. All by right.
And when we originally approved the winery, did we take that into, was that, was the tasting room there and, was that?
Well, the original
Tasting
approval
room's
they
in the
gave her
house.
was in her basement. It was in her house.
Right.
Right,
and the
but
fire
this-
And it was only on that 1 acre lot, so.
And that's about
That's for
200
us.
foot from the nearest property line.
And you just made an interesting clarification, Bob. You said it was on the original 1 acre lot. So that's where the application for the farm winery was. The tasting room was on the property where the permit was granted.
That's
So
correct. It was
if
on the
I-
1 acre lot. It was in the basement of the existing residence.
Right.
Now it is on a different lot. She proposed it to be moved over to a different area of the property.
Right. So that's another whole issue. It's not even where the permit was issued for the farm winery. So this is a new lot and it's remarkably close to the adjacent property.
So Bob and that's going to be a Ken question as far as whether or not, what impact that would be from changing from the basement to a new location, if that's what ends up happening on the same property, as to whether or not that impacts the alcohol license. Bob's not going to know that.
Can I ask a question? Go ahead.
Sure. No, that's fine. Go ahead.
So just bear with me for a second, because my memory could be wrong, but I think that building, like, for example, sits here, and then there's an expanse of land, and then there's a shed row of horses here, a stable, and then beyond that is some parking and then the road. So where's the adjacent residence? When we talk about 100 yards from any adjacent residential property lines, where would that be?
The one on the corner, that's the property on the corner of Bethany and Hopewell.
Right.
I thought.
It's not, it's owned by a different entity.
And it's that close?
78
building.
feet according to GIS.
And
Well-
so they don't even have notice of this.
Yeah,
That's
that
not
surprises
right.
me. It just doesn't seem possible it's that close.
The only thing I'm saying right now is 100 yards is excessive to have I think we can look at what the feet, if we want to put a limit in there, but 100 yards sounds like we're going to push that right into the middle. Because she's not, I think the existing wine tasting room is, you said like 200 feet away from,
According to GIS, yes.
okay.
Okay.
And you have to, I mean, we're talking about future, if there
Right,
are future wineries.
Right,
Okay,
We're
so
only talking about this one because we're doing a CUP.
this is chapter 4.
Yeah, but it'll still, I mean, it's still going to be, the CUP and the alcohol code still have to
Okay.
work together and they will play off of each other.
Got it. Okay.
But it will affect this one too.
Got it. Okay.
So
Yeah. I
what,
think
what distance can we talk about that is, I mean,
What's the minute? Say it.
No, Laura was asking a question.
No, I mean, I feel like we need to have a distance for
Yeah, and we're
wineries
talking
that are
about the
next to.
future.
Yeah. we're
My
talking
point was
about
going
what's
to be, if people allowed to walk around the property with a glass of wine, what difference does it make where the tasting room is?
But they're not.
Matter to the
They're not.
residents.
What do you mean they're not?
The alcohol
that's
license
separate.
is issued for an on-premise consumption, which is immediately adjacent to where the alcohol license was issued, which is where the tasting room is.
Okay, I'm talking about what's going on today.
That's what's supposed to be going on.
Yeah,
supposed to be
Councilmember
going
Longoria,
on
the
the way
city of
they-
Milton
way they-
has issued correspondence indicating that the adjacency, the immediate adjacency issue is a real issue and must be complied with. And it must be in almost, well, immediately adjacent to the premises for which the license was issued.
So can we skip over this until we vote on that piece and then
We're
come
gonna
back to
talk about
this?
We can take that in any order it chooses to.
We are going to look at the adjacency.
Yeah, but let's think about, there was a winery, there was a applicant that came before us a while ago whose farm winery was right smack, his driveway was in the middle of another subdivision, or in the middle of his subdivision. And he had plenty of acreage to do some stuff, and in that particular instance, the application was not for him to be having an active tasting room. But yet, the tasting room that I think we granted is on the property. And I don't know if it would meet these parameters, but that's an example of a farm winery that came in also that was in the middle of a neighborhood, right? Okay, so we have to think about distances, or all of a sudden, everybody wants to be a farm winery, and it's out of control. Have you made your application yet? You've got how many acres?
What do we think? Are we going to be able tonight to come up with what we think is a good number? What I'm saying is I think 100 yards is excessive.
I think we've agreed to that.
Yeah,
So
okay.
what is,
Now
so
let's-
what is the distance from the other tasting room to the property line so that we don't, is it, I mean, we need to know that. We need to know what the other existing farm winery with a tasting room, the distance from that property line. I mean, we're hearing, I don't think 78 is, I mean, if that's what you're considering for a tasting room, that's a commercial use on top of a property
Yeah.
line that I couldn't agree to.
The gentleman who spoke earlier tonight from Big Door Winery. And when you think about if I've gone to his winery just to look at it, it's a great example of what a farm winery should look like. Although he is relatively close to some other residential developments, his property is huge. It's probably 40 plus acres. And his farm winery is smack in the middle. So he could accommodate a 300-foot, 100-yard distance. If you think about the farm winery or the wineries that are in North Georgia, their placement is appropriate. There's nothing else that's near them.
I think the problem having a set, I think moving forward needs to be in the CUP and the process, because every property is different. Milton, unfortunately, we don't have 100-acre parcels and all that available for people to do this. So I think a lot of it depends on what's adjacent. It may be residential, but it may be a gully and, 300 or 400 or 500 feet to the next house or something. So I think you got to look at it on an individual basis. So I know it's hard to sit there and say, what's a good number? Yeah, 300 feet might be great, easy on one property, and 50 might be on another, but.
Well, all right, so can I just back up and try to get context here? The point of this exercise is for future wineries. It's not for the current winery.
It is for the current
It is for the
winery.
current.
Will impact all of them.
It's Chapter 4, so
Okay, but it's, all right, well, but chapter 4 is, the current winery is worked out a program with the fire marshal, right? For where that facility would be.
No, that's a problem. And the new proposed one is 78 feet from a property line. They haven't worked out a solution with the fire marshal.
That's the problem. Okay.
You know, let me also address the elephant in the room. We've got a farm winery that we're trying to assess here that has not been a rule-abiding entity all the way through the process.
Okay, so we're getting off topic, I think.
No, we're not.
Because we should be talking
No.
about how we're changing.
Allow me to finish my thought.
Section 4.
Allow me to
Well,
finish my thought before you interrupt, please.
Somebody needs to speak up for the citizens
You
they've
can,
been talking
you
about.
can as soon as I finish my comment.
All right. Paul
So,
and then Joe.
in the fact that there were because there were other instances that arose that were disruptive to the community, you cannot make an exception. You can't ignore those things when we're being asked now to look at 78 feet. I have to consider that as a part of the total package.
Joe?
My problem is we're applying rules that are specific to one operation, okay? And we're not thinking about the rules that we want to have in place in general. Now, if our goal is to incorporate these types of rules or these components of our allowances to the operators to be inside the conditional use permit, which I think is a good idea, then we should be moving that language in there. And that gives us the ultimate flexibility, which means we should pull these definitions out of section 4, because the reality is we want those controlled in CUP. We don't want them to have some kind of a default value.
Can we do that?
Yeah,
Can we do that, Ken?
You can do it for applicants for a farm winery conditional use permit. Sure, to the mayor's point, that allows you to look at a particular plat and actually make your performance standards based upon the situation as it exists on the ground, as opposed to sort of this in a vacuum. Not suggesting you can't do this either. I'm just suggesting that the cut process allows a more individualized look for an individualized property.
But didn't you want us to do it in alcohol originally? Make all the changes for control?
Well, I don't mind them being in there. The problem is that a specific number is going to be one of those things that we always go back to and say, in this particular case, it should have been 39, not 42, or it should have been 187, not 183.
Okay.
You know?
So the question still stands, is 78 the right number? It's not.
Well, I'm not sure why.
Because of the point I made earlier.
Are we trying?
Well, if you're talking about individual to one specific, that's.
Yeah,
if you're saying that, like Joe's
we're
saying,
having to conflate the two
78.
issues here because we're being asked to consider this with the consideration of a particular farm winery.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Sorry, I was going to say, if we don't approve this language, but we approve the fact that the cup is going to control how we grant these.
One thing I'll mention, though, as we're talking about zoning versus regulation, is to the extent we're talking about the existing farm winery, that in the land use vernacular, that use is grandfathered, if you will, because they're already operating in the as of right AG1. Now, remember, I'm not talking about alcohol. I'm talking about zoning. So the cut process won't affect that.
The question I've got is,
They don't need one.
Right.
is there a way that you can individually review and come up with requirements of where the distance, what's appropriate based upon that individual parcel? Or are we saying we all want to have a set thing that is going to be, it's going to apply for everybody?
Could I tell you how I would draft this in a vacuum? Somebody said hypothetical earlier. In a vacuum, you would, if you had both the zoning opportunity and the regulatory opportunity, you would make the regulatory opportunity rather bare bones, because you don't want it to dictate the zoning. And then the zoning is where you clamp down on the individualized piece of property with an individualized concept plan, with an individualized meets and boundaries survey. And then the code sort of nicely tethers onto that. The problem that you have is you're attempting to use your code to regulate an industry that doesn't need your zoning approval.
Right.
But I would disagree on distance. Again, in chapter 4, I'm sorry.
No, I'm
there's-
not
there are
disagreeing
distance-
with
There are
you. I
distance
mean-
requirements from alcohol when package sales. It's in there, it's 100 yards.
State law minimum.
I'm just, it's in there. So
The package sale setbacks versus certain uses.
From schools and churches and
that's
the like. Huh.
That's not, I don't know that, is that in Farm Winery?
Oh, no. I think she's,
I'm
Councilmember
just
Bentley's
saying-
simply talking about
I'm
the.
not saying that that's what we should, I'm saying that it is within chapter 4 to have distances from the sale of package. I mean, there, you can pull in there and buy wine. So when you put this tasting room where the sale is on the property line, we should think about that and future wineries in this chapter 4.
Well, I totally understand for future. Everything begs context. Bob, am I correct in that there is a barn behind this little barn?
There
this
is.
Okay, so this
That's
little barn
housing
that then would
animals.
be the tasting room, it would be on the downward slope of that little barn, correct?
Yes, it's a
Okay.
barn, it's housing animals,
Okay.
and it would be on the back downward slope.
It's
of
the,
Okay.
it's the barn that we walked past that
Right,
had the
right.
animals in it.
Right,
Yeah.
so, but it would be.
Other than the
downward-
horses.
Right, it'd be the cow and the other, yeah.
Right.
So, but my point is, everything begs context. I think that going forward, we should have a distance that is appealing to council, but this particular location is not going to impinge upon another residence because you already have a barn that has existed closer to that residence for a long period of time. So I don't really, am I wrong here?
Yeah,
It-
yeah, you
Like,
are, because
tell me-
one's a barn. And now this
one's
is
an
going to be a
alcohol.
commercial tasting room with package sales.
But I want to clarify, and maybe Bob can help, because to my point earlier, in some instances, 300 feet might be, the right number. Some instances might be 50 feet if there's a buffer or whatever. To Carol's point, is the existing barn buffering the neighbors from the tasting room?
It is. I mean, I've been there. So, but here's my question, Paul. If all the rules are followed, and if the tasting room operates as a tasting room in the spirit of the Georgia code, okay, with Milton being supportive and supplemental to that, then is that tasting room per se problematic? Because, I'm not that good at directions, but I'm maybe not that bad either. When I look at where that's located with the barn, and then behind the barn, the so-called residence, the house and all the people over here were probably equal distance. I mean, you get a sexton, I'm just not sure it makes any difference in the context of that particular operation. Would I like to see a better situation in everything going forward? Yes. Would I really struggle with this if there were no barn there in between that and that residential line? But there is a barn there, and the animals have been there forever. And if the rules of the tasting room are followed and there's a control on the number of people, et cetera, I got to say, I don't see what difference it makes in that particular case.
I mean, and
To agree to disagree. That's
Okay,
all.
and that's fair. That's
I
fair.
mean, and I see both points, and kind of my issue is when it was submitted, we didn't have these rules, and I think we're changing the rules to, hurt the business when the rules on the books, when it was submitted, we didn't have, I just think we need to.
Well,
I would
no, but
agree this has to be looked
We have
at
to be sensitive
within
to
reason.
We do,
other
but this won't
residences, and I
change.
totally get it.
So if we change it so right now, the current tasting room is 200 feet, her current tasting room, the proposed tasting room is 78 feet. So whatever we change in here will affect any conditional use permits moving forward. Is that right? Okay, yeah.
It will impact,
Yeah.
it must
So, yeah,
impact.
okay.
And
But
that's
do we know the
problematic.
distance, do we
But
know
it's-
the distance from the other tasting room? We don't know that.
We don't know the exact, but roughly GIS
I
had
think we
it
need
at
that.
about
If I'm
200
identifying
feet
the correct building, then yeah, it's about 78 feet.
to the
No,
new
from the other
proposed.
tasting room.
The other
The
one,
existing one was around 200.
the
I
other
think.
one, the other tasting room that is currently in the basement to the nearest residential property line is around 200 feet. Again, if this is measuring correctly.
So is there a barn on the property line?
There is, from the aerial that I could see right now, I have the barn that I discussed with the applicant that I believe she was discussing renovating into the tasting room. I can't tell what is in between that and the neighboring property, but I can tell you there is a lot of trees and bushes and all that kind of stuff between the two.
Well,
Can I suggest, could we, as we're talking about the applicant as third person here, but the applicant, or the not applicant, but the owner of the farm winery is here. Is there anybody that would like to ask the owner of the farm winery, about the location and all that? Because some of it's kind of hearsay, right? I don't know if the owner would want to give up and just, I'll ask, just can you explain the location of the barn and whatnot? Yes. And I don't know, Steve, if there's any way to get what you're looking at up on the screen. It may,
Yeah, you can.
it's way over
Can you
my
pull up
head.
GIS?
You're trying to test me in front of everybody.
While that's coming up, I would just offer this for consideration. If I remember correctly, the barn that Carol's talking about is the buffer between the proposed tasting room and the residence, and the barn being proposed for the tasting room are both within the 100-foot setback that we just granted a variance to. That otherwise, had we not granted the variance, both of those barns would not have been allowed.
I don't know about.
The activity setback.
Yeah, the activity setback.
Definitely the one. I'd have to see the other one because I'm
That
losing
100-foot
perspective.
setback was related to the use permit specific to the activities that were going on.
For the riding academy, correct?
Well, the riding is by right,
Right.
but the other.
The other uses. the other
And I don't
types
know
of-
that those are part of that.
Of course they are. That setback off of all the property lines was, yeah.
For
it's-
activity
Try to pull up
though,
your map
right?
so you can
Right.
explain on the map where the
My-
different structures are.
I believe it was an
I'm not-
activity
I'm going to-
setback.
I'm good. I got you.
Right.
Everyone's gonna go.
I don't believe those were part of that. I could be wrong.
Really moving slowly.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we
they were.
wanted a variance for that.
I thought they were. Yeah,
Yeah,
they absolutely were. a part
I
of
could
that.
be wrong. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
yeah,
So now we're
We'll
contemplating
just wait
another
for the schematics.
accommodation to an accommodation we've already made.
I see, I understand.
so, and there's also, I wanted to, there's another farm winery that has a tasting room.
I'm sorry.
The other farm winery that has, remember they came in, that we need to check that distance on. Remember? They applied.
I'm familiar with on Blackmore. I just don't know
Yes.
where their
Right.
tasting room is in relation.
Well, we
to their
need to know
property.
that one, the distance.
Okay. Can we yield the floor?
If you want to, just wait until
I'm trying really
They
hard to
have
get this. It's just on a bad delay.
flat out. But
Oh, okay.
go ahead if you have a question.
No, I was just waiting to see clarification.
Adam, have you changed your mind yet? They're pulling up the plat. I just feel, Ken, the semantics of this, just coming up with an arbitrary number, but with already an application in or something in the process that doesn't feel right to me that, if you know the number 78, and then you say a higher number, or does that make sense? of an existing application?
Well, it's curious to be drafting, code with this level of granularity. I mean, the city has the authority to, but I get it, I understand.
It wouldn't load.
Be working off a site plan anyway.
I'm gonna try the Fulton County GIS map.
We'll take a stab at it, Ken. So in the future, when we have use permits
Moving terribly.
and they want a tasting room, can we, in that use permit, add language on the location, or it just doesn't work because of chapter 4?
Yes. But that locational decision will be in some way informed. You've put a foot away from the property line measure in there because staff will tell the applicant, this concept plan doesn't work.
Right, but if they come before us and want a use permit, we can extend it. We can extend the amount of feet, no?
Yeah, but you're still going to be constrained by your alcohol code.
So interesting, because we've been doing zoning, and yeah, it's different. A building. So in a use permit, we can't condition a building where a building can go within a use permit? That's interesting.
Yes, of
Okay.
course.
Okay.
But I'm simply saying it's a tale of two ordinances. You've got a zoning ordinance and an alcohol ordinance. And if this has unique criteria, this person wants the land use designation, but will eventually be coming in applying for this license to sell the alcohol that you've now allowed to be sold at this location.
Yeah.
Staff are going to know there's a 100-foot setback from the property line. Therefore, when they condition them, you're going to say, you're going to have to bring it 100 foot back. Otherwise, you're going to run afoul of our alcohol code.
So to go back to Councilman Longoria's point, can we take this just out of chapter 4?
You can, you absolutely can, but to the extent that you are attempting to wrap your arms around the existing farm winery,
Okay.
they're not going to need to come in and apply for any zoning.
Got it.
If maps pull
I
up,
use
we
my
should be able
laptop
to get
underneath
it.
that little projector.
Can we,
Can I do that?
Ken, could we include language that just says the location of any tasting room at a farm winery must be approved by the city council?
Mhm.
Can you put in?
And then that goes with the use permit?
You just type in the address.
Well, and again, there's no use permit in your present farm winery. Could you make it so open-ended as to say that even within the context of the alcohol code, the council can simply approve where your tasting
Just
room
the delay,
is?
it should come up. Okay.
Did it get way? Looks like it just says double.
Way on the outside of my flexibility meter.
There's something like there, though.
Oh, maybe it did. It was just.
Say that last sentence again?
Way outside the confines of my flexibility meter. Again, the alcohol
That's you,
code's
right?
doing something different than your zoning code.
That's you?
To be able to read your alcohol code and do what I can do, when and where, as long as I have the correct.
Let's see if we got layers. A little bit of a delay.
And I want to apologize to the audience here too. I mean,
Just
this
one
is
second.
taking a long time, but
Okay, I got it.
I feel
up.
it's correct to,
I got it up.
Please
So it's
discuss
just a
this.
matter of, can you see it? You want me to try to zoom in some more?
Can I get my glasses?
Seriously.
Hold on. Zooming in.
I think we need to do,
Okay.
You go in even a little bit more, Bob?
Listen, if anybody.
Want me to go in more?
Yeah.
Move it back a little. And let me just zoom in a little more. Hold on. Just a little bit of a delay on this damn thing. Sorry.
when you least expect it.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
Let's just see if we can bring it down just a bit.
Speak into the microphone.
All right, so would you mind showing where the barn is and where the residential house is?
Is that my house?
This is your house right here. See where the dot, that's the house. That's the riding line. So the barn is, I think, over here somewhere.
Hey, come on, Marilyn.
That's my garage.
Those are having these.
That's just coming up, but that's your garage. That's the house.
Want to go like this and blow it up?
Yeah, I'm gonna go down and then scoot.
Isn't this it here?
Yeah, right there.
No, I think this is it right
I
here,
think
because
that
it's
house right
even.
there, Carol,
It's,
that you can see
well,
in the upper
this
right
is,
corner.
no, this is,
I think that's the one.
oh, this
That's
is,
on the
oh,
corner down there.
wait. Okay. No, here it is over here. That is my big writing room, right
Yes.
there, so. do I get rid of
Yeah,
that?
don't, just.
Okay, so this right here must be
Where it is.
where it is, because that's my pavilion. This is my small writing room.
Okay,
That's
so
even
it's
too
right there.
high. It's somewhere right in here. I don't know
Yeah.
if you can see
Right
my
where it says
finger.
here, and then where's the adjacent house?
The adjacent house is this right
That's
over
in
here.
Okay.
So that's how far away we are. I mean, it's,
Okay. So if you look at the map,
All right.
where it says Way, Bethany Way, just right of the dot, the red dot, that silver roof,
I'll try to put
that
it,
light
Where
roof,
mouse is?
right in there is, right there is where the barn would be, all the way to the
Bob,
right.
that's where what would be?
Can you speak?
I don't think
Speak
they're
a little
listening.
louder, please.
I'm sorry, my voice doesn't project very well at night. So right where it says Way, Bethany Way, right of the red dot, you'll see where the cursor is that silver box. That's the existing barn, correct? And then all the way to the right, where it has the numbers on the house, is the existing residential, abutting residential. Huh?
yep, that's it.
That's it?
Yeah,
And then this is the other one here.
right. So there's that barn, there is another barn, and so there are actually two barns that are buffering it. So the one barn that it will go behind, then if you're going toward the property line, I've got my whole other huge hay barn and all of that that is also in front. So you've got to go through two barns to get to that. And then there's like 20 feet of bamboo that is as tall as this.
And where will the parking be?
Same place that it is now. Parking isn't going to change. The parking's going to stay the same.
I'm just trying to get from feet. So how much, so if the feet to that property line, Steve, you said 78 feet. How much is the feet to the structure?
Oh, that's going to be a long way. So the property line, I think this is roughly the property line. They've
Right.
got, because I used to own it, they've got about,
Probably 150 to 200 probably to the structure.
they've got about 1.5 acres behind their structure that goes in between two. So you've got all mine, then they've got 1.5 acres before you get to the house.
What I'm trying to do is how to encompass this in the future.
Bob, where that little gray pointer is that the structure we're talking about?
No,
No.
it's right over here. It's even up further. It's further away.
And then,
You mean the adjoining
Well,
property?
I mean, you've got, where's the proposed
The proposed,
orientation? Where is it on that map?
right here where that little finger is.
Okay, it's that.
See the pin?
Is it the gray pin or is it?
Yeah.
move the cursor if you would, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. And then go back to it now, please, Ms. Jackson. Okay, so that's it.
That's it.
And then would you go directly to the property line?
Okay, to the property line. The property
just
line
right around there.
is roughly about here. I think that's the property line. And then the structure, the residence, the house is right there.
Right.
Way up here. Okay. Like I said, there's about,
Is
Ken, I'm going to ask you a question. Just, we talked a minute ago, is another option that we can do to address this?
Well, okay, look, I mean, your alcohol code is as sort of the regulatory construct for just general purpose alcohol license having applicable to everyone. You could expect there would be one set of criteria in it. And candidly, you would expect that those performance standards would be probably less as opposed to more, because where you're going to vindicate your interest going forward, at least, is going to be in your cut process. And so you'd want to allow the cut process to have the most flexibility to create something that made sense. So again, I think I used a hypothetical example earlier. That's what I would do if I was doing this from scratch, is leave the alcohol code less granular and have your more specificity in your case-by-case cut.
Okay, because I just feel like even though this is a broad code, we're focusing on one.
You're using the example you have in front of you to draft your code, and I get that, and yes, it is unusual.
Yeah, I don't feel right about that. That's a concern I have.
May I ask one last question for orientation, please? So where the green dot is, see that? It says farm at Pamelot.
Yes.
Yes.
Just right to the right, is that the building that has, pardon me, the grain in it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the hay and
Right.
grain. That's the yeah. the
Okay, so
feed.
that buffer, it is a pretty substantial buffer to the property line.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I mean, totally buffered.
All right.
Again,
But I
by-
understand your point, and then I also understand
This is a-
Paul's point
it's a pro-
because it's futuristic.
And this is a proposed tasting room. So it's not it's an existing structure,
Right.
but it's a proposed tasting room.
We're in the second phase of building plans on that.
It's in the process.
It's in the
Assuming
process
in the
already.
That's why. So Ken, do you have?
That's why there's a
there-
process.
Did community development, didn't you approve that? Well, look at those building plans.
They were she made application, as stated on time, as stated in the temporary CFO. She did get all the plans in on time. And we're in the process right now of reviewing everything and issuing comments to her. So
But
she's,
for that location.
for that particular
Because see,
location.
that's what's confusing. We're talking about this as though it's just come up, but you all known about this, the 78 feet.
Yes.
Approximately, you don't know
Right.
for sure, but.
What's
Yeah.
the, I'm going to go back to the Blackmore tasting room because that is in existence. What's the square footage of that one? What's the square footage?
You know the square footage of that one?
I mean, because if we have to know
Square
that.
footage of that one.
Have a tasting room.
I think he's,
licensed
They're
as a
not-
farm
yeah.
winery.
I understand,
but
but
future.
how big their
Okay.
tasting room wouldn't
So
be.
they haven't applied for an alcohol license?
The moratorium hit them.
Since they-
Okay. It would still be good to know what that tasting room square footage is if we, so that we have
Hasn't
consistency
brought
across
anything on there yet.
what we have on the ground.
Steve, I don't have any formal application on that or. He just discussed it. I don't have any plans or anything, so it's kind of. And he got caught with the moratorium, so doesn't even have an alcohol license, so it's just kind of.
Okay, so Ken, and again, trying to get some direction here, or go in a direction, I guess the council, if we're coming up with an arbitrary number and the council agrees that this one particular case where the barn's there and there's a buffer and all that, and the council wants to say 77 feet or 69 or whatever, I mean, is that the right thing to do if the
I'd
council agrees
recommend
with that?
against
Or
it. I mean, look,
would you
pick a round number, pick 50. Pick something that doesn't look like it's uniquely tailored to one property, because I don't think that should be guiding your police power. in
I
this
mean,
case.
and then legally, if you pick 80 or 100, then obviously this is in the process of, that could be used against us separately, right? Flip side.
Well, and again, I think the bigger issue from my perspective is that whatever you do here lessens your flexibility when you get to the cut process, because you're going to find some piece of property that you like, and you may not have the flexibility you want.
Can this be handled in the cut process?
No.
I asked that one twice.
No. To the extent you want to regulate, This farm winery, they don't need a zoning
So
approval.
can we pop all the way back out to where we're talking about the code? Yes,
Absolutely.
because we actually have to get some
Yeah, you can
voting
take that.
done
Thank you.
to get this night over.
I've got a
Thank you.
lot left, certainly.
Well, we need to see how we're going because we'll be coming up on midnight soon and we'll have to.
Right.
Cooperate. Okay.
So right now we're working on the tap room and the tasting room definitions.
Correct. Now I could make one more thing. You could remove it from the definition and put it in 485 later. I mean, we landed in the definition at that time. But 4-85 is the actual section that governs specifically farm wineries.
I would like to suggest that just to get any additional info. I mean, well,
What was it?
Here's the section. It has other edits as well that we need to discuss this evening. So in here, we just kept pointing to the approved tasting room because tasting room had that clarification in the definition as opposed to continuing to say the tasting room that can only be this big or this far every time it comes up in this section.
so are we okay with the 2,500 square feet? Is there, what
Want me to stay here or go
what
back
is
to
the
the
current
box?
tasting room? What's the square footage of the proposed tasting room for the winery that we currently have?
Why don't we,
I mean, because
just have it at 0 feet? And then if you have it at 0 feet.
Right.
And then
Bob said
when
around
they apply for a
1,500 or
use
less.
permit,
I mean, it's like we're trying to box in something.
can
we
you
don't
just
know
have it
what
at
the
0
future is.
feet?
And
Right.
And then when they apply for a use permit in the future, then you can limit it or no?
Every other winery, except the one that is
Right.
already in existence, can be handled that way.
Okay.
So, all right.
All right. I'm sorry, Laura. I just thought about something.
But do we want to go back to the definitions or venture into 485?
We need to get something done here, so.
Right. I say,
yeah.
Then
go
go
back to definitions.
Okay, and we're at tasting room.
I'm sorry, Joe, I'm not running this
No,
meeting. You are.
it's, you know what, it's everybody's input here right now.
And this would govern the renewal of this one.
So we leave.
So can we say change from 100 yards to 20 yards?
Yes.
Oh, putting yard, okay.
well,
No less than.
60 feet.
60 feet.
Yeah, so
we say 60.
You want to change it to feet instead of yards? I don't know why we went imperial.
I think feet needs, because we do feet on everything else.
Yeah.
Most everything else.
So
It's to the actual property line.
So, yeah, just make sure it's to the property line.
50 feet, 10 feet, what'd we say?
50.
60 feet.
50 or
60.
60. I don't know. 50 sounds more, Ken, as you were saying, generic versus
Right.
like you're tailoring it towards a.
Then we still do
There you go.
individual review and approval. It's not granted.
Okay, so
No.
Joe's recommending
Correct.
50 feet.
And on the square footage, I think we were, based on the property size, we were trying to keep the tasting room, the ratio to the property in check.
There's,
And I'm just curious to know, do you know what, how,
That's what size of the
what I
proposed.
saw the barn, that can't be more than 2,500 square feet.
Well, and
The-
unless
The application that came in was around 1,200 square feet, if I
Okay,
remember
then we're-
correctly. But part of our comments were, she was missing some bathrooms and things. So I don't think we should limit it to 1,200. That's why I was
But
thinking
2,500 is going to clear that what she has proposed.
it would clear her
Okay,
threshold, right?
then
Right.
let's-
And including any like exterior decks or anything like that, that would be in close
Okay.
proximity. So I would treat it all as building and deck, the whole composite, not exceeding.
I'm just going to
2,500.
ask the winery owner, Jackson, if you wouldn't mind coming up for 1 second. Just because we've got a number here of 2,500 square feet for a tasting room. Not sure, I've heard 1,250 or was your original, but, what were you anticipating the size of your tasting room?
But it's around 1,200, something like that. It's
Okay, that's
small.
all.
It's
Okay,
small,
that's
so
all I need to
I'm
know. Okay.
perfectly
I
fine
just want to
with
make
it.
sure we're,
Is that where
Yes.
the production is now too? Because you wanted the production out, right? Didn't it all have to come
That's
out?
a whole, I think that's a whole different issue. And taste.
From the.
Okay.
Okay, so you're separating those. Today
Her
you got them in
current
the same
proposal does
general
not
area, but
include
you break.
the
Got it.
production. So
okay.
Square footages that we're giving you and she's giving you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So you changed 50 feet and got 2,500 square feet in size. Any other changes council wants to?
Just one last question. We changed that to 50 feet. Does that automatically mean that's granted, that someone can go
Yes.
within 50 feet? That, I think, would be a little problematic if we're not really going to be able to.
Well,
do you
just-
really want it 50 feet off from somebody's property line?
No.
Are we clarifying
No, I
it's for
thought-
this
I thought
specific
that
tasting room?
this specific-
It's the minimum that is going to be applicable to the one farm winery that does not need a
Yes.
cup.
Correct.
In the future, if a cup is
Everything will be a cup, and it will be-
Yeah, so-
further, that can be further conditioned.
Wineries with a cup. Okay.
Are we
All
ready?
right. Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the definition for tap room, tasting room, to include the tasting room must be located 50 feet, no less than 50 feet from any adjacent residential property lines and no larger than 2,500 square feet in size.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion is read from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Morag. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Okay, we had one opposed, Councilmember Moore. Okay,
Moving on to section 4-12, we're just striking this language that seemed inconsistent with other provisions that we've been given from council. This allowed sales by the package from someone other than a retail package license holder, and we're striking that saying, no, if you want to sell by the package, you have to be a retail license package holder. 4-12.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to strike from section 4-12,
Second,
item number D.
second.
Item number.
okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Cookerly. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We've already addressed the addition of the advertising, so I'm going to skip down to 4-70, which is the next section that has edits. This is the actual license types. Except for the one time I would like it to. Okay. Okay. So again, we're in the section called Types of Licenses and Permits. We struck the city food market as we've removed it. We struck language that specifically talked about BYOBs not being allowed in certain establishments by then clarifying where it is allowed instead of trying to piecemeal every section to say it can't be here, it can't be here. We just went to the BYOB and said it's only allowed here and here. So just removing all that other language to make sure we didn't miss somewhere. And then when we get down here, we have reformatted the standard consumption on premise license to remove some of the language that seemed like it explained some locations, then it had two qualifyings which contradicted the language to just say standard consumption on premise is allowed in these exact establishments. So we have your eating establishment or full service restaurant, your golf courses, the hotel, your limited food service restaurants, private clubs, sports clubs, special event facilities. Again, we're asking you to strike the senior living facility this evening. We struck B and just said and/or under beer, wine, or liquor to have them all in one place. So I can stop there. I think that's a big chunk. If we do 4-70 A and B.
Okay,
Let me
Mr.
make sure
Mayor, I'd
that's
like to
right.
make a motion.
Let me just add, any questions on this or
Oh,
clarifications?
let me stop. I did a little more specific. This one, let's do A first because B actually has another section. So
You
A
can do
is
it.
just the striking of city food markets as well as the BYOB language.
Okay, Carol, you
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the amended language under 4-70A.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion as read by Councilmember Cookerly with second from Councilmember Morrig. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
So now we'll do 4-70B1, which is the ones we just went over for the standard consumption on premise license. And I ask again that you remove senior living facility in your motion.
Okay,
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend B and
4-70B1.
4-70B1 and remove senior living facility.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion as read by Councilmember Bentley, a second from Councilmember Cookerly. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Okay, so now we are in 4-70B2, which are limited consumption license types. We are just clarifying some of the language to say that now you would, if you did not qualify as those under standard, you could potentially qualify under this section if you meet these other requirements. And here we are with the BYOB again for pre-existing licenses. The way our ordinance currently has it, it separates the pre-existing license holders from the non-license holders in two different sections. Just be aware of that. This is only that section. And we're pointing again to 4-88 instead of the different 5 sections I had before, just pointing all BYOBs to 488, striking courtyard market, and then lettering that section. So this would be, if you approve these changes, section 4-70B2.
Or what?
4-70B2.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the changes in 4-70B2.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly with a second from Councilmember Morrig. Any discussion or clarification? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 That's
Sorry.
unanimous.
Now we are in 4-70E. E is our add-on license section. I'll go through each one. Again, clarifying that an alcoholic beverage catering license is for those standard consumption on premise holders that we just approved, as well as the off-premise package retailers. And we're changing the word deliver to transport for some advice from legal to clarify that they can transport that alcohol that they are legally authorized to sell in their establishment to the location that they're having the catering event at. And they are allowed to do that at private functions on private property, public functions on private property, city-sponsored events, or special event facilities, to be consistent with the other sections. This is your other part of the BYOB for the existing consumption on premise license holders, just clarifying that's for standard consumption license holders. So you would not be allowed to do this, say, in the craft beer wine market or other places like that that aren't meeting that standard definition. Adding the word license to just clarify that that is a license type. And lastly, clarifying the ancillary tasting licenses are allowed at retail package holders, hybrid license holders, and manufacturing holding establishments. And then we can clarify what they can do at those in 4-93 later. And then also updating the table to match that language. So that's all consistent under 4-70 E and F.
Any questions on that?
So you want me to do it, or are you going to roll?
Yeah.
Make sure there's no questions.
So that is.
Hang on, I'm
Go back.
So Bernadette, I'll just ask the question out loud. One of the things that has been a concern to me was the fact that we are considering allowing tastings in a liquor store.
That is
So-
addressed in 493.
So this refers to that. So do we need to start addressing it here by saying an ancillary tasting license is available for a retail package license? Is that the liquor store?
So yes, they are allowed to have this license, but under 4-93, it restricts them from doing it for distilled spirits. only allowing, it says clearly distilled spirits or liquor is only allowed in distilleries and micro distilleries, that tasting.
Okay.
So this is allowing them to have this license type, and then it's tailored further under 493.
But can I ask a question why we would discriminate against maybe a Scotch aficionado who might want to sample Scotch and the wine people get to do that?
I only make this one recommendation that maybe we wait till 493 to get into those details. This is just a license type that allows them to do tastings in some parameters that are outlined in 493.
Okay, let's wait.
Okay, it's up to you. Follow you on this.
So if you're okay with this, the license types in general, these would be 4-70E and F, including the outlines, and then the changes in the table to correspond back to the outlines.
Okay, well, any questions or open up for a motion?
I just want to make a, so in this discussion, we're talking about the limited service restaurant license, correct?
So
I mean-
again, that will exist as it currently does, but there is a moratorium on them. So we will come back in the next phase to address what is a limited food service restaurant moving forward into the future. So this is allowing the current license holder to exist as he does today to renew.
Okay. All right. I understand.
Okay. Open up for a motion.
Where does it start, Bernadette?
4-70E and F.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve 4-70E and F with the changes proposed by staff.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Moore with a second from Councilmember Jameson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
No, I'm opposed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yep.
didn't see that.
Yep.
So that was with Councilmember Bentley opposed. Tammy.
You got that, Tammy? All right, moving on to 472. This is the one-time permits. So as we go through our license, the way it's structured, you're going to see some things repeating a couple of times. We say what type of licenses are allowed. Then we go into further restrictions per license type. That's the way it's outlined today. 4-72 is just clarifying that at a special event alcohol permit would be eligible for, like we talked about before, those registered and licensed as a caterer, either in our city or other cities, as well as nonprofits. So nonprofits, as they currently exist under special event alcoholing, will not be changed in this iteration. It's just clarifying that those two types are allowed.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve section 4-72 as amended in A1 and 2.
Second.
I have a motion as read by Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Morrig. All in favor, please say aye.
Have discussion for a moment?
Oh, hold on. I got
Just a quick question.
Question.
Bernadette, just to clarify, did I either read it or hear you say this is for somebody who holds a permit that may hold a permit from outside our city?
So special event alcohol permits, the way we have reworded this, would allow licensed caterers from either Milton or a surrounding jurisdiction that's licensed by that jurisdiction as a caterer
Okay.
to serve at these special events, as well as nonprofit civic organizations to continue to do so. We kind of removed the language that left it open to any business that wanted to come apply for this permit. We would like you to have that licensed catering, that catering license to say that you have been deemed okay to serve off your premise.
And you're comfortable that you've made measure of the surrounding jurisdictions' qualifications to have secured that permit for those entities that want to do the catering? Is that what that's saying?
Well, we have always allowed outside establishments to come in and do this. This is now clarifying that only those licensed by those, but I have not vetted individually each jurisdiction's licensing process to see if it stands up to ours. But the way it works to get the catering permit, you have to have a consumption on premise license in your jurisdiction or a retail package license. So they would have gone through their vetting process to be licensed locally for those licenses to be able to do this. In our
So a limited degree of reciprocity, but you're not going and looking at the scrutiny by which they got that.
Yeah.
So if you'd like us to look further into that, we can just
Well,
say Milton.
I mean, if it's a short list, if it's Alpharetta, Roswell, Johns Creek.
We've run into circumstances before where they can't find a business nearby that would like to host their cater event or their special event. So they've had to reach out to other, and we've had before things in other jurisdictions that didn't seem to correspond to ours. And we felt that the licensing for a caterer would be the closest thing to ours.
Okay. So maybe they're coming from Woodstock? Is that an example where it wouldn't be an immediately adjacent jurisdiction?
Correct. They can come from.
Okay, I guess I can be comfortable with that. Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
All right. So I got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. You forgot who the motion, Bentley, and then
And then a second.
I don't think there
Or-
was a sec, oh.
Yeah, there was a second.
Yeah, it was a second, then Paul had a question.
And then we were getting ready for the vote, and that's when
Yeah.
it's.
Yeah.
So 4-77 is our limited sales. We're just striking all of the BYOB language and saying, see section 488 again to have it in one place. Additionally, removing again the language saying where a BYOB is or isn't allowed, because we have now addressed that in the BYOB section. And finally, removing the limited tap establishment, again, the BYOB language, and then removing the courtyard market altogether and renumbering the section. And finally, striking sports complexes from being eligible to be a special event facility. It was never in the definition, but it was in this section. And to create consistency with the definition, we removed it here.
So approve all edits for section 4-77?
Should you be okay with them? That's correct. Yes, sir. I can scroll
Is that
back
your
up so you can
motion?
see them
Go for it.
again.
Yeah. So Mayor, I move that we adopt all of the edits proposed for section 4-77.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Longoria with a second from Councilmember Morag. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
The 4-84 is our brew pubs. And just looking to clarify the language to be consistent with the farm wineries, that a holder of a hybrid license will receive the ancillary tasting license at no additional cost. So again, this is saying it is still a separate license type, but you just don't have to pay an additional fee if you're a hybrid license, with the understanding that that is their intent, is for them to manufacture their own unique brews that people would want to taste before they bought. So that's 4-84.
Any questions?
Mayor, I move that we adopt the changes to section 4-84.
Second.
That's
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Longoria, second by Councilmember Morag. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous.
Okay, so now we're back at the farm wineries. So this is the section where, again, an approved tasting room would point back to the definition you approved earlier with the 50 feet and the 2,500 square feet, anytime you see it here. Permitted sales, again, clarifying that consumption on premises, this is not the tasting, this is actually the consumption portion of the license, would be allowed in the enclosed section of the adjacent, sorry, let me just reread it. A farm winery may sell its wine, other wines from Georgia, and other wines produced or shipped from out of state as permitted under law for retail. So that's off premise for consumption in the closed packages for consumption off premises inside or adjacent to the approved tasting room. So I know this is a lot of wording, but basically saying that you can buy the packages of alcohol by the bottle inside that tasting room. And then you can also have consumption on premises inside or adjacent to that tasting room, not to extend beyond the 20 feet, and not in any direction.
Okay, so clarify, is this we deciding the 20 feet?
You can,
Or is this?
that is the big
Is this a
change.
given, depending on the footage, is that?
This is a different feet. Okay, so you approved from the property
No,
line where it
I
can be
understand.
located?
This is
Okay,
the adjacency.
correct, yes, sir. So this is saying how far can you go from the approved tasting room with your consumption on premises at the
Okay.
site of the property site.
So I'm gonna need some help on this too, because I go to, visited several other wineries and here in Georgia and all that, and people do kind of wander around and, this is part of the experience and, maybe chairs over here, tables, things like that. So I want to, and I know we talked about this adjacency, so what's a fair thing on that? How do, Ken, is it
Well, I mean, again,
not a fair? I'm not
overthink it, but it's not a matter, I mean, of fairness. It's just a matter of what the will of the council is. I mean,
Right, and I don't mean it like that, but there's a definition of, what is it, close adjacency, or what was the term?
right now, your
Medium.
definition of an on-premise, and premise is a defined term under your code, and it means that you can consume the alcohol inside the premise or on areas immediately adjacent. And there is plenty of case law interpreting that, and it means really close. In fact, I would go so far as to say that 20 feet allowance is farther than what immediately adjacent anticipates.
The letter of the term.
Yes. So, but if you wanted to say that with a farm winery, your premise can be the entire acreage, that's certainly within the council's discretion. I'm telling you, your code right now greatly limits that.
I think we may have some numbers issue too with people. So to me, even spreading that out actually dilutes the crowd, so to speak, in the experience. But that's just my opinion. Paul?
And we've been very clear with the current farm winery in legal exchange.
Yes.
Written correspondence.
With the diagram.
With very exact language for a reason. And this is where we codify that, basically, in my mind. If you give the entire property, what's to stop you from buying a bottle of wine and going and having a backseat of the parking lot in the car?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say entire property, but that's.
I think I said that as a means of example.
Yeah. So I think we've been very loud and clear on this. I think it's really black and white in my mind. We don't need to be inconsistent with all the messages we've already sent.
The question is that 20-foot number?
Well, it doesn't make sense to me because it seems like we're somehow being inconsistent with other areas of the city. We've got character areas today. We've got areas where we know we have multiple establishments where we allow the free migration of people from one to the other with carrying alcoholic beverages. The only restriction we have is they have to be in plastic containers, right?
In a commercial area.
Yeah, these are houses around this property.
But they're not going from house to house. They're staying on one property. So if you think about it, if we were to associate the property with a restaurant, they're just staying within the bounds of the establishment itself. So I don't understand why we're trying to be more restrictive than we are with other restaurants.
Well, it starts with the Georgia code about a tasting room. And that's what we started with, was a tasting room. And that's what the granted the permit. And then we've migrated to all these other things. I mean, I don't think from council's point of view, when we approved that, we weren't doing more than a tasting room. And certainly there's been modifications since then.
And
But then to apply it, that it equates to something that might happen during a festival or I don't see that.
So they applied for the special use permit for rural events and concerts and festivals, which, that's more ambiguous where those things are happening. They have a tasting room for wine tastings, and they have an agricultural use permit for activities, which isn't exactly, birthday parties and things like that.
Right.
They're separate. They're able to be separated. So as far as, it was my understanding that as we, work through when the Uncorked series was taking place, we were trying to contain the alcohol consumption on the property. And for enforcement purposes, it was important to know where the license was for and where the alcohol could be sold and drank. And so that's immediately adjacent that we've
Right. Well,
put in many correspondences.
I agree that the issue that we need to address is the consumption piece, right? We're limiting the amount of wine that can be sold, right?
No.
Haven't yet.
How so?
Why did I think that there was some kind of consumption?
No, if you want to buy one bottle or a case, you can buy
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Buy, but is it
There's no food ratio, there's
Not a
no
limit.
limit.
No, I
there's
know
nothing.
there's not a
a limited
food
number
issue.
of drinks or glasses of wine that someone can consume
I don't think we've got that.
on the property?
But through no fault,
And Ken, can you confirm
just
that?
the way it lays out, it's just very close to other residences. It's in a residential area. And so we're just trying to think forward. Somebody else comes up, what do? You don't have to have a tasting room. I mean, you've got to have some controls.
Well, okay. It's a farm winery. It's not a farm tasting room.
Right. So the consumption should be immediately adjacent to the tasting room.
Well, I would say it should be on the farm winery.
Okay.
Farm
but
winery is for
that's-
production.
But it's the Georgia, yeah, well, that's actually true.
You've been to farm wineries.
I have. I've been to this
And
one.
you're allowed to go all over the place looking at their operations. I haven't, well, okay. There have been some places where I specifically went to taste the wine and I didn't give a crap about what else was going on.
Right.
But in general, when you're going on a farm winery tour, you want to really dig into what is the farm winery about? And it's more than just the wine in the tasting room.
Right. But in this particular instance, one of the reasons that we debated this ad nauseum was to ensure that we provided the balance between what the farm winery business was and the protections afforded to the immediately surrounding community. And we did a good
Right.
job of that the other day. By not staying tight on this constraint, we're going back on some, what I believe to be some promises we made to the community.
So what was the promise we made to the community?
That they would abide by immediately adjacent.
We used that language.
We did.
Well,
We've
yeah.
written it in the letter to the farm winery proprietor
Yeah, we did.
in very specific language.
Did we, the immediate adjacent, was it clear what that
Hold up 15.
Yeah.
footage was?
Yes. Now, to be fair, I'm interpreting the code as it exists, not as you may amend it, but yes, we were very clear and included a graphic, and some, case excerpts.
Let me just say, Joe, one second. I mean, from my position, and I understand where everybody is, technically maybe the 20 feet is correct. I think from an operation and experience, I think it needs to be, not the whole property, but at least broadened a little bit so that they may have tables sitting out there and whatnot, a beautiful day, whatever, looking around, sitting out there like, you go to some of these other wineries. So I think maybe the happy medium is, 50 foot or, 75 feet or something like that. That's my opinion, and you guys, everybody else's.
I think we gave those things consideration when we measured it the other day. And I'm convinced that we did the right thing the other day. I think we had a room assembled full of people that were from the community that spoke loud and clear about what their expectations were. We found a balance, and I think we've written it now legally to send a loud and clear message about what that expectation is in terms of cooperation with the way the city had taken its position. And I think it's appropriate for us to continue that with this evening.
Okay, so on this item, we need to either approve it as is or define the fee.
That's
footage on
correct,
there.
or amend it. That's right.
I think one of the issues, if we go back, and again, we're speaking about specific farm winery right now. We're not speaking in general, and I guess you'll have to tell us how what we put down here plays into a CUP, or if it doesn't. But I think one of the concerns that was raised was also the size of crowd. So if you limit the size of the wine tasting room and you limit where it can be consumed, you're doing some sort of crowd control. That was one of the things that we heard loud and clear, was having to have the police out there and having all the cars. That was one of the issues that we had heard from a traffic standpoint.
You can make a larger accommodation in the future, but we're talking about this one specifically. And I think we've made some promises to the community here that we need to uphold.
My point was, I think that was one of the reasons to try to limit the distance and where consumption was. It was already in the current law, or the current license we approved. That was already defined. that's why, and then Ken clarified that. So we're discussing kind of apples and oranges. What actually took place on the property was different than what the original request in the license was. What you're talking about is a different use than what we defined initially.
So the concerns that I thought the community brought to us had everything to do with intensity of use and little to do with the use itself. In other words, that no one had a problem with a farm winery being in their neighborhood.
Right.
Good thing, because it was always there, right? But they did have a problem with having 300 people at the farm winery listening to music and consuming wine. So that's an intensity of use issue. It's not a use issue, right? So to me, having one person available on the property that can walk anywhere they want with a glass of wine, that shouldn't be a problem. Because what is the danger? What is the issue that we're trying to control? What is it that is unappealing to a neighbor that one person walking around a piece of property drinking a glass of wine poses? Because technically, that describes just about any one of their neighbors, right?
But you know what, Joe?
So I was going to go straight, I was about to just go to their point is you kind of hit the nail on the head. The whole reason we had two issues, music and intensity of use. And
people.
yeah. And so exactly to your point, I really don't have a problem if a few people go walk around with a glass of wine and enjoy the vineyards and do the tours. I think the problem is, and go to Rick's point, was the adjacency issues there to limit the number of people. So how can we?
Right.
Yeah,
So-
I think if the community knew we were going to discuss this again with granting additional flexibility, they would have assembled tonight to make sure we upheld the commitments that we made to them the other day. And by going to changing this tonight is backhanded on what the community expects.
Okay, so you're talking about a meeting that was held outside of a council meeting.
Oh, during the council meeting.
During council.
When?
You were here.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ken, is there anything, just I'm tired, so as everybody is there anything on number of patrons at any given time in the recent letters that you've sent back and forth?
No.
Okay.
No, but that's a good point, and that's why the adjacency is,
Yeah, I mean, look,
is important, because that is,
I'd
one
be happy
way.
to switch to number of patrons and get rid of the adjacency if that's a better way to do it, but we have adjacency here, and so that's to be determined in another time, because it's all about intensity of
Right.
use.
I think
And
that's the
wandering
bottom
around
line,
a
not that you have to
property,
stay within 20
right.
feet. The issue was the number of people that are allowed. If you say the whole property, that's when you get into the large crowds.
Right.
And that was part of the concern. So it was the intensity of use. But
And
the
it's an
question is how do you
interesting property
limit-
with two different uses, and so
Yeah.
it kind of commingles.
So question, and I see Paul's point and the 20 feet and, the prior decision, I made a suggestion of 50 feet, is the intent much different? It's not like we're covering the whole property. I'm just asking Ken, the legal, if we make a minor change in the number of feet where it's not, the entire intent's not changed, but just tweak that, is that a viable thing or not? Or
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I think this is clearly an issue. You have the ability to modify this, keep it the same, jettison all the changes, or change the feet requirements.
Look, Mayor, my only issue with that is if it's 50 feet, I think the issue is no one has a problem with people wandering the vineyards at a very low intensity use with wine. So I think if we do the adjacency, we're going to lose what I think most people don't really have a problem with. But I understand why we have it. I
The
guess.
adjacency is the only
Yeah, so
thing
what do you
that
suggest?
controls.
I don't
number
know.
of
I'm just
people.
talking out
Well,
loud.
I'll offer this for consideration. Joe, I think you offered a good thing for consideration. And it absolutely would be available to us for any future wineries when we have the chance to consider those the situation of that particular winery. It could be 50 feet, it could be 100 feet, it could be 200 feet with with whatever the size of that winery might be.
With less going on, with
But in
less
this,
intensity.
yeah, in this particular instance, we've already made our point. We've already sent legal correspondence to the proprietor about a very specific adjacency. And I think to change that, is betraying the community that assembled the other night with that expectation.
The only thing I'm trying to listen through, and I hear exactly what you're saying, because we did that, and that was deliberate. Number one, it was already in the license and in the permit, and it was deliberate to say we can't have these huge crowds at the property, because it became an event. It did not, including the music and everything else. It was not a wine tasting. It was not about the winery. It was about the experience of an event. The concern was the intensity of use. So the challenge is we can stick with the 20 feet, and then basically we're saying, okay, you can only get so many people within the 20 feet and inside the wine tasting room. But I also hear saying we don't have a problem with people actually theoretically going around, taking a tour, seeing the vineyards when they've grown more. So the issue comes back to how do you manage intensity of use and how many people is appropriate for this property? I think we backed into it. We took what we had and we said, then let's enforce it, because it wasn't what was happening was more like an event instead of a wine tasting room that we originally had approved.
It's already been debated and concluded.
What? Yeah, I don't remember voting on anything. So I wouldn't say that
It generated a legal correspondence that was very specific to the proprietor based on that discussion. Whether we voted or not, I don't recall. But it generated legal correspondence as a position from the city.
But Ken, that was based on the 20 foot that was already in there, correct?
Based on the immediately adjacent language that is in there now. Right. And the letter was the product of the various use permits ending, the city's forbearance while we attempted to work something out, ending as well, and therefore us putting our regulatory hat on. The city council had nothing to do with that letter.
I just
couldn't agree more.
I just can't in good conscience. I just tell the community, you got to show up every time we talk about alcohol, because we might change the rules. What you heard from us last month, you know what? It's Tuesday of this month, and we might change them again. So you better show up
Every time.
Shame on us if we do that.
Can I make a motion?
Sure.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the definition for farm wineries as amended.
Can we say 4-85C to be clear, so we, A and C, so we can then move on to the other sections separately?
Yeah. 4-85C.
C.
A.
A only.
I see. Oh, sorry.
Added this one
Yep.
approved.
A and C. You want me to call the rest D?
Do you want me
No.
to go over the rest before you make this motion?
Sorry. Okay.
Let's just do A and C.
A and C, sorry.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Moore. Any discussion? I'm just going to say, I have a problem. I'm probably not going to support this just because I think we're trying to limit the number of people with a length, the 20 feet or whatever, which I think we need to do it more on the number of people, because it'd be better to have spread out. But anyways, that's my point. But
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't mind. I think we're losing what most people in the community really don't mind, I guess. But I understand.
Well, okay, you're making a distinction, but it's not making a difference. So do you have a solution to that? Because the community was here, they gave input, we've had input, we've gone back and forth. So why throw up a difference a distinction if we're not going to make a difference? What do you want to do? Do you have a different way to control the crowd? Because that would be the obvious.
yeah, I think there
This
there's
works.
some numbers.
We
Other
don't have any
numbers on?
numbers today.
So, well, maybe not on the winery because it's by right, but
And again,
Yeah.
if by doing this, we're locking in with what we've got. If we don't do this, are we not still holding to what the letter was that you had sent?
Yes.
So if we wanted to continue to look at this at another time to say, what's the intent and do we want to change it? Is it really about intensity of use and number of people? Leave it the way it is right now. So as it stands, the letter that you sent is the letter. And then we can consider, instead of trying to do this on the fly, because I've heard people saying we're okay with them going around what the owner asked. So we're okay with that. What we're concerned about is intensity of use, which is what the neighbors came and talked to us about.
Right.
So
we
we're
owe
trying to
the-
solve it without really
Solve
we're
it,
trying to
yeah.
Right.
squeeze it in. So why don't we come back and deal with that separately instead of trying to belabor it tonight and then default to what we already have in place?
Well, wait a second.
That's my suggestion.
So what we have in place is exactly what?
Immediately adjacent.
Yes.
Immediately
All can be
adjacent.
assumed at the premise or in the area immediately adjacent
Adjacent to the wine
thereto.
tasting
Okay.
room.
Well,
That's the permit as
Yeah.
it stands today.
It's a parameter that works.
Okay, we've got a motion, Councilmember Bentley, and second by Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Any opposed?
Hey,
Okay.
Right, can you just hang?
Okay.
Okay, so
You had the mayor, Councilmember Jameson, and Member Longoria against, so opposed. Okay.
And can I explain?
And it doesn't carry.
I'm sorry, did you abstain?
I did not place a vote. I had saying the question I've got, so maybe we talk about this one more time and then we bring it up for a vote.
Come on, Rick.
If we left it alone, okay, if we vote with this with 20 feet.
Formality, if
As a matter of procedure, the motion has been called to vote. I know Councilmember Moore knows this, so I'm not going to get in, but there's no really recusal opportunity at this point. So
Okay.
you have to vote.
So if we do this, this does not prohibit us from coming back and doing what we already discussed.
Correct.
This expands it by an additional 5 feet from what you have already sent out in a letter. Is that correct,
I don't know
Ken?
that I can get as specific to say 5 feet. I do think it is more generous than the immediately adjacent
Right,
language.
because I think you may have said which would equate to
Almost touching.
15. So we're adding, but we still can come back at a separate time and we can actually address the elephant in the room.
Yep.
Okay, then I will vote for it.
Well, help me on procedure. So is that okay?
Fine. Yeah, the clerk can
Vote
record a
after that.
positive vote for Councilmember Moore, yes.
Okay.
So I have 3 in favor and 3 opposed.
No.
You have 4 in favor.
Sorry, 4 in favor. Okay.
Three opposed.
So A and C passed?
Okay. Let's,
A and C just
And
passed?
C are both
Okay.
approved, yeah.
Okay.
okay, we're going to need to make a time call and see how close we are. I don't know if, can we add some time if we need?
You have the right to go past midnight. We'll just have to take a motion.
But, okay, well, let's see where we are. Go ahead. bring it
Would you
up.
like me to continue?
Yeah.
Okay. So under the same farm winery, section 485, under D, we are just clarifying again that the holder of a hybrid license will receive an ancillary tasting license at no cost. Just clarifying that it wasn't included as a separate license type at no cost. And then under F, we are clarifying the language that it's an approved tasting room. And also, this is again about where you can consume. It's clarified again, conducted inside or adjacent to the tasting room 20 feet. So it's consistent with the other section. Removing the language related to multiple farm winery licenses. Again, each farm winery would be licensed separately. This does not impact the tasting rooms that are allowed at other sites. And then changing the old 4, because we're removing that, changing this to 4 for the number purposes. And then I would say that we might want to get into the hours separately. If you want to take this chunk, we would have D and F.
Okay. Any questions on this or? Want to take a stab at it?
Okay. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend section 485
D and F.
D and F. D and F.
You can just say
two.
D and F as
Okay.
amended.
As amended.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Moore.
So is 3 is the same as kind of what we had above, right?
It's just
Okay.
clarifying it one more time that for the tasting
right,
room
so it's- okay.
consumption.
Got it.
Same wording.
So we may have at least somewhat of a split vote, but that's fine. Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
No.
Aye.
So I think we've got this 4 in support and 3 opposed. Peyton, myself, and Joe.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to the hours and days of sale. Again, just clarifying that this is not related to the production, harvesting, or growing of the grapes. It is just related to the sales by the package, the consumption on premises, and the offering of tastings during these hours. And we also added in that language, unless altered by the terms of a conditional use permit. So should you understand that this would apply to the current license holder, and any hours could be adjusted for future CUP-approved licenses. Looking at some of the other farm wineries nearby, we kind of have come to these hours: Monday through Saturday, 11 to 8, Sunday from 12:30 to 7. I will stop there in just hours, and let's just handle the hours.
Let me just to
section.
clarify, because since we're talking about any future farm wineries will go through a CUP process. So these are just for the existing farm winery.
Yes, sir.
And how are they, and we're changing them from what they had originally, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir. It doesn't alter compared to what we've seen advertised, but it is different from what they thought they had the ability to do.
So the existing hours posted on the website are
Thursday.
1 to 6, Friday and Saturday 1 to 8, Sunday 1 to 5. So this is more generous than what they're currently, more flexible than what they're currently posting.
I just want to clarify that this would be including by the package as well. I believe the hours posted for the tastings, just to
Good
be
point.
transparent.
Yep, good
Well,
point.
for the tastings, I would suggest that we stick with what they're using. The 1 to 5. I mean, it's a
Just need to make a
Sunday.
separate motion for different hours for the different
Okay.
types of use.
Well, I would like to just at least ask the owner to come up and ask that question, only because I understand where you're going from. They may have something advertised, or that's the way they are, but does that mean we lock them in that forever? I mean, I don't want to be responsible for someone's business.
What's the question?
The question is, the hours that, Bernadette, I'm going to let you explain them, that are proposed here, and they may be in the package sales, which may be different than I don't know what your current hours are, as well as the tasting hours. I just want to make sure you're at least clear on what these are, and if I want to know how much different they are, if there are a difference.
Jackson, the proposed changes would allow you to do your sales by the package, your consumption on premises, and your tastings during these new hours of 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 12:30 to 7 on Sunday. We've seen an advertisement for your tastings within these parameters. Wanted to ensure, I think the mayor was saying, that this doesn't affect your package sales as you had originally had them maybe under these other hours, which were 9 to 10 and 12:30 to 10.
No, we close at 8 o'clock. I mean, as long as I'm understanding this correctly, this isn't a problem for me, because it's saying that my tasting room can be open and we can have package sales during those times, which is all we do anyway. We don't have package sales outside of the times that our tasting room is open. So yeah, that is not an issue. And we are going to, on our own accord, cut down our hours because we are moving to Alpharetta, and that we're limiting ourselves and can accommodate the crowd control based on the fact that we're doing that. But anyway, These are fine for me.
Okay.
And I just have a question.
Go ahead.
So on the Sunday, that is already 1 to 5. So you would be okay with that because we do have other, I mean, this is for the current winery and future wineries. So,
Under CUP.
yeah,
It's
but
literally just for this one.
we also have hours in chapter 4 for uses.
I just made I put in the language that says unless altered by the terms of a conditional use permit. So future
can
farm
change it.
wineries would all be under a conditional use permit. Should the council approve that in this next phase, and then they would abide by those hours set in each individual's conditional use permit. This would be for the existing farm winery renewing through November.
But is that, what time are you open? What time is the tasting room closed on Sundays?
Currently, it closes at 5 o'clock on Sundays. We do sometimes when in the spring and in that area stay open until 6.
Okay.
But on Sundays, we've not stayed open later than that yet.
Okay, thank you.
That works. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify to the council, I'm not bringing the property owner or if it was an applicant up here to set the hours. I just want to know if they're, if they're not based on their business plan, at least we know when we're voting for it. That's all. So I'm not having her set the hours. Council's doing that, but I want to just know if we're in conflict or not. Okay, do I have a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve 4-85. H as amended.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley as read with a second from Councilmember Morrig. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Then just to wrap up 4-85, the licensing limitation is just clarifying that it's the approved farm winery tasting rooms on site that you're talking about. And for renewals, adding in language, this is actually what we request of all of them, but just adding in a clarification that license holders need to give us their current license when they reapply, and then would have to show that they got their state license in January. So that would be if you approve this 485J and K.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve 485J and K as amended.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley, a second from Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, 4-86 Sunday sales. This is adding language to be consistent with Appendix A pricing, that there is a separate Sunday sales license required for consumption on premises versus consumption off premises. Just adding that clarification. The rest of it goes by state law. So any establishment allowed by state law to do sales on Sunday, we currently allow as well. We're not looking to change that.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the amended definition for section 4-87.
86, I'm sorry.
86.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Cookerly. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, 4-87 is the alcoholic beverage caterers. Again, just clarifying that they can only transport, for technical terms from a legal standpoint, and that it's the standard consumption on premise license holders and the off-premise package retailers that are qualified. Going through this section just to make sure I can see, nothing else has changed other than this section in 4-87.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the definition of 4-87, alcohol beverage caterers as amended.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, I'm going to
How many more are
call.
there?
We've got about 12, 10 minutes or so. and we're
Four or
gonna-
five
45 and 82.
How many?
I've got about
Hold
4 or
on.
5 sections left, for about 4, and then the appendix. And I believe there's only one left that you might want to have some discussion in detail on, which is the ancillary tasting.
No, okay, so sorry, I'm here now. I'm asking the question. We got about 10 minutes before we're going to have to make a motion
Motion
to
to
extend the meeting if we want to extend the meeting. And we're also, I want to know Yeah, how much more do we have, in your opinion, do you think?
And-
We halfway done yet?
Oh, yeah, well, we have other items on the agenda this evening.
Right, no, I know.
Several different,
Got several, but I'm saying just on
On this one.
I think we're close. I feel good. I feel, and ancillary tasting license, the last one, I believe we'll have a little bit of conversation around. I'm hopeful that I've hit the mark on what the expectation is.
10 minutes?
No, we're on page.
Let's go, but before midnight, I'm gonna stop and we're gonna have to
Right.
make a motion, so go ahead.
Okay, 4-88. Again, we're trying to combine both BYOB license type uses into this one section, clarifying again, standard consumption on premise and package retailers, setting those hours to match what we had in 4-125. Prohibiting it as anything other than these two as opposed to giving the prohibition list. And then clarifying that you cannot have distilled spirits as part of a BYOB.
Section was that 4-48?
Just making sure there's nothing else. And limited, again, here, limited to beer and wine. So this is section 4-88 for BYOB.
Yep. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve 4-88 as amended.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion from Councilmember Bentley, a second from Councilmember Morrig. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
4-90, again, legal's looking into the one bottle, one package premise, but just also clarifying that if this was to be allowed and the restaurant desired to do any more, they would have to get a separate package retail license before the council, and removing the nickname or logo and just pointing to the provision in the state law. 4-90.
I'd like to make a motion to amend 4-90.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Morrig. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, 4-92, crowlers and growlers. There is a line in here that says establishments that sell liquor by the package are prohibited from also selling growlers and crowlers. We have all determined in previous conversations that crowlers and growlers are meant for consumption off premise, and we did not know why we would want to restrict it here. We couldn't find anything in state law that supported that it had to be restricted. So should you choose to remove it, that's all that's being removed in this section. So distilleries, micro distilleries, and package stores that sold liquor would now be able to also do crowlers and growlers to go.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the amendments as made in section 4-92.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion from Councilmember Morrig with a second from Councilmember Longoria. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Here's the ancillary tasting license section. This is 4-93. So again, clarifying that it can be for a holder of a hybrid manufacturing or package retail license, and that the hybrid and manufacturing at no additional cost to the license holder. For beer and wine, clarifying that it is allowed in retail package stores. There, currently, the wording says that is by the, I believe it says the request of the patron.
Yeah,
State law is a little stricter that just says once a day. So if you'd like to go to the state law clarification, we can just say as outlined in section, it has it down here, 3-15-2. Same thing with the ounces allowed. State law has it at 8 ounces for beer, 5 ounces for wine, and 1.5 for distilled spirits, which is slightly less than what we currently have outlined in our section. And liquor tastings are restricted to distilleries and micro distilleries only, and that no patron shall consume more than one type of alcohol at a tasting during the calendar day. So this is no longer that shared ratios of sales. You're tasting beer or wine or liquor, not a combination of any. Keeping the ratios able to be controlled, and also during a calendar day as opposed to that 2-hour period when we felt that indicated you can come back. Setting the hours for retail package stores to be able to do that, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., and letting those manufacturers and hybrid license holders to do it as outlined for their type of establishment.
Can you scroll back up, please?
Absolutely.
Beer paying for in a retail.
Do we have
Shall be conducted.
retail establishments that currently do this?
We do.
It's approved one.
Trying to remember how many have this. So I believe the one package store has it. I'll have to clarify that though.
Well, that's okay. You said one. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
One package store that has it that brought up the concern. I'm trying to remember offhand. And then, of course, our farm winery is able to do it by the fact that it was included before
Yeah.
in any future.
That one package store, the liquor store, did we just approve that? Or has that
Correct.
been in existence?
Yes, I'm trying to remember. I think I sent a listing of this, and sorry, I can't remember offhand. I don't want to give you the wrong information about how many currently do it.
So-
But the one package store was the recent one that had the distilled spirits that gave the
So-
questions.
So the existing, basically up until a month ago, nobody did this. And our current law allowed for it. And they requested it. No?
I'd like to clarify if there was no one.
Some of them was-
I can,
That's why this ended up got in our code in the first place.
Okay.
Don't recall.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Laura.
Okay, so I'm fine with this. I just have a problem with 7. It's not redlined. That's the section that I just think I'm okay with it except for 7, because if you're tasting inside a,
I mean, that's out on the patio.
yeah,
That's on
there we've
decks.
just
do you need that?
contradicted what we just did.
Right.
And also for liquor stores, I'm not okay with that either. I mean, people don't need to be outside.
No, we got to do a motion to
Yeah.
extend time. See what they're saying. Can't get it done.
2 minutes.
It'll take me like 2
Yeah, I got a
minutes to
couple
get them.
minutes. I got at least, I'm gonna add about 30
You know what, I
minutes and
can't
see,
send this as
we
transcription.
We got 4 minutes till.
We want to add.
Hey, well, let me get them real quick. All right, Steve, Ken, I need it. So process, do I just make a motion and vote to extend our time? Do I have a certain amount of time I can do?
No, the code section is not that specific. It simply says unless otherwise extended.
Okay.
So I think
All right, I'm going to ask a motion to extend since we're close on this. And we can see how much further we go on the agenda. So I'll open up for a motion to extend the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we extend the meeting to an additional 30 minutes.
That's not a
No,
time.
you
don't need to
That's
be
not a time.
specific.
Oh,
To the
then,
time
okay,
to
we
extend.
extend the meeting.
I do have a
Second.
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 Okay, I've got a motion from Councilmember Morg to extend the meeting, a second from Councilmember Jamison. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It was
I
me.
abstain.
This is Paul.
Okay, Paul was the second.
Rose saying.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous.
And so we currently have Milton Wine and Crystal here in the Crabapple area. They don't do distilled spirits, but they have the ancillary tasting license. We have the Milton Package Store, which is the one that was approved recently that does have the distilled spirits. They would no longer be able to do that should you approve this evening. And then Savvy Provisions is a current license under application, trying to figure out exactly what license type they qualify for, that has applied for this. And then the Farm Winery. No, just so the only one with the distilled spirits at this time.
Okay, and just clear, I wasn't signing because you wanted to talk. It was the-
That's
I had
for
to
retail
stop and
package.
get this-
We
extend the
already
meeting.
said the distilleries and whatever they're good for tasting
And now
earlier.
So, yes, it's to clarify, if you approve this, distilleries and micro distilleries coming forth would still be able to do the tasting of their liquor. That current package store would have to stop doing that.
What section is this?
This is 4-93.
93. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make if there's no more discussion.
I think Councilmember Bentley wanted to speak on this.
Yeah, so on the sampling and tasting,
Yeah.
and it's allowed in open areas, sidewalks, decks, patio, and can be applied for, I don't know.
Yeah.
Is this in use anywhere right now?
In the past, we've had an establishment that no longer exists that had this tasting license that wanted to do something outside as like in their enclosed grassy area, and it wasn't allowed. And I believe potentially that's when this might have come into play, but I don't remember exactly when this came into play.
It doesn't exist
We've been
anymore.
asked before, though, for outside the establishment.
So would there be support for just striking this?
Yes,
Because,
Absolutely.
okay, all
100%.
right. Okay, so I will,
But the way I guess I'd word that, and Ken can support, let me know, is
Striking it is okay, because then it leaves it
Yeah, it doesn't affect anybody.
undefined, right?
right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
so you're going to, can you clarify that for me?
7?
The whole section.
Yeah, well, this is what takes the hybrid license, which refers to the ancillary license and allows
Just
walking
making sure I
around and
understand. I'm just
yeah.
writing my notes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood it. I don't know why we would have it in here, and it's not affecting anyone. Okay,
Yeah,
So
so just strike.
Well,
all
I
that.
think it is a fact, but the clarification, because even on a farm winery, they could possibly take this outside of the limit, but,
I think this was,
It would make tastings only allowed inside.
Well, it's
Tasting
consistent with what
room.
we've been saying already.
no, I'm just clarifying that.
I thought this was in regard, I thought this was in
Yeah,
regards
the
to the
tasting
package
part.
stores.
it is
It
too.
is.
We
too.
can,
It's for all of
It's
us.
a hybrid
For all of
license.
might be too much.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend 4-93, the definition of ancillary tasting room. All sections.
Include the striking of.
So
I'm sorry, to include the striking of number 7.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley, the second from Councilmember Cookerly. Any discussion?
my only
Hold on.
question, is this affecting anybody currently? That's it.
Yeah.
Right, and the follow-up question to that is, how does our, drinking while roaming policy, where you can walk from establishment to establishment in Crabapple or other places, that overrides this somehow?
This is just the
This is sampling
tasting
and tasting.
that has to be
So
for
this is
free at
restricted to-
package stores
okay.
and can be for a fee at the farm
Got it.
wineries.
Understood? So this is actually in support of what we did a little while ago for specifically tasting room, where we said the adjacent language was what was necessary.
We're being consistent.
Right,
We're being
exactly.
consistent.
Okay.
It just what it's saying is, there may have been some flexibility if there was a patio or something where
Right.
the winery could use that. So, okay.
In the past, you could apply for a separate allowance to do that from time to time from the city manager, and you're just saying you've removed that.
All right. I think Councilmember Bentley had a motion and a second from Councilmember Cookerly. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Hey,
All right, hang on. That should cover, we already did, let me just do 495 separately, 495.
Same 4-3 that we had, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our special event alcohol permits. Again, Anita went over this evening what would qualify as a special event. This is just clarifying that it would be those that hold an alcohol beverage catering license, creating clarification so staff would understand that you always had to have that catering license in order to serve off of the premises of your establishment. And again, leaving the nonprofits as is, not changing theirs at all, adding the word pouring to go with permit to be clear, and then renumbering the sections. No other changes for 4-95.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the amended changes to 4-95, all
Second.
sections.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley, a second from Councilmember Moore. Any discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Just making sure we already covered that earlier this evening. We covered that earlier this evening as well. We definitely covered the hours earlier this evening. So we should be coming to the end of the ordinance section and just moving on to Appendix A, and then we are done here for this item this evening. So again, we covered all of that. Oh, striking really quickly, 4-154, the nickname, Merlot to go, 4-154.
You ready? Mr. Mayor, make a motion that we strike Marlowe to go as amended 4-154.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Cookley, a second from Councilmember Morick. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
What number was that one?
4-154.
154.
4-156, removing all the language for BYOB and pointing back to a previous section to outline as it was in here another time. 4-156.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend 4-156.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Bentley, a second by Councilmember Morrig. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Go faster, Bernadette.
I'm trying to promise. I just am so afraid to miss one little thing that we've worked so hard.
No.
Okay, we're getting there. So here we go. Exhibit B, the fee structure. I'll go through this. I believe we can go through this just once over. Making the posting on premises to pay directly to the sign vendor. Signs change from time to time. Just pay them directly for your sign to post in front of your property for the advertising. Publication in the newspaper, about $200. That covers 2 ads. And
That's
Down.
not set by us, that's set by the paper, right?
I'm sorry.
That fee is set by the paper.
Their fees change from time to time, so 200 ensures that it covers the ads that are needed.
Yeah.
We have the courtyard market license, removing that, and that was, the fee that was there prior to us removing it, so we went back to that same fee.
Okay.
Courtyard market license, removing that, because we removed that section. Again, removing the $25 add-on to pay for the growlers on Sundays, clarifying BYOB to standard on-premise. And then again, aligning special event alcohol permit fees with catered event permit fees. And we have removed, originally we had some, in the first read, indications for changing the pricing for manufacturer's license. We needed a little more time to go back as we were seeing different prices so drastically different in different jurisdictions. We wanted a little more time to go back and address that. So those are all the Appendix A changes before you this evening in the final edition.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
What's it called? Appendix.
Appendix A, so,
Oh, it said B at the top.
well, I know it's.
Oh,
it says
Exhibit B, Appendix.
Appendix A.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
right,
reference of
okay,
the,
I'm
so the
sorry, yeah.
final ordinance you
Got
signed, that's Appendix A.
B exhibit, appendix.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the amended Exhibit B, Appendix A.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Bentley with a second by Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
We're not done yet, Mayor.
Oh, what did I?
Yeah.
So we
4-108
4-108.
was addressed earlier this evening.
I didn't have the motion that approved that.
Oh, I thought they were together. Hold on, I'll tell you where I have it.
I could be wrong.
Is it 108?
108
Let me
D.
go back. Thank you, Stacy.
There might be another one too. Want to make sure we get them all.
Button it
Sorry,
up.
y'all. You just passed it.
So this is just clarifying that you have to, okay, you're right. I apologize, we did not cover this. For open container areas, allowing you to buy only from a licensed consumption on premise establishment. So clarifying you can't get it from a package store and open it up and put it in a solo cup. 4-108. Thank you.
So it's 4-108, part D.
Is that a motion?
Mayor, I move that we approve or adopt the language specified in 4-108, part D.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Longoria, second by Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
We have another. 4-125 B. We went to limited service restaurants, but there was one that was right above it in C. It was just striking the word restaurants.
Hold on, I'm going to get there, I promise. I'm so past it. Okay, 4-125.
Right there.
So we had taken out restaurants and because this would have been then contradictory. So you have to be an eating establishment or other, not specifically called out now, because the other restaurants are down here. So if you'd approve striking of restaurants from 4-125C.
All right, Mr. Mayor. The language is amended in 4-125C and D.
It's
No, don't go back into D. Don't go back into D.
Hold on, let's clear.
Don't go back into D, just C.
All right, just
I withdraw my second.
All right, Carol, restate your motion.
Go back up so I can see the number, please, Bernadette.
4-125.
Yeah, I make a motion that we approve the language in 4-125C as amended.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion as read by Councilmember Cookerly with a second from Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
That wrap, Stacy?
That's it.
Okay, okay, thank
All
you.
right,
Yes.
let's see.
I make a motion that staff can have Friday off. Any staff that's present can have Friday off.
All right, we can move on to new business. I'm just get a couple of
That's
these
what
things
it
done as
says.
soon as possible, so.
That first item is consideration of the issuance of an alcohol beverage license to I Love New York Pizza of Milton, doing business as Milton Mediterranean Cuisine, located at 980 Birmingham Road, Suite 200 in Milton. It's agenda item number 21312, Benedette Harville.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you, you have an application for an alcohol beverage license for Milton Mediterranean Cuisine. They're applying for consumption on premises of wine, malt beverages, distilled spirits with Sunday sales, and meet the 50/50 criteria of an eating establishment. As we've mentioned before, we brought before you the map, so you can see what is going on in the Birmingham Crossroads area as compared to what's going before you this evening. Please be in mind again that each square is not an establishment, that's a licensed use at an establishment. So we have there on the, let's start on the northeast corner. We have the Publix supermarket there with packaged wine and malt beverages and Sunday sales. Tokyo Sushi with on-premise wine, malt beverages and Sunday sales. And then this is where that applicant would be going in. Next to I Love New York Pizza would be the Milton Mediterranean Cuisine owned by the same proprietors. And next door on the other side, on the northwest corner, we have 7 Acre Bar and Grill, on-premise wine, malt beverages and distilled spirits and Sunday sales. Matilda's with a bring your own beverage. And then down there in the corner, the green square you see is Milton and Maine with their incidental license. The applicant is in compliance and staff recommends approval.
Okay, do we have any public comment?
We do not, sir.
I'll close the public hearing and open up for a motion.
I have a couple questions, please.
Okay, or questions?
Brenda, can you tell me again, the dark green one that is the incidental, what is that?
Milton and Maine, they are an interior design place, and the incidental again is the one where you can go in and be offered a glass of wine or beer. It can't exceed, I believe, I don't remember the exact ounces offhand, but I think it's something like 24 for one type and 16 for the other. And then their sales can't exceed 2% of their total gross in alcohol sales.
Oh, okay,
Like the nail salon.
I was not, yeah,
No, that's
okay,
a
I know
lot,
where it
sorry.
is. I wasn't able to picture it in my mind, I can now.
In that Wells Fargo corner.
Yep. And then the other question I've got is this an alcohol license for I Love New York Pizza or for Mediterranean cuisine? It's a
We've-
shared kitchen environment, right?
Right, we've worked with legal to clarify and let them understand that they cannot store it in the same, it has to be stored separately and it can't be served on the other side. Their consumption areas are separated by the doors that have the hallway with the bathroom. So legal felt comfortable that we could tell them that they can serve on the one side and that was it.
The pizza side stays as is. The Mediterranean cuisine side is the side with the service.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, do I open up for a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve agenda item number 21-312.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Morgan, a second from Councilmember Jameson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Bernadette, you take a rest.
Is that you?
Yes, oh, no, that's,
Sorry, Teresa, to wait so long.
oh, that's okay.
Didn't have anything else to do tonight.
It's
really not okay, she says.
Yeah,
We're now into the morning, so.
I'm sorry,
Desktop.
That's Rick.
okay. Okay. I'm sorry, this won't be long. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Teresa, let me just read it really quick
Oh, I'm
for the
sorry.
record. Mayor, that
yeah.
item is consideration of a resolution adopting council approval of the 2021 to 2022 waste hauler list. It's agenda item number 21313. Ms. Teresa Stickles.
So y'all remember, I used to come before you at the end of every year and we would you would reaffirm, I would bring before you the solid waste ordinance. You would reaffirm that annually, and embedded in the staff memo was the list of approved waste haulers. We no longer have to reaffirm yearly, so legal has advised the way to, they still want the list of waste haulers brought before council for you to be able to ratify them. So that's what I'm here for tonight or this morning. The ordinance requires, I'm sorry, I'm a little loopy, I apologize. The ordinance has a few requirements in order for a waste hauler to be approved to operate in the city of Milton. They have to be current on the infrastructure fees, they have to provide a certificate of insurance, and they sign an affidavit that says that they agree to abide by our solid waste ordinance. So all of these haulers on this list have met all those conditions. There have been 4 changes since last year's list. Waste Management has acquired Advanced Disposal, so Advanced Disposal is no longer on the list. Pardon me. Red Oak has acquired Sanitation Solutions, who used to be on our list, so we lost those. Those were acquisitions. GW Lovelace apparently went out of business. We've tried to verify that with him, have not been able to, but as y'all probably know, all of his customers no longer receive service from him. So we have removed him from the list, and sort of in that vacuum, TNT, junk and trash removal, asked to be entered into the city. And that really did fill an important void at a very critical time for several weeks for the GW's customers. So I think that's the gist of it. I'd be happy to take any questions. I'm sorry.
Do we have any public comment?
No, sir, we don't.
I'll close the public hearing, and then Paul, if you want to ask a question.
Yeah, just a quick question.
Sure.
During CPAC, there was a lot of discussion about the quality of services and the fact that there was a varying degree, and some were more compliant than, or appeared to be more compliant than others. So by approving this list for 21, 22, there is a point in time, if there's enough community complaint, that we get a chance to go back and look at the offending customer. Is that what's the process for that?
So yes, the ordinance does say, pardon me, the ordinance does have some direction. It provides us direction of if there's a problem with the hauler and we want to take steps to bring them before council, you would have the ability to remove them from the list if you wanted to. But I do believe with regard to what came out of the comp plan, we do have expectations that the short-term work program item about studying the solid waste system in Milton will be something done sooner rather than later.
Right.
Too.
Yeah, I just think about, I know we heard from a variety of members of the community that they felt like they were powerless to impact that. We have a couple of significant waste haulers that had been offensive to those HOAs, and they felt like they were powerless. I just want to make sure that, sounds like it's on the work plan. That's great. We need to do that.
You ready for a motion?
You are.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 21-313.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley, a second from Councilmember Cookley. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
That's unanimous. Thank you, Teresa. Sorry
Thank
it's so
you.
late.
Thank you.
Sorry, Tom.
Mayor, next up, let me just read it for record. Is that okay?
Yeah, no.
Consideration of a construction services agreement between the City of Milton and Advanced Sports Group to construct 2 artificial turf fields at the Cox Road Athletic Complex. Agenda item number 21314, Tom McElveen.
Good morning, Mayor, members, and council. Back in April, I came before you to present how we can leverage one of our current parks to reduce some field capacity issues that we've been experiencing. And that project was to turf 2 artificial turf fields at Cox Road. For your consideration this evening, I have that contract to construct those fields. And in that meeting in April, you had recommended that we continue to move forward. And so staff did put together a request for proposal to have turf fields constructed out there. Today, I'm going to talk about the current athletic programs. I'll quickly go over that. The utilization of our athletic fields. So that was also covered back in April. I'll breeze through that. And then I will show you the proposed configuration that we've got and the cost figures for it. Here are our current athletic programs. The thing to note here is they all are affected and they all get benefit from turfing these fields out at Cox Road. So here's our current inventory. Our recreation programming has grown since 2015, and that's mainly due to the construction and the rebuild of Bell Memorial Park. Right now we have Bell Memorial Park, which has the 2 rectangular turf fields and the baseball fields that are grass. The IGA fields, Cox Road, and Birmingham United Methodist Church. The key thing here is our master plan did call for more rectangular fields. Cox Road was acquired after the master plan was done, but we're still too short for 2027. Also in that is the IGA fields, and they were taken into consideration at all the schools, and they were taken into consideration as well. But those fields don't have lights. Most of them don't have access to restrooms, and they are all grass as well. So while they're taken into that consideration of field inventory, they have limitations. Something to keep in mind.
Were those maintained during COVID?
What's that?
The IGA fields, were they?
Yes, sir.
By the county or?
No, by the city.
By the city,
Yeah.
okay.
It's part of our IGA with Fulton County Schools.
All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here's the layout and concept that was proposed. We went out to competitive bid and we did receive 3 bids for this project. The vendor with the highest score was Advanced Sports Group. They're a local company based out of Kennesaw, Georgia. So in this concept design, I want to be clear, if this were to be approved, this is still just a concept. They will be getting a survey done and providing us with a final, with the construction documents and everything else. So this is still a proposed design now. However, I feel it's very close to what they're going to end up presenting to us. And this will go in front of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board this Thursday in our meeting to get their input as well. This is the first meeting that I would have had with them since we've seen this. So this design does accommodate multiple sports. It's rather hard to see on this image here. Can I? Okay, you can see. So on this field on the right, this is the football field. And also incorporated in that football field is a baseball field on this corner and also a baseball field in this corner. What that does for us is in the fall, football can utilize this field. And in the spring, when there is no football, we can get 2 baseball teams on the same field. So that increases our field inventory for both those sports by 1, and could increase it by 2 in baseball's case, depending on how we use Bell Memorial Park. On the left, we have a lacrosse and soccer field. This is a unified lacrosse field that incorporates, it's almost like a mix between boys and girls. United States lacrosse had about 5 years ago decided, because girls and boys play on a little bit of a different field, and so they decided to come up with a unified line so that you don't have a kaleidoscope essentially of different lines all over the field.
So Tom, quick question, is that different from what's at Bell? Did the Bell lacrosse fields have the unified line?
It's very close.
Okay.
The girls' fans are not on the Bell Memorial Park fields.
Okay.
The little arc outside each field, it's just a crease, which is the round part.
Okay.
But the length is the same.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
I
wanted to
actually
give
checked
that
it.
feedback that the girls lacrosse wanted that. And I know it's going before PRAB, so thank you.
Mhm. So at the end of the day, the beautiful thing here is every sport is going to gain a turf field, at least one. Lacrosse could essentially, in some scenarios, get a turf field and a half of increase.
Does this turf out Cox?
Yes. Perfect. And to give you an idea of the timeline, if council were to approve this contract, the vendor would immediately begin, order the survey and begin working on the documentation to present to us so that they can start construction. I'm looking to have that begin probably end of November, early December, if everything moves along as planned. And then the completion would be the 1st of March or sooner.
Wow, that's great. Minimum interruption of
Yes,
current.
yes. We'll have a couple of weeks when practices start to put a lot of teams at Bell Park again. But once this is opened up, it should free up everybody.
Wow, fantastic.
Any questions on the layout?
No.
Nope.
All right, I touched on this back in April, advantages to turf. The rain out situation, big advantage. Playability, you can play rain, snow, it could downpour and 5 minutes later you can play on it, or you could play in the downpour if you wanted. Looks great year round, and there are some annual maintenance and employment savings. However, you have the initial investment up front that's high. So here's the cost breakdown for the project. The artificial turf fields themselves, the fencing and netting. So the fields around each field will have 6 foot chain link fence, and then we'll have netting on the ends to protect the cars in the parking lot on the one side and to keep balls from flying into the woods on the other sides. In that price for the artificial turf and the netting, there is a $100,000 construction allowance included in that. So it could very well end up being less. The cool infill surface, the vendor that we have chosen has a product called GeoFill, and it's rather cool. It's actually made from coconuts.
From what?
Coconuts.
Coconuts.
And so instead of having the black rubber pellets, there is a layer of black rubber pellets on the bottom, but then they infill over the top with this coconut material that that can reduce the playing surface on a hot day by 40 degrees. I have been on a turf field and my shoes have melted. The glue has melted off. I've had my sole flapping on the bottom of my shoe. It's a safety concern for me. I would recommend we put this on all of our fields as we move forward through time. And then the football goalposts are another $19,230, putting the whole project at $1,436,416.41. For the funding of this project, 89.85% of it can be funded through the impact fees. So that's roughly 1.29 million of it will be funded through impact fees, and the remaining 145,000 will be covered through the Cox Road capital account. Any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah.
Paul?
Is there, Tom, does it this price include all the striping and that kind of stuff as well?
Yes.
What about,
And backstops on the fences for the baseball fields.
that's what I was going to go to next, but is there dugouts for the baseball?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, we'll close the public hearing.
shocking.
Any other comments or questions? No comments. Great job, Tom. That's very exciting and important. Sorry you had to wait so late. But,
All right, let's do it.
all right.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve agenda item number 21314, consideration of a construction service agreement between the City of Milton and Advanced Sports Group to construct 2 artificial turf fields at the Cox Road complex.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Morg with a second from Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll, please call the next item.
That next item is consideration of stormwater complaint by Herman Arani against the City of Milton related to City of Milton Park property. It's agenda item number 21315. Mr. Ken Gerard.
Mayor, members of the council, very briefly, this is an item notice flipped to the back of your packet. You may not want to, but if you do, you'll see the demand letter from the attorney. Item notices are required for both counties and cities. The rules are a little different. In fact, the rule of the item with respect to municipalities is actually a little more stringent than it is with counties. The item notice has to be sent in within 6 months of the event that gave rise to the claim. And there's also some interesting language in the statute 3633.5 that says that the statute of limitations on the claim is told until the governing authority adjusts or take action on the claim. Well, as soon as this claim came in, city staff, request of the city manager, had your own staff do a review, and the item notice, forgive me, is related to stormwater runoff off your Bell Memorial Park onto a piece of property actually in Cherokee County. Of course, the problem that the landowner has that is claiming basically this enhanced stormwater runoff is that your park in any proximity to this piece of property is undeveloped. So it's not been disturbed. And of course, it's sort of a riparian law 101 that downstream properties are just going to accept water from upstream properties that is flowing in its natural course. Somebody asked me one time, what law is that? And I said, well, it's the law of gravity. It's just the way that works. And so that's why I'm not terribly concerned with it. Nonetheless, your staff did a really good job of going out there and actually photographing time-lapsed photographs of sort of any disturbance of land near this runoff. And there has been some, but none of it from the city of Milton. Bottom line, I've already sent this attorney a letter indicating that we're denying the claim. Your insurance carrier has concurred in that. I do think, though, to make sure we make this airtight, a motion and second to concur to deny the claim is in order.
You ready for that?
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we concur to deny the claim as our council has so indicated.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cookley with a second from Councilmember Morrig. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Oh, wait 1 second. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, the hearing's closed. Now, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay, we have one more item if our clerk would please call.
Final item is consideration of a resolution to extend a moratorium that was approved on June 21st, 2021 for 60 days on the acceptance of alcohol applications, building permit applications, and land disturbance permit applications for farm wineries in the city of Milton. It's agenda item number 21316. Mr. Ken Gerard.
Mayor, members of the council, this is a public hearing. So the mayor, Mr. Mayor, you will need to open the gallery for a public hearing. This is just what the clerk indicated. This is an extension of the moratorium on the acceptance of alcohol applications, building permit applications, and land disturbance permit applications with respect to farm wineries for a period of 60 days. The original iteration of this moratorium was put in effect on June 21st, 2021. It expires tomorrow unless you take this action. Again, Mr. Mayor, when you open it up for a public hearing, that'll be great. And I will tell the council that when you make your motion, if you move to approve, I would ask that you make it to approve the moratorium until December 17th, 2021. December 17th, 2021, not the date embedded in there of January 19th, that's too long. December 17th, 2021, we'll bring one back to you in the interim to get that date right. Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Any questions for Ken on this? All right, do we have any public comment?
We do, Mayor.
Okay.
I'm happy to invite Miss Juliet Johnson or Miss Pam Jackson, whichever wants to go first. Okay, Pam Jackson, come on up.
It's me again, Pamela Jackson, 2105 Bethany Way. I'm confused on this a little bit because you all placed a requirement on me to get the plans in by September 30th, which I have done for the new tasting room. And you have required me to break ground and start the building process by December 31st in order to extend my TCO. How am I going to do that? So I'm confused on how that's going to work out. You've kind of placed me in a position where.
It has no effect on.
Current app.
future,
So this doesn't
This
affect me
is-
at all?
this is a-
No, I'm sorry. I wish necessarily right.
I wish you had too. I got you.
So, yeah, this is for anything new, not.
Okay.
Right, but what about an LD, what about the building permit for that? Alcohol,
Moratorium's on
alcohol license.
Right.
What about not a building permit? that
No,
she's-
there is a building permit. She's right about that. Sorry about that.
The building permit would be
Yeah.
excluded from this. How far are you away from being ready to?
We filed.
So if it's already
That's fine.
filed, then this.
It's already filed, you're fine.
Yeah, she's been filed. Well, she filed during the moratorium. Pursuant to our
Request.
our directions.
All right, well, what I would recommend then, Mr. Mayor, is we'll address this issue at the staff level. I think you can go ahead and take action this evening, but if there's already an application that's in the door, this is not going to affect what you do tonight. It's not going to affect what has already occurred.
And this wasn't designed for this.
This is to include
The future ones. So just to clarify, before we vote on this, from a staff level, you guys can take care of this with Ms. Jackson. But we're not what our decision tonight won't affect her.
No, but I think that we
Or
do have an
directly.
opportunity, bit of cleanup to the extent of an application was submitted during moratorium on farm wineries, that we may want to take that opportunity to make a motion to approve this moratorium, substituting in December 17th, 2021 date that I mentioned, and also to ratify any farm winery building permit applications that have been submitted.
Okay.
I can do
Yeah,
it. I got it.
All right, I'll open that up to anybody that can repeat that.
All right, go ahead.
Do you need to close the public hearing?
There's another public comment.
Oh,
We
is
have
there
any more
other-
public comment?
Well, was David, I just
Yeah,
had
that's right.
David and Juliet's cards. Did y'all want to speak?
Juliet, do you want to speak? I think.
Okay, I'll close the
And Brandon's not here? Okay.
I'll close the hearing then. And now I'll open up for a motion.
You finish with me, because.
Mayor,
Yes, thank you.
I move that we approve agenda item number 21-316 with a change to
Date.
the date to be December 17th, 2021, and the additional ratification of any permits that were building permits that were issued since the moratorium went into effect.
Subtle point of clarification, ratify any building permit applications that have been tendered since the moratorium went into effect.
That's nice, and I take that change.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion as read by Councilmember Longoria with a second by Councilmember Morag. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
All in favor, please
So,
say bye.
No, I got one thing before we
We
leave.
have, we're moved, skip staff report, so if anybody else on council wants to report on anything, then Adjourn after that.
Just quickly, what I'd like to, we've been started and looked at potentially taking over our municipal elections. And what I'd like to do is request that we add that as an agenda item at our next meeting for council to discuss and approve whatever direction we want to do, kind of formalize what we've been talking about, so we can actually either move forward or back away from it.
Question, Rick, would that be better at a work session?
I think we could do it. I guess I'll ask
ask
Steve
everybody.
and Ken. I think we're looking for, we already approved this once saying we want to move forward. Now we're just trying to talk, what exactly do we want to do? And then let's get started. Or if council doesn't want to do that. then
Here's
that's-
what I think, Councilman Moore, it does seem to fit in a work session. And, we've long ago agreed we can take votes at work sessions. So since it's simply a vote for direction
Okay.
particularly, that would be fine at a work session.
So the November work session. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Nay.
You can't do that.